A regular guy with absolutely nothing going for him suddenly gets sucked into the world of the superhero comic Stardust. Once there, Kim Dane makes a bold choice to become a villain named Egostick. His goal is not just to challenge and level up the heroine Stardust's powers, but also to proactively stop the heartbreaking tragedies that happened in the original story. His determination burns bright, like a vow carved deep into his soul, that he will protect this world, and above all, protect her. However, fate always finds a way to twist things around. Stardust, the heroine who used to look at him with suspicion, is now caught up in a strange obsession with Egostick, the mysterious villain she swore to hunt down. One day, Kim Dane launches a bold plan called Villain Hunt. Armed with his knowledge of the original plot, he knows these bad guys will soon become terrifying threats. To protect the city and Stardust, he decides to strike first, eliminating them before they can even start spreading chaos. Accompanying him is Seo-eun, a prodigy with superintelligence who provides support through a wireless earpiece. Her voice chimes in, cold but precise, target in sight. He's sitting motionless on the sofa. The perfect moment has arrived. Kim Dane grips his weapon, his palms sweating slightly. His first ability, teleportation, is activated. In the blink of an eye, the cold barrel of a gun is pressed against the forehead of Rhino, an A-rank villain. His second ability, telekinesis, bursts forth. Like a lord of darkness, Kim Dane says in a low voice, a greeting from the afterlife echoing, "Welcome to hell." In less than a second, before Rhino can even react, he finishes him off without a shred of hesitation. Once it's over, Kim Dane coldly picks up the stack of papers the villain was holding. Just as expected, it's a detailed terrorist plan, ready to drown the city in a sea of blood. In the original story, Rhino would become an S-rank villain, wearing a rhino mask and taking hundreds of lives. But now, thanks to Kim Dane, that future has been wiped out. Seo-eun speaks up again through the earpiece. The police and heroes are on their way. Before leaving, Kim Dane leaves behind a message written in blood on the frame, a message sent straight to Stardust. When the police and heroes storm the place, they quickly realize that the perpetrator this time and from the previous case is the exact same person. That writing, like a direct challenge, makes Stardust boil with rage. They criticize the hero's slowness, praising Egostick as a vigilante enforcing justice from the shadows. In his small room, Kim Dane reads those comments, his heart full of conflict. He pulls at his hair, his mind an absolute mess. Seo-eun, sitting next to him, glances over because of the noise. The fire of determination inside Kim Dane burns fiercer than ever. He can't let things go this far. If this keeps up, his image will be glorified, while Stardust, the real hero, will be turned on by public opinion. To protect her, he has to become an absolute villain, a dark shadow terrifying enough to make the whole world tremble. From this very moment, Egostick is officially born. He prepares a time bomb, hiding it deep inside a backpack. In a crowded square, people are glued to a giant screen, waiting for a spectacular sight. At that exact moment, Kim Dane, under the alias Egostick, hacks into the system, taking over every electronic screen in the city. His face, hidden behind the mask, appears in a live broadcast, his voice booming with deep authority. "I am the one who eliminated Rhino and Endizak, two A-rank villains." He arrogantly points one hand toward Tower 127, then directs his other hand toward the observation deck of Building 61. The crowds inside those buildings, as well as millions of viewers watching through screens, freeze in shock as he announces, "Those two buildings, I've rigged them with bombs." Terror spreads like a tsunami. Some panic looking for an exit, while others stand frozen, unable to believe their eyes. In front of hundreds of camera lenses, Kim Dane flashes a challenging smile, calling out Stardust's name. "I'm waiting for you, hero." Not keeping him waiting long, Stardust appears, fast as a whirlwind, landing with an impact that shakes the ground. Kim Dane double-checks everything, cape, mask, all perfect, but his hands are shaking. This is the first time he's facing his absolute favorite character from the comic face-to-face. Stardust, radiant as a goddess, is so beautiful she makes his heart skip a beat. "Wow," he blurts out, unable to hold back his admiration. In that split second, time seems to stand still. Memories come rushing back, the very first day he was dragged into this world, his body covered in wounds, standing on the fine line between life and death. He used to desperately want to go back to his old world, until the light from a screen illuminated Stardust's face. That exact moment changed everything. If he became a hero, he could stand by her side. But Kim Dane, who knows every single line of the story by heart, knows that even a hero isn't enough to save her from her tragic destiny. So, he chooses the path of a villain, not to destroy, but to become an impenetrable wall, protecting Stardust from every danger. Flashback to when our main guy, Kim Dane, was just 15 years old. The intense, stomach-turning laughter of the guy projected on the TV wouldn't stop. Ha 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 ha. The guy looked totally thrilled, laughing like a madman. Ha 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 ha. Back then, he really couldn't understand it. Is Jackie actually insane? Even for a villain, going this hard on the concept is a bit much. Now that he understands the mindset of a villain, he lets out a monstrous laugh with total confidence. Ha 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 ha. Ignoring the hero in front of him who was glaring with furious eyes, ready to beat him to a pulp at any second, the world seems to stop, even the buzzing crowd below, leaving just a hero and a villain alone on the rooftop. Rewind to a few minutes before the two officially met. Kim Dane points at Stardust with a smug look. I know exactly what you're thinking right now. Even my subordinate, the one controlling the broadcast, has a detonator switch, so don't even think about overpowering me with brute force. The hero's footsteps falter slightly at those words. He spreads his arms wide, a fleet of drones hovering right behind him. This stage was created just for you, Stardust. What do you think? Her response is a deep scowl. You psycho, let the innocent people go right now, then we can trade a few blows and you can get arrested. That should be it. Kim Dane keeps a relaxed smirk on his face, leaning over and raising his hand to look into the camera. Oh, of course they must be released. Those are the words of the hero of justice, Stardust. Everyone, pay attention. Look at me, everyone. Now, I'm going to hack open elevator A on the observation deck level. He snaps his fingers with a sharp click. A loud noise echoes from the elevators of both buildings. Stardust's brows furrow slightly, because she knows the nature of these villains all too well. It can never end this easily. Are the citizens inside the building seriously rushing over the moment they see the elevators working again? Hurry, hurry up, a voice cuts in to stop them. Hold on, this is still part of Kim Dane's plan. If I let you go right away, where's the fun in that? The down button is lighting up right now, he tells them excitedly. Just press it, and the bomb on the other observation deck explodes. Simple, right? His tone is practically sing-song. Let's see. With 30 minutes left until the bombs go off, he gets wildly pumped up. Before that, hurry up, press it, and get down. Kim Dane becomes a demon tempting the weak-minded crowd. Come on, they're complete strangers anyway, right? The giant screen broadcasts the chaotic scene inside the building, with children crying hysterically and voices arguing over one another. Stardust grits her teeth and curses, "You bastard." Kim Dane acts like he doesn't care about her mood at all. Today, right here, I will show everyone the absolute peak of human selfishness. This is Egostic's game. The people inside the building are already losing their minds. If the other side presses it first, we'll die horribly, and we need to live too, right? When time runs out it'll explode anyway. He just said there are 30 minutes left. No, does that mean you want to kill the people over there with just one button? Whoa? They are all anxious, terrified, and suspicious at the same time. Will the other side press it? There's no time to think like this. The bombs will explode in a few dozen minutes. So what now? They're gonna press the button. Man, the situation right now is pure chaos. People can't even sit still anymore. Damn it, what is the hero doing right now? Stardust stands there, unable to make a reckless move just yet. Even if she rushes in to take him down in a flash, it's completely useless if there are other detonators elsewhere. Damn it. If this keeps up, the hostages will. Her eyes are ice cold, her voice strained. Is playing with human lives really that fun to you? Facing her is Kim Dane, still casually squinting his eyes with a laugh. Ha, that's not where the fun is. Stardust, one of Korea's few A-rank heroes, someone who believes in justice and her own convictions, never compromising with evil. Actually, I respect you quite a bit, Stardust. Those words make her flush with anger. What nonsense are you talking about? He rubs his nose proudly with a cheerful grin. I just wanted to compliment you while the whole country is watching you on TV. Kim Dane's voice rings out again, drawing attention. Seeing you in a helpless situation, unable to do a thing, a crazed look crosses his face as he touches the bomb button, is honestly so thrilling. His form begins to blur as he fades out. I'll give you a chance to join the game, too. Right now, I'm connecting you to the people who are desperately waiting for a hero. Stardust looks confused, glaring at him warily. What? Kim Dane keeps playing his part. If you successfully convince them and nobody presses the button for 30 minutes, he crosses his legs, flashing an evil smirk. The bombs won't go off. Stardust obviously doesn't buy it. You expect me to trust a piece of trash? Instead of being intimidated, he taunts her. It's better than letting them look at the sky in despair, isn't it? She helplessly clenches her fists at her side. Kim Dane doesn't care about her opinion, he waves his hand to signal. All right, a loud shout rings out, ready, and all the cameras swarm around her. 3, 2, 1. As the 3-second countdown ends, a dramatic show begins. The hero's face appears on the massive LED screens on the buildings. The citizens immediately recognize her. Stardust. Stardust. She takes a deep breath against the invisible pressure, looking into the camera as if looking straight into their eyes. Hello everyone, I am the A-rank hero, Stardust. Everyone holds a conviction in their heart. His handsome face goes blank. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. A world half real and half fake, just like a dream. I will be painted in the public eye as a terrorist villain. My dream is coming true, and she gets to shine. This is your stage, Stardust. Her figure radiates light, ensuring everyone can be proud of their choice today. Let's show this villain. Her voice is like a wave of warmth pouring into everyone's hearts. We are strong, their eyes gradually steadying, our faith is unshakable, and we will never bow down to evil. Thank you, everyone. Kim Dane lets out a subtle, mysterious smirk. The countdown on the screen is down to 5, and the people trapped inside the building hold each other tightly, praying. Stardust's face is filled with anxiety as she watches the screen. The moment the countdown hits 0, everyone closes their eyes, bracing for impact. Everyone is in a state of extreme tension and dread. Will the punishment fall, or was the villain telling the truth? That's exactly when Kim Dane takes the stage. Right now, all the cameras drop as his voice rings out in unbelievable frustration. No way, selfish humans like. The cameras catch his confused and distressed face. So they didn't just look out for themselves to survive? Impossible. No way, at least one person must have pressed the button by now, some selfish prick like me should have pressed it. Kim Dane holds his head, muttering in deep acting. Humans can't be this kind, why? Just then, Stardust speaks up. Egoistic, people aren't as selfish as you think. Her image appears as if basking in a brilliant aura. No one is completely selfless, but I believe in the basic goodness of humanity. Ah, so it was because of you, Stardust. You united them. His expression flips instantly into a chuckle. Fascinating, isn't it, Stardust? Before Stardust can charge at him, he bows politely. The next game, for sure. Kim Dane takes one last look at her. Wow! Stardust's resilient blue eyes leave him in awe. Her gaze is packed with pure justice. Finally, he vanishes with a final declaration, I will win. The entire crowd erupts in pure joy. They cry out, happily hugging one another to celebrate the hero's victory. Everyone chants one name in unison. Stardust. Stardust. Despite this, the hero just stands silently in the empty space. Kim Dane has already quickly teleported somewhere else. The second his feet touch the ground, he collapses weakly. That was brutal, he groans and complains. Oh my god, I'm literally gonna die. This is the aftermath of teleportation, a killer side effect of his instant teleportation ability. Physical toll is directly proportional to the distance traveled. His body feels so heavy he can't even crawl. Ugh, I'm definitely going to be bedridden for days. A girl speaks up. I told you to stop wearing that hat, bro. The white-haired girl looks at him with a judgmental glare. It's so ugly. Kim Dane pleads in a faint voice. Seoun? I'm seriously dying here. Get me a glass of water. She dusts off her pants and brutally walks away. Get it yourself. Leaving him frozen right there. The massive LED screen broadcasts the breaking news of the terrorist attack at the building, reporting 0 casualties. Stardust hovers in midair. She grits her teeth in pure hatred. Playing with people's hearts like that? Next time, I will absolutely catch you. She will remember this name forever until she locks him up. Egoistic. Early one morning, at the Korean Hero Association, the organization for superhuman individuals in Korea, the main screen is filled with countless tabloid articles posted online. These are the recent headlines. The broadcast hijacker watched by the whole country. Who is the guy who singled out hero Stardust? A review of his actions. Egoistic, the A-rank villain, who is he? Hot topic. No casualties from terrorism. Reality spreads across the peninsula, hijacking broadcasts overseas. Is South Korea's broadcast security okay like this? The meeting chair flips to the next page. Next up is Egostic's analysis file. The villain profile along with some info on Kim Dane's villain persona, Egostic, male, wears a mask, suspected cognitive dampening feature regarding his residential location. A chubby, balding middle-aged man speaks up. Alright, let's start the briefing. This is Park Joon-ho, the chairman of the Korean Hero Association. Images pop up showing several closed-room murder scenes. He looks completely sick of it. Fine, we've seen this part plenty of times, move on. Yes, sir. This is Park Joon-ho, the chairman of the Korean Hero Association. Images pop up showing several closed-room murder scenes. He looks completely sick of it. Fine, we've seen this part plenty of times, move on. Yes, sir. First off, it seems the perpetrator utilized teleportation to pre-install the bombs on the building's exterior. After dismantling them, they were confirmed to be high-powered, high-performance homemade explosives capable of blowing away the entire observation deck. The conclusion is that he likely manufactured them himself. Park Joon-ho rubs his shiny head, completely stressed out. Still no leads on the broadcast hijacking? The secretary replies awkwardly. Yes, sir, how he bypassed state-of-the-art security systems to broadcast remains a complete mystery. They still have some specific analyses. However, since no one with signal-related abilities has ever appeared before, we believe there's a strong probability he has an extremely tech-savvy accomplice backing him up. Their current speculation stops there. An accomplice? High chance that person is the bomb maker. The secretary's expression turns grave. There is one more thing I'd like to add, and that is he seems completely obsessed with Stardust. Everyone's eyes immediately lock onto the blonde girl. Through minor clues, he can be certain that the message left at the murder scene was intended for her, sent to Stardust, and in this case, it's confirmed he directly mentioned her through his own villainous words, the A-rank hero in charge of Seoul, Stardust. Hearing this, Park Joon-ho asks her directly, meeting him in person, how did it feel? He calls her out straight by her name, Stardust. She stands up slowly, giving her assessment. He's like a psychopath who enjoys playing with human hearts. Furthermore, he's capable of orchestrating large-scale terrorist attacks, making him a dangerous villain in every sense of the word. 2 days after the recent terrorist attack, in Kim Dane's room, he is lying bedridden, groaning, "Oh my God, I'm dying." He forces himself to sit up, crawling into the kitchen to find something to eat. Just as he chugs a bottle of orange juice, a sudden voice startles him. "Bro, doing this again?" Kim Dane spits out his juice in shock, then frantically explains, it's not what it looks like, Seoun. I'm totally not doing that. Now introducing this girl. This is Han Seoun, an individual with superintelligence. At first, he wasn't used to her calling him Hyung, a genius hacker. In the future of the original story, she would grow up to be an S-rank villain, a genius hacker. Well, that was the original plot, but right now, he has managed to keep her by his side. She is throwing a mini tantrum. This is my house. Stop acting like you own the place. Because in reality, they are in Han Seoun's underground base. He lets out a soft, casual laugh. Ha ha. Well, I'm the one covering living expenses and everything anyway. Han Seoun cuts him off immediately. Oomph, whatever, just shut up and drink. Got it? Kim Dane chuckles quietly at the cute threat. He gently pats her head. Alright, got it. The warm moment doesn't last long before she shyly pulls him and the juice bottle along. Something else happened. Hurry up. A high-tech electronic door slides open and shuts. Han Seoun sits before an advanced control monitor. Remember that girl Lee Subin I mentioned before? She's a candidate to be our accomplice. Kim Dane doesn't need to think twice. The girl active on the deep web? Isn't she a fan of yours? She taps a few controls, then points at the screen. Look, she's right here. The news anchor's voice rings out. Egostic copycats are currently carrying out a hostage-taking terrorist attack in the middle of downtown Incheon. They have rigged the building with bombs. Startled, he moves closer to the screen. What the hell? Are these lunatics serious? Is that girl being held hostage there or what? Han Seoun points at the person holding a gun with trembling hands. No, it's the girl wearing the mask. The anchor reports on the situation, stating that the egoistic copycats refuse to negotiate, aiming only for terror and death. The police confirm that, as of now, at least 3 people have been killed by the terrorists and about 300 hostages are still trapped inside the building. His voice cracks slightly. Seo-eun? Hey, what's our number 1 rule? The girl still remembers her brother's warning perfectly: never, under any circumstances, harm civilians. A dangerous glint flashes in his eyes. Time to clean them out. Help me out, Seo-eun? Han Seo-eun nods resolutely. He figures out the next steps for handling that person and the girl, deciding to assess the situation once he's on site. Over at the site of the copycat attack, Stardust stands before the blazing building. She bites her lip, standing in silence for a long time, before speaking into her radio. HQ, requesting permission to breach, but the other side is denying it. Stand by for orders. Once police finish final negotiations, entry will be permitted along with a shoot-to-kill order if necessary. This incident only fuels her hatred for him, all because of that bastard. Past terrorist attacks were mostly the exclusive domain of villains with superpowers. This whole drama, more or less, sent shockwaves through the villain community, but this time, he didn't focus on superpowers. Instead, he used explosives and kidnappings as a spearhead to put pressure on the heroes. Clearly, the image of him cornering us has inspired other ordinary people. She mutters bitterly to herself, as copycat crimes have broken out the very next day. Suddenly, an alert comes through the radio: Stardust, Egostick has appeared at the scene and is live streaming the interior content on YouTube. Check it immediately. Shocked, Stardust instantly pulls out her phone. Sure enough, the villain who just trifled with human lives has shown up again. Viewers pour in rapidly. What is this? A villain live streaming a terrorist attack live? The number 1 villain of this world. The chat is full of crazy people. This is a crime scene. Yeah, as long as it's not me. Free Kim Seon-woo. Free Kim Seon-woo. Where are the mods? Did he hijack the broadcast again? The footage shows Egostick inside the building, facing off against the group dressed exactly like him. They point their guns up, barking, "Who goes there?" They quickly recognize him, instantly ecstatic. Our hero, Egostick, has descended upon this place. Egostick. Egostick. Clueless as to what they are actually in for. He's here, he's really here, woohoo. He's gonna personally slaughter these idiots for us, just watch. Kim Dane's face is anything but pleased with this crowd. Man, I used long-range teleportation again, so my whole body is aching because of these punks. No. Damn it, the terrorists find it strange. Egostick? Suddenly, a booming laugh erupts. Ha, this is hilarious. Ha ha ha. Confused, they join in with awkward chuckles. Ha ha. Just then, Han Seo-eun reports, 3 o'clock position. The guy standing by the pillar is holding the detonator. He glances over at the guy, confirming it, and instantly, the man meets his end, his body ruthlessly carved into the shape of a donut. The remaining terrorists scream in utter panic. No, this guy isn't Egostick, he's definitely a cop in disguise. The remaining terrorists scream in utter panic. No, this guy isn't Egostick, he's definitely a cop in disguise. The very next scene shows a gun barrel pointed straight at each of their faces. Kim Dane scoffs, raising his hand to use his power. I have never, ever had idiots like you as my underlings. Countless gunshots ring out, filling the building with thick smoke. The agonizing screams of the guys getting shot are captured in the livestream, alongside panicked comments and voices of reason chiming in. Whoa, are they on the same side? Why did he wipe them out? Just killing them all like that, honestly so satisfying to watch. Who even is Egostick to pull off something so brutal? Those psycho copycats? People actually died. The agonizing screams of the guys getting shot are captured in the livestream, alongside panicked comments and voices of reason chiming in. Whoa, are they on the same side? Why did he wipe them out? Just killing them all like that, honestly so satisfying to watch. Who even is Egostick to pull off something so brutal? Those psycho copycats? People actually died. This is a real-life situation, guys. Right at that moment, her superiors finally give her, Stardust, the green light to move in. The top priority is ensuring the hostages' safety from both the terrorists and Egostick. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushes over to confirm the situation and finds only one person left who hasn't been shot, who happens to be the exact person he is looking for. Han Seo-eun's voice crackles through, "Bro, save her. According to my confirmation, those lunatics dragged her out and forced her into this. She didn't participate in the terrorism. She is cowering in a corner, clutching her head and crying. Ah, help me. Sob, sob. Kim Dane's hand startles her, making her let out a hiccuping sob. Hick. He directly rips her mask right off. He demands in a booming voice, "Did you do anything wrong? Yes or no?" Lee Subin responds with tear-rimmed eyes, choking out her words, "Alright, I admit it's my fault." Sob, ah. She starts crying even louder. "Alright, I admit it's my fault." Wah. Kim Dane, however, has zero patience for this. "Keep crying like that and you're getting a bullet." Lee Subin shuts up instantly, clapping her hands tightly over her mouth. He turns on his heel and walks over to the citizens who were held hostage. Surprisingly, he gives a formal, solemn bow. "I am deeply sorry. Even though I didn't cause this directly, I feel a great deal of responsibility for the copycat behavior triggered by my case." This action causes the comment section to explode. What the? Is he supposed to be a villain or what? Wait, what on earth is going on here? He continues with a sincere message to the hostages and anyone affected by my actions. "I will be sending compensation directly to your accounts. Please check them. I offer my deepest condolences to the 3 victims who lost their lives. I will pay the highest compensation possible." Even so, Kim Dane still hesitates internally due to the drawbacks of this move. "Man, transferring from shell accounts is way too easy to trace. I don't know, Seoun can handle it, right?" Han Seoun lets out a sigh, urging him on, "Sigh, bro, just bring her back now." Hearing that, it sounds like she's accepted the gig. Okay. Kim Dane throws Lee Subin right over his shoulder. Hick. His body instantly feels like it's shattering into pieces. Ah, the recoil from teleporting is making me shake like crazy. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the entire floor. Kim Dane realizes immediately that the only person capable of this is Stardust. She is storming the place, not yet having a clear grasp of the exact situation here. A few more days pass amid the ongoing commotion at John High University. Over at a certain chill cafe, KPS News reports that the villain is taking responsibility by paying compensation out of pocket. The public falls into utter chaos. The villain Egostick bows at the scene of the terrorist attack. Confirming the hostages' accounts is truly no easy feat. What kind of person is he? A KPS in-depth investigation. A blonde girl sits alone at a table, her eyes completely glued to her phone screen. Who the hell is Mangostic? Mang Egostick actually sounds legendary. Does Mang Egostick only save women? When Stardust isn't operating as a hero, she is just a regular person named Shin Haru, currently a college student. For some reason, she lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Remembering that moment, she had fiercely and desperately charged into the building with everything she had. That strike of hers sent shockwaves through the entire structure. The moment she burst inside, she was met with Egostick's completely caught-off-guard face. She locked onto her target instantly. "Egostick, you bastard, this time I am absolutely catching you." She abruptly changed her trajectory to lunge at him, but luckily, Kim Dane's legs turned to jelly right then, allowing him to dodge just in time. Stardust was pushing way too fast, making it impossible for her to react in time. Oh my god. And just like that, she let the very villain she needed to bust slip right through her fingers. The more she thinks back on it, the more frustrating it gets, causing Shin Haru to sigh in deep annoyance. Right at that moment, another girl walks over and pulls out a chair. She asks gently and affectionately, "Shin Haru, what's wrong? Is the assignment too hard to handle?" Kim Chae-hyun, Haru's senior, snaps her out of it, making her look up. "Oh, it's nothing, senior." She flusteredly turns back to her schoolwork. "I'm fine, just spacing out a little bit." Stardust, South Korea's A-rank hero, is actually named Shin Haru. When operating as a hero, she conceals her identity using a cognitive dampening filter. Because of this, everyone just thinks she's a perfectly ordinary student named Shin Haru. Well, actually, maybe she isn't completely ordinary, considering how every single guy's eyes are locked onto her. Anyway, there's something that has been worrying Chae-hyun recently, which is the fact that Haru keeps muttering the name Egostick all day long. She circles that hated name, thinking about how selfish all humans are. A massive question mark looms in her mind, but why on earth did he save the hostages? Suddenly, the person across from her pinches her cheek. "Look at you, making that gloomy face again." Kim Chae-hun cheerfully makes a suggestion, put the assignment aside for a bit. Let's go grab a mango bingsu, your absolute favorite, Haru. Haru's face brightens up instantly, mango. But just as quickly, Egostic's crazed face and twisted laugh flash through her mind. Kim Chae-hyun, who is closely watching her expressions, notices right away. Even mango can't fix this? No way. She hears Haru snap her pen, muttering, the mango is mine. Chae-hyun pampers her like a child. Alright, the mango is yours, it's all yours. The fire inside Haru's heart burns as hot as hellfire. I am completely obsessed with that egoistic jerk. I will absolutely force you out into the open. Despite her rage, when she shoves the mango ice cream into her mouth, she still eats it in a totally adorable way. In the heart of Seoul, a city haunted by villains and heroes, stands a completely ordinary-looking house. But when the main door opens, there is another door right next to the entryway. When that second door opens, lo and behold, an elevator is revealed. After stepping into the elevator and punching in the code, the doors slide shut and it begins its descent. Going down dozens of floors underground, the destination is none other than Egostic's base. Kim Dane proudly lies inside a glass capsule in what he calls the ego base. Han Seo-eun gives him an annoyed look. Bro, why do you keep casually naming someone else's house? He uses what he considers to be perfectly flawless logic. What do you mean why? Hey, there's no distinction between your house and my house between us, right? My house is your house, and your house is my house. The girl purses her lips in utter disdain but doesn't actually deny it. What the hell? That makes zero sense. Suddenly, his knees refuse to let him relax like that. A sharp wave of pain strikes him, making him thrash around and scream at the top of his lungs. Arg, ah. Seo-eun scolds him in frustration. Stop talking nonsense and just lie still so you can heal faster. Quit making such a racket. Kim Dane makes a pathetic face. Cut me some slack. Teleporting while carrying an extra person makes me twice as exhausted, you know. Suddenly, a sly grin crosses his face. Han Seo-eun, the possessor of superintelligence. He is definitely aiming a greedy gaze right at the little girl sitting on the sofa. Damn, how far along am I in reading this again? His face looks completely satisfied. Although the reason for recruiting her as an accomplice wasn't for this, fatigue recovery capsules really are the absolute best. Seo-eun looks at him, naturally giving a thumbs up with a weird look in her eyes. What is it? The door suddenly flies open, and the person he risked his life to save walks right in. I'm back, I saw the fridge was empty, so, Lee Subin asks shyly. I was wondering if anyone wants some snacks? Kim Dane jumps in shock and yells. Whoa, aren't you currently a wanted criminal? I completely covered my face before going out. He is utterly stunned and panics. That makes it even more suspicious. Even so, the young Seo-eun puts her book down and obediently runs over to Melina. But seeing this dynamic, Kim Dane forms a rather unusual speculation. Don't tell me she told me to kidnap someone just to have them run errands? He instantly teleports right in front of the little girl. Why did you tell me to bring this person here? The girl unwraps the ice cream she just received, replying nonchalantly, Oh, I just plan on asking her to help out with a few things. Kim Dane throws a tantrum. What? He keeps lowering his voice to whisper. That kind of thing should only be considered before someone goes and commits a terrorist attack. He strongly objects to bringing a terrorist into the house. Seo-eun? Hey, can you guarantee she won't start shooting up our place? The girl sighs, dismissing his concern. There's no way that's happening, she asserts with absolute certainty. And this person had no intention of participating in the terrorism. She was dragged out and practically forced into it by your copycat fanboys. Then, she points straight at the girl's face. Ma'am. Bro, wait, scratch that, ma'am, you're Lee Subin, right? She flinches in surprise. How do you know my name? Seo-eun's expression shows she obviously knows everything. I know it all, Miss Lee Subin. The little girl even knows her exact household registry information. Your parents were both researchers for the Han Seo-eun Corporation, right? Her face goes completely pale. How could you possibly know that? Seo-eun explains casually, I've read the posts you wrote on the deep web. Those encryption programs have tons of loopholes. Ma'am, do you want revenge? The girl steps closer to Lee Subin. The Han Seo-eun Corporation, Don't you want revenge for what they did to your parents? I'm tracking down the heads of the Han Seo-un Corporation myself. I've suffered a massive amount of damage because of them too. The little girl clearly extends an invitation. I need to find those bastards and crush them completely to finally feel at peace, ma'am. Will you help me? In a flash, Kim Dane realizes Seo-un's reasoning. Ah, so that's why. That girl was also a victim of Han-un, just like Seo-un. Back when I wanted Seo-un to become my very first accomplice, I also convinced her by promising to help her get revenge. Of course, my ultimate goal was to prevent her from becoming an S-rank villain down the road. But anyway, this Lee Subin girl, I have absolutely no recollection of her from the original story, so she's probably just a minor extra. That might be proof she's harmless, but I'll have to see if she can actually be of any use to me first. Suddenly, he snaps out of his thoughts as he sees the two girls hugging each other and crying their eyes out. Whoa! Kim Dane stands there completely blank-faced amidst the sobbing of the two. Wah, big sister, sob, sob. Seo-un? Man, this development is way too fast. I'm the only one who can't keep up with the emotions here. Seo-un? Your whole cool, edgy persona is totally shattered right now. He silently watches the two share their emotional moment for a long while, before settling himself back into the capsule. Whatever, I'm just gonna lie still. When evening falls at a cozy restaurant, everyone is looking anxiously and worryingly at a young married couple. The restaurant is dead quiet, save for the sound of the wife sobbing hysterically, sob, sob. Tears stream down her cheeks non-stop, her voice filled with despair as she begs for an answer. Why, heck, are you doing this to me? However, the guy across from her just glares darkly at her, causing her to lose her appetite completely. I'm literally confessing my love to you right now, so why the hell do you look so miserable? This incident prompts someone to report it to the police. A man with a cold expression approaches their table. We received a report of domestic abuse. Come with me to the station. The guy mutters a string of curses. Oh, screw off, let me eat in peace, beat it. The police officer loses his patience, slamming a hand onto his shoulder. Fine, consider yourself under arrest. His body flashes with a bright red light. Out of nowhere, the officer is instantly teleported onto the very edge of the building's rooftop railing. The guy's twisted tone echoes right behind him. Are the two of us going to the station together? He contemptuously throws a hard kick. Sure, but let me send you on your way first. Caught completely off guard, the officer plummets straight down from the high-rise. The guy flashes a cold smirk. Who the hell do you think you are to talk back to me? You pathetic excuse for a cop. You're looking at the A-rank villain, Kim Ha-chun, the spatial teleporter. The world appears in a state of utter ruin as a loud scream echoes out. Do you think killing me is going to change this world? Han Seo-un, the White Witch, a rank 5 villain with a completely different appearance from her current self. Stardust can't clearly make out the hero's expression, before a sharp call cuts off the flashback. Bro, get back to reality. The 16-year-old Han Seo-un, who is absolutely obsessed with orange juice, screams. You drank all of my orange juice again, didn't you? Lee Subin, who is washing dishes, speaks up awkwardly. Seo-un, I'm so sorry, I was actually the one who drank it, I'll buy you a replacement. Seo-un, who is just glaring down her brother, instantly runs over to hug her. Flipping her attitude in the blink of an eye, she beams brightly. It's totally fine, big sister. Witnessing this scene, Kim Dane grimaces in deep judgment. She treats me completely differently. He suddenly pipes up to ask, by the way, Seo-un, did you finally give up on dressing like a boy? The girl immediately yells back in a fury. Bro! Kim Dane takes the opportunity to tease her. He. Life for the three of them goes on happily and peacefully. Looking back at the misfortune mentioned in the original story, Han Seo-un, with her superintelligence ability, was the sole survivor of the blooming project orchestrated by the Han Seo-un Corporation. Hundreds of children were subjected to illegal human experimentation. One day, a child triggered complications that went completely outside of their calculations. Every single person involved ended up dead, except for Seo-un. The entire building collapsed back then. Afterwards, with a body covered in severe wounds, she managed to escape from the research facility, then hid inside an underground basement and built up the hideout they have right now. She had been living completely isolated like that for years until he tracked her down. Kim Dane's sudden appearance happened right when the little girl was finally in a stable state. A chair crashed heavily to the floor, making a loud racket. Seo-un flared up like a defensive hedgehog, on high alert. Kim Dane calmly made an offer.
Don't you want to get revenge on them? I need your help too, Seo-eun.
Meeting the little girl's terrified gaze, he reached his hand out, showing a friendly gesture.
I didn't come here to hurt you.
And that was the starting point that led to the present. He came to save her. Unlike in the original story, where driven by pure hatred, Seo-eun became an S-rank villain and met a tragic death. It was so pitiful for her. He swore he would never let her go down the path of a villain ever again. Still, he feels a bit curious.
I mean, now that she's an accomplice of mine, does that technically count as being a villain?
Whatever, let's just stay on the right path. Sensing his intense stare, Seo-eun snaps around, annoyed.
What are you looking at? It's not like you even understand anything anyway.
Kim Dane's gaze shifts over to the other person. As for Subin, her parents were both researchers but have passed away.
She taught herself and got accepted into a prestigious university. He knows this girl's file inside and out.
She's a computer engineering major, so she'll likely be handling technical support for Seo-eun down the road. He takes a casual sip of water. Even though she's a character I never knew before and seems a little suspicious, I have to admit her cooking skills are absolutely top tier. Suddenly, Seo-eun holds up a tiny mechanical spider.
Here, it's done, the external tracking sensor.
Kim Dane's face goes completely blank.
What do I even need a tracker for?
The girl clicks her tongue in pure exasperation.
TSK. Did you literally forget what our literal job is?
She points at the guy on the screen.
It's to use on the guy from the villain hit list you picked out. He gasps, completely taken aback. He's the teleporter?
Kim Dane knows full well, summarizing his ability, this guy can teleport infinitely across short distances without taking any physical toll whatsoever. It can't be blocked by telekinesis, making him incredibly tricky to deal with.
The girl lets out an excited giggle.
The tougher the opponent, the more we need to take them out first. He rubs his head in sheer agony.
Do you even comprehend how exhausting it is for me to teleport repeatedly?
Seo-eun cheers him on loudly.
Get to work, Egostick.
They quickly set off on their way, heading toward a small apartment located in a remote area.
Kim Dane sneaks around the building, feeling incredibly anxious. Seo-eun? Hey, am I good to go inside?
The girl urges him on.
What gives? You're still not inside yet? Just hurry up and get in there.
Yet, he remains incredibly nervous and tense.
Is it really a good idea to teleport straight into the living room like this? What if he's sitting right there?
Seo-eun lets out a heavy sigh, repeating herself yet again.
How many times do I have to tell you?
You fire the bullet rigged with the tracker, so even if he teleports to dodge the bullet, he's still getting tagged. Kim Dane looks down at the sleek gun.
What do you mean? Why?
The girl starts getting thoroughly annoyed.
Because I engineered it to deploy faster than a bullet.
You were a humanities major, so even if I explain it, you won't get it anyway.
Just go in already.
Even so, he still hesitates.
Wouldn't it be way faster to just take him out cleanly on the street?
Seo-eun feels like flipping a table at her brother's attitude. The guy literally never steps foot on the street to begin with, he uses teleportation for everything. I've already investigated and prepared this whole plan beforehand.
Oh my god, you're driving me crazy.
She is getting completely worked up, chugging down a bottle of water out of sheer frustration. Lee Subin, standing to the side, cheers him on excitedly.
Egostick, good luck. Hearing that, the little girl shyly echoes along. Yeah, Egostick, good luck. Kim Dane feels an instant surge of energy. Alright, thanks. Let's do this.
He abruptly teleports right into the criminal's home just as the guy has finished taking a shower. The man jumps in absolute shock at his sudden appearance.
Damn!
Instantly, Seo-eun screams through the comms.
Bro, shoot. He raises his gun and pulls the trigger. Crap! Two tiny mechanical spiders instantly shoot out at a mind-boggling speed. But, exactly as anticipated, Hakchul vanishes from the spot in a flash.
Kim Dane ditches the gun immediately.
Son of a bitch. Seo-eun, did the tracking sensor stick?
On Seo-eun's side, she has a perfect lock on the situation.
It's stuck. Sister Subin, call out the coordinates.
She rapidly pinpoints his location.
He's currently 500 meters away to the east.
Without a second thought, he follows her directions. Got it. Suddenly, he materializes right in the middle of a busy street.
Whoa, what's up with that guy? What the hell?
The people around immediately recognize him.
Bro, isn't that Egostick? Huh? It really is him, he scowls, scanning his surroundings. Damn it, this situation was completely not in the plan,
and his presence goes instantly viral, spreading like wildfire across social media. At a lecture hall inside John-Hai University, Shinharu is completely focused on studying, entirely unaware of what is going on. Suddenly, an alert blasts through the radio.
Egostick has appeared in the middle of the city.
Superhero Stardust, prepare to deploy immediately per the association's orders.
She bolts upright in a panic, yelling out, "What?"
Everyone in the classroom turns to stare blankly at her.
Ah, sorry everyone. Haru frantically packs up her belongings and bolts out the door. Excuse me.
She takes off rushing at full speed.
What kind of stunt is he pulling this time, Egostick? Seoun tracks the location precisely. Bro, over there, right at the intersection ahead. Kim Dane quickly spots Hakchul stumbling away.
Did he get hit? Right at that moment, the traffic light turns red, but he throws caution to the wind and leaps out to block his path. Screw it, just going for it. Seoun's panicked voice rings in his ear, Bro Dane. His reckless rush to bust that A-rank criminal blinds him to the oncoming traffic. A massive truck barreling down the street at a terrifying speed. Will he be able to react in time and make it out alive? While frantically running away, Kim Hakchul suddenly flashes back to that fateful day.
Hey, Kim Hakchul, when you stole our money and ran off, you thought that was pretty hilarious, didn't you?
Kim Hakchul back then was utterly helpless and weak, only able to whimpering and beg. I'll pay it back, please just let me go. Feeling like his apology wasn't sincere enough, he shifted to screaming his lungs out to beg, I'll pay it back.
These words thoroughly annoyed the leader, who couldn't stand it for another second. He bluntly pressed his lit cigarette right onto the rope binding Kim Hakchul. I don't give a rat's ass anymore. Witnessing this scene, he thrashed around even harder.
No, stop, don't, I was wrong, please just forgive me this one time. No matter how much he begged, the rope snapped from the burn, and he plummeted straight into the ocean. At that moment, with absolutely nothing left to lose, Kim Hakchul screamed out a furious curse, screw you, you complete pieces of trash. Just as his face was about to slam into the water, he channeled every ounce of rage in his soul and roared, I hope you all rot in hell. At that exact split second, Kim Hakchul suddenly vanished. And just as that group of thugs was getting ready to leave, he materialized out of nowhere right nearby. This bizarre phenomenon left the thugs pale-faced and terrified. What the hell? As for Kim Hakchul, seeing himself completely safe and sound, he was utterly bewildered. Huh, what? Once they snapped out of it, the group immediately rushed toward him. Get him! In no time at all, Kim Hakchul was completely surrounded.
He hadn't even nudged a single muscle.
After standing frozen on the spot for a moment, Kim Hakchul clenched his fists, his heart filling with pure, ecstatic joy. So, absolutely nobody in this world can ever catch me now. With that thought, he instantly vanished, causing the two sides to crash violently into each other as he made his escape. Back in the present, the truck driver spots the person and slams hard on the brakes, but Kim Dane has already vanished, materializing right inside the driver's cabin, scaring the absolute daylight out of the driver.
Seeing him completely unharmed, Kim Hakchul gets infuriated. God damn it.
Realizing things are going south, he turns on his heel to make a quick escape. I timed that perfectly and he still managed to dodge it.
Son of a bitch. The second Kim Dane steps out of the vehicle, Kim Hakchul has already teleported onto the roof of a nearby building.
Carefully monitoring the situation, he grits his teeth in pure rage.
That's definitely Egostick. Don't tell me his taking out those two villains had absolutely nothing to do with personal vendettas?
The more he thinks about it, the more Kim Hakchul can't swallow this bitter pill. We clearly have absolutely zero connection to each other. Down below, having exited the truck, Egostick finds himself completely surrounded by a crowd of citizens.
Yes, I'm currently busy with some work so I can't talk much. Oh my god. Oh, don't worry, I'm not gonna hurt you guys.
Now, go straight to hell, you A-rank teleporting piece of trash up there. The moment those words are uttered, a totally insane theory pops into Kim Hakchul's head.
Don't tell me he's specifically hunting down villains just to execute them? The instant he snaps out of his thoughts, Ego Stick materializes out of nowhere. From that moment on, wherever Kim Hakchul runs, he is right on his tail. Trash belongs in the dumpster, and trashy villains need to be wiped off the face of the earth. Come on, bring it on. I'm cleaning up a piece of absolute garbage today, hell yeah. Being stalked so relentlessly drives him completely insane, making him reach out to violently grab a nearby citizen. Why the hell can I still hear that guy's voice right in my ear? Kim Hakchul instantly flings the citizen backward and takes off running. Before the girl could even hit the ground, Ego Stick reached out and caught her. Oh dear, oh dear. While the girl was still dazed, he asked gently, "Are you okay, miss?" This tenderness made her blush red with embarrassment. Yes, I am. That Kim Hakchul guy, after teleporting repeatedly, had also drained most of his energy and couldn't take it anymore. He officially collapsed. Why does it have to be me? Once the girl was settled, Ego Stick shifted his attention to his original target, the A-class villain, the teleporter. Seeing him say nothing, he pulled out a handgun and pressed it right against his head. You have confessed to your own crimes. Being suddenly badmouthed like that, even the unconscious Kim Hakchul had to argue back. Ego Stick scoffed and retorted, "Damn it, you're a villain yourself." Yeah, but at least I'm not a coward like you. With that, he turned and shouted at the onlookers, "Everyone, this piece of trash stole tens of billions and murdered 4 innocent people. Those people were someone's husband, father, friend, or son. Do you want to spare this cold-blooded killer?" Asked that way, the people present didn't hesitate to give a blunt answer: finish him. That's right, finish him off, kill him, kill him. Hearing these words, Kim Hakchul thrashed around wildly. You sons of bitches, how is you calling for my execution any different from what I did? Hearing everyone's response, Ego Stick smiled, completely satisfied. Hakchul, honestly, your biggest crime is that you'll become an A-class villain in the future, murdering hundreds of people and torturing Stardust countless times. Snapping out of his thoughts, his face flipped as he threatened in a low, gravelly voice, "Are you saying those two things are the same? Sorry, but it looks like you're losing your life right here." Right after that moment, a painful scream echoed out. Ego Stick stealthily scanned his surroundings. Right in front of his eyes was the absolute joy and excitement of the citizens. This reaction caught him completely by surprise. What the? Watching someone get shot to death right in front of them, people should be screaming in terror. Having finished his business, he stood up dazed, observing the joyful expressions of the crowd. This world, aside from having superpowers, isn't any different from my old world. But times like this really make me realize I'm in a whole different world. The people here are truly baffling. After mulling it over for a while, Ego Stick brushed it aside, tipped his hat, and greeted them. But I'm a villain, aren't you guys scared? Witnessing this expression, the surrounding citizens felt a bit intimidated. Right at that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Ego Stick knew exactly who it belonged to. He quickly looked up at the sky. Stardust, damn it, I dragged this out for too long. Stardust quickly touched down, pointing right at his face as she scolded, "You bastard." Ego Stick didn't care at all, keeping his eyes glued on the newcomer. Normally she was just a slightly cold college student, but whenever she became a hero, her tone switched up like she was in a historical drama. Thinking about this, simple mode was activated, which was just dead drop gorgeous. However, that look was completely misunderstood by Stardust. What did you just do? No matter how infatuated he was, Ego Stick still played the villain role perfectly. What do you mean, what did I do? I just took care of an evil A-class villain who murdered people and robbed a bank, basically doing the job a hero is supposed to do. Faced with these words, Stardust couldn't find a single thing to argue back. Seeing that reaction, he kept talking, "Hey, I didn't do anything wrong, did I? An A-class villain can legally be executed on the spot by a hero anyway." Unable to counter, she changed the subject entirely. Ego Stick, do you think you're a hero? These words successfully left Ego Stick dazed. Ha! I'm a villain. Speaking of which, it suddenly dawned on him. At this rate, there must be a ton of people filming and cheering for Stardust, right? This place is packed, so it's absolutely perfect. Snapping out of his thoughts, he chuckled and clapped half-heartedly, spoken like a true Stardust. A villain like me punishing the wicked is indeed against the law. But I really can't get behind her rigid sense of justice. Maybe I should just retreat for today. These words once again set off a wave of chatter among the crowd. Exactly, is a villain only allowed to fight heroes? He sounds so cool. After all, you did show up late and couldn't even take down the teleporter. Honestly, Egostick didn't do anything wrong.
These words couldn't help but leave Stardust feeling lost and saddened. Not just her, even Egostick felt like the world had turned into a complete mess.
What the? Something feels way off.
Right then, Han Seoun urged him through his earpiece, "Appa, stop rambling and let's go out fast." Being rushed, combined with the current situation, he panicked and explained, "Oh, no, I didn't mean that. What I did was right. I'll keep doing evil deeds, so Stardust can just go ahead and try to stop me." Pausing for a moment, he switched back to his cool persona. "Well then, that's all for today." After saying that, he immediately used his power to vanish. With nothing left to watch, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind a still deeply pensive Stardust.
"We should probably leave too, right?"
"Yeah, let's go." When everyone had left, she walked over to the deceased Kim Hakshul, filled with sorrow. Back at the base, the moment he arrived, Egostick collapsed onto the floor.
Han Seoun was already prepared and called out loudly, "Subinani, over here, hurry!"
Lee Subin ran over in a panic upon hearing her name.
"What's wrong?"
The young girl sat down, checking the situation as she explained, "It's a side effect of the teleportation ability." After checking him over, the two girls dragged him back to his room together.
"Alright, 1, 2.
Right at that moment, the phone in Egostick's pants pocket started vibrating. Turns out a post about this afternoon's incident had been uploaded to the open forum, testing the waters of public opinion.
Who likes the cool Egostick Kappa more than that old-fashioned boomer Stardust? Count me in. That evening, Stardust sat on top of a certain building, quietly reading that exact post.
After reading it, she couldn't hide her deep sadness. Sitting on the roof of that building, Stardust recalled some painful memories from the past. Back when she was just Shinharu, a 17-year-old high school student,
a heartbreaking tragedy had struck. "No, Mom, Dad."
Smug at the sight of her agony, the robber held the wallet he had just stolen in his hand.
"You should have just handed this over quietly." After admiring his haul for a long moment, he put the wallet away and pulled out a handgun threateningly. "Blame your stupid parents."
Even with a gun pressed to her head, Shinharu had nothing left to lose at that point, so she wasn't scared at all. Not getting the reaction he wanted, the robber lost interest, smiled widely, and put the gun away.
"Lucky, you got damn lucky."
With that, the robber flicked his cigarette away, turned around, and walked away. Letting the person who murdered her parents walk free, Shinharu was consumed by resentment, but she could only collapse helplessly and cry, "If only I had the power to protect Mom and Dad." No matter how much regret she felt, what was done was done. "Mom, Dad, I will finish that bastard off." Following that declaration, Shinharu could only sit there beside her parents' bodies, crying her eyes out. Right at that moment, a flash of light pierced through the dark sky.
Immediately after, a shooting star shot straight down into the narrow alleyway.
The crying high schooler, Shinharu, saw the strange light and raised her head to look. The moment she looked up, an incredibly blinding flash hit her eyes.
Right after, a bizarre light enveloped the alleyway.
As the light gradually faded, Shinharu fell unconscious, and her hair changed from black to blonde. The next day at the secret base, after getting plenty of rest,
Kim Dane finally opened his eyes.
Han Seoun was already waiting right by the glass panel, just waiting for this exact moment to cheer.
"You're awake."
Before she could even say anything else, he looked at the young girl tiredly.
"Seoun, can I get a nice hot meal to eat?"
Suddenly, Han Seoun shoved her phone toward him.
"Listen to this while you eat."
Instantly, the young girl read the news article on her phone screen out loud to him.
A compilation of facts about the A-class villain Egostick. Dane, only state the facts about the A-class villain Egostick.
Reading the article carefully, Han Seoun listed off the countless feats Dane had achieved.
Eliminated A-class villain Liv, eliminated A-class villain Zodiac.
For the citizens of South Korea who were already exhausted, he even staged and suppressed special situations at the observatory without any casualties. Just when it seemed like the article ended there, the young girl read further. At the same time, he also suppressed the fanatics who caused trouble and held hostages in his name, and even paid compensation to the hostages. Pausing for a bit, Han Seoun finished reading the rest of the post. The A-class villain, the teleporter, had been on the run for a long time. Despite a bounty, authorities deemed capturing him to be extremely difficult. Seriously, Egostick doesn't look like a villain at all. Feeling like that wasn't shocking enough, the young girl happily shared another piece of information.
7,842 likes and 12 dislikes. What do you think? Hearing this, Dane panicked and quickly asked, What about Stardust? Hearing that name, Han Seo-eun couldn't hide her annoyance. That Stardust woman? Check out the comments right below.
Without waiting for him to take the phone, the young girl read it right away.
Honestly, Egostick is better than Stardust. Stardust hasn't done anything useful up until now anyway.
Hearing these words, Dane choked on his food right on the spot. Not stopping there, the young girl read more. King Ego has already taken down 3 A-class villains. After calming down, Dane asked hesitatingly, so why is Stardust getting hate? To this question, Han Seo-eun thought for a moment before replying, probably because out of the 3 A-class heroes, she's the least active. Honestly, Shadow Walker or Ice have saved dozens, even hundreds of people alone, while Stardust hasn't really done much. After reading everything, the young girl tentatively watched the reaction of the guy next to her.
See, that's how people are reacting.
Hearing these comments, Kim Dane was in complete despair, unable to hide it.
Is that the majority?
As if that wasn't shocking enough, Han Seo-eun directly showed him her screen, bragging with a strange mango icon. Yep, while Egostick even has a whole fan club. This piece of information officially broke Dane, making him drop to his knees, clutching his head and pulling his hair.
No way. These crazy people, what do they mean a villain fan club?
Unable to accept this situation, he stood up, his mind plotting a new scheme.
Alright, we can't just let this slide.
After thinking it over back and forth, Kim Dane made up his mind and started preparing for the next terror attack.
Alright, Seo-eun, Subin, can you two handle it?
Suddenly being called out by name, the two girls were stunned and panicked.
Hey, again? Me?
Ignoring the girls' dejected expressions, Dane was filled with excitement and anticipation. Either way, I have to let the people of South Korea know what a real villain is and who a real hero is.
Just wait, Stardust, I'll bring you back to the top.
The person being anticipated was currently enjoying a completely satisfying, delicious mango frappe smoothie.
While enjoying her drink, Shin Haru suddenly noticed something.
Turns out the cherry blossoms outside had burst into full bloom, creating an incredibly romantic scenery. As romantic and poetic as it was, her mind was occupied only by people's criticisms.
What's so great about being a hero? Showing up only after the job is done? She probably wouldn't have even caught the teleporter anyway.
Recalling those words, Shin Haru sighed.
Seizing the moment, countless negative thoughts flooded her mind like a tidal wave.
The public is more wild for Egostick, who slaughters villains, than for heroes who only handle things with suspended sentences. I did my absolute best, so why am I still getting trashed like this? Refusing to let herself stay negative, Shin Haru slapped her own face a few times. Wake up! Right at that moment, a familiar voice called out. Haru, why are you slapping your own face? Hearing this voice, she snapped out of it to see Kim Chae-hyun smiling gently as she sat down next to her.
Shin Haru tensed up.
Her senior smiled at her junior, offering warmly, "The weather is so nice, let's take a little break." Being invited like that, Shin Haru didn't hesitate to agree right away. You're right, when did the cherry blossoms bloom so fully anyway? Kim Chae-hyun pulled out her phone excitedly.
Oh right, do you want to check this out? It's really viral lately, but Haru, you probably don't know about it yet.
She showed her an image of a dancing mango to introduce it.
How about it? Pretty funny, right? Lately, I find Egostick really charming.
Looking at that image, Shin Haru grit her teeth in frustration, completely unwilling to accept it.
Even Chae-hyun's son B likes him?
While scrolling through her phone, she suddenly noticed something.
Oh, what's this?
Kim Chae-hyun turned her phone screen toward her.
Haru, Egostick is streaming live right now.
Hearing this, she was shocked.
What? The moment she pulled out her phone, that familiar voice echoed.
This time, Egostick was aiming his crosshairs right at Stardust.
Instantly, Shin Haru rushed back to the association and deployed straight to the scene.
The moment the notification ended, Shin Haru slammed the table and stood up.
Chae-hyun-ani, I have an emergency so I have to go first, I'm so sorry.
With that, she turned and bolted out of the cafe, leaving Chae-hyun without a chance to process it.
Haru?
While running, Shin Haru hardened her resolve. Just you wait, Egostick, this time I will definitely catch you. Meanwhile, at a certain cliffside, a familiar screen appeared, followed by Egostick's voice ringing out.
Long time no see. Hello everyone, I'm the villain Egostick.
Right after introducing himself, he expectantly watched the comments scrolling wildly.
How will they react? This is insane. Are they treating this like a surprise event or something? Clearing his mind of random thoughts, Egostick opened his phone and spoke mockingly. There's been a lot of news about me lately, right? I'm not a hero, I'm a villain, and apparently, I even have a fan club now.
Saying this, he flashed a sinister smile, manipulating his phone to point down at the train tracks.
Maybe everyone is misunderstanding something? I'm a villain.
Pointing at the captured hostages, he then gestured toward the distant train.
Ah, the train is about to pull in. Are you watching, Stardust?
The moment this question was asked, a comment popped up.
He really is a hardcore fan who genuinely loves Stardust, huh? Ignoring it completely, he began explaining the setup.
The rules are simple, make your choice. Egostick angled the camera down at the tracks, starting to apply pressure. Leave the lever alone to save one person instead of 5, or sacrifice one person for the majority. Flip the lever and one person says bye-bye. Saying this, he thought of Lee Subin, who was controlling the train, and kept up the pressure.
Don't even think about slacking. If you try to pull these people off the tracks, I'll flip the train instantly. Got that, Stardust?
Having explained the rules thoroughly, Egostick invited her.
Your only choice is to just flip the lever.
Right as he finished speaking, Stardust appeared.
You bastard, Egostick.
Without thinking twice, the girl dove straight down, standing right above. He looked at her with satisfaction.
You finally made it, Stardust?
Looking at the captured hostages, she began to calculate. If I try to save them, the passengers on the train will be in danger.
Think, Stardust, how can I save everyone here?
Seeing that hesitant look, Egostick, acting against his own conscience, urged her on. Come on, the pentakill train is entering the station.
How will our Stardust choose?
Before she could even move, the viewers started speculating first.
These comment streams made Egostick very pleased.
As expected, everyone thinks Stardust will flip the lever.
But I believe the Stardust I know isn't that kind of person.
Right at that moment, Lee Subin screamed in panic through the earpiece.
Dane, she's running right toward me, what do I do?
Looking at the figure sprinting like the wind, he reassured her.
We're streaming live, so mute the broadcast mic first.
Don't worry, she isn't coming to hurt you, Subin. Continuing forward, Lee Subin gained a bit more confidence by this point.
Yes,
successfully reassuring her, Egostick went right back to playing the villain.
Okay, mic back on. Oh wow, is this even allowed? What is Stardust doing? She can actually pull that off? Doing that will tear her apart. Stardust, why are you rushing in to commit suicide? Stop it.
No matter what he said, Stardust and the train crashed right into each other, and with all her might, she tried to push through, just hold on a little longer. But suddenly, the train surged forward even faster than before, catching Egostick off guard.
Is its speed increasing? Realizing what was happening, he panicked. Subin SSI, wake up.
But the person had been passed out for ages, yielding no response, leaving him completely flustered.
I didn't account for this.
Looking at Stardust standing dazed at the foot of the mountain, Egostick continued his psychological warfare.
Come on, the pentakill train is entering the station, how will our Stardust choose?
Even though he said that outwardly, his heart was full of anticipation as he looked at the girl below.
What would the fiercely righteous girl choose? The person he was counting on was currently locked in an agonizing internal struggle.
After a moment of thought, Stardust grit her teeth and charged straight toward the train.
Witnessing this action, Egostick was highly satisfied, pulling the brim of his hat down low. Good, everything up to this point is completely going according to plan.
Satisfied with how things were unfolding, he carried a terrified, thrashing girl closer to the train tracks.
Arriving at the spot, Egostick gently set the pale-faced girl down on the tracks, then secured her with duct tape. Despite acting this way, Egostick's inner voice was screaming.
Oh, this is exhausting. If it wasn't for Shadow Walker, doing this at night would probably be way more comfortable. Preparing a daytime terror attack requires watching out for so many things. Complaining aside, he still finished tying the final knot.
With the hostage fully secured, Egostick used his teleportation power to go up to the cliffside to watch the developments.
Observing the 5 people he had tied down on the tracks, he was very pleased with his work.
I'm actually a little proud of this.
Looking at the peaceful scenery ahead, Egostick recalled some information. In the original story, Stardust would weaken after clashing with villains, but in return, she would mature.
So if I eliminate the villains ahead of time to help her, she'll lose her chance to grow.
Snapping out of his thoughts, he reached out to write a few familiar lines on the ground. Finished writing, Egostick smiled triumphantly, telling himself, just consider this a specially customized physical training ground for you. Returning to the present, seeing Stardust use all her strength to hurl herself at the train, he was caught off guard and quickly tried to stop her.
What's wrong? Doing that will blow you to pieces, Stardust.
That scene sent the online onlookers into a frenzy of discussion. Looking at each comment line, he felt despair.
This wasn't my intention.
Outwardly he said that, but inwardly he was incredibly smug.
It totally was my intention.
By this time, Stardust had crashed straight into the train, causing the front of the locomotive to shatter. Standing on the cliffside, Egostick watched, analyzing the scene. Her raw physical strength and flying capabilities are both lacking by about 2%. She's still just a Nera-class hero, so stopping this train might be beyond her limits.
But there's a trait about her that others don't know.
Closely observing Stardust's strained, determined face, Egostick commented honestly. That is, when facing danger, her potential explodes exponentially. Thinking so, yet Stardust was gradually being pushed backward. Even so, he remained highly confident. So she is completely capable of stopping this. With his absolute faith, the train engine began to sputter and sputter. However, instead of stopping, it pushed forward even harder.
This phenomenon made Egostick uneasy. The train's speed is actually getting faster?
Realizing this, he quickly called his accomplice, but Lee Subin had already fainted long ago.
Subin SSI, wake up. Receiving no response, Egostick fell into a state of panic. I didn't plan for this scenario. The worst-case scenarios played out like a movie in his mind.
If the people tied to the tracks die, then even if it's a path paved with flowers,
Stardust's image as a brave superhero will be completely destroyed.
Thinking of that situation, Egostick clutched his head in agony.
What should I do?
At the same time, the train had drawn dangerously close to the unfortunate girl. Noticing this, Stardust grit her teeth, unleashing power far beyond her limits. Seeing the train refuse to stop, she poured every ounce of her life force into blocking it. Even though the front of the train was practically reduced to scrap metal, it didn't slow down a bit. Standing above, Egostick looked at Stardust expectantly. Please, please, please. As the distance between the train and the hostage narrowed, he could only pray. Please, I beg you. Suddenly, Egostick noticed something. Turns out, after all that effort, the train was finally brought to a halt by Stardust, and everything was captured on phone cameras.
Witnessing the unbelievable feat, Egostick rejoiced. She blocked it, we're temporarily out of the dead end.
Amidst the chaotic scene, he was filled with anticipation.
Come on, show up already, Stardust, is she going to be okay?
That train was way too fast. Looking at the live stream screen, Egostick's mind ran wild. Could she have died? But at that exact moment, Stardust's familiar figure emerged. Seeing the girl he rooted for was safe and sound, he couldn't hide his excitement and cheered out loud. A moment later, realizing he was still supposed to be a villain, he corrected himself.
No, you actually blocked it. You really endured that? My plan wasn't supposed to go like this. Shifting his attention to the dazed Stardust, Egostick rationalized to himself. She found her own way to solve the dilemma in her own style.
Exactly. This declaration caused the comments section to explode. Reading every single sentence, his face was filled with pure thrill. Yes, this is the exact reaction I wanted. See that? With soaring pride, he showered the girl below with endless praise. This is the hero named Stardust. Look at her power bursting forth solely out of her desire to save people. Stardust, after expending all her energy, finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Seeing this, his eyes filled with worry, and abandoning his image, he leaped down to check on her. Approaching her, his heart ached as he heard her faint scolding. You bastard Egostick. Even though he felt bad, Egostick stayed focused. Alright, Stardust, you did an amazing job in a way I never could have imagined. This is your victory. With that, he closed her eyes so she could rest, instructing her gently. I'm leaving now, get some good rest. Before long, another hero will come to help you. Leaving Stardust to rest, he stood up, taking off his hat to express his respects. Yes, my terror attack ends here.
Thank you all for watching.
Following his words, the screen went black, and a bombshell comment popped up.
Those two, what is up with that ambiguous atmosphere between them?
The next morning at the secret base, Han Seo-eun was brimming with energy, running all over the place.
Wake up, you sleepyheads. Kim Dane and Lee Soo-bin, after yesterday's event, looked utterly haggard and exhausted. Oh my god, I'm going to die. Warning, Seo-eun.
This appearance drew a comment from the young girl.
It was just one terror attack, why is everyone so completely wiped out?
Instead of scolding, Han Seo-eun pointed to a fully set dining table, inviting them.
Come on, look at all this hot food.
The eyes of the other two lit up instantly.
Seo-eun, you prepared all this?
Dane woke up fully, patting Han Seo-eun's head in praise.
Thank you so much. Seo-eun, it's really nothing.
Blushing, the young girl gave his waist a sharp pinch. While Dane writhed in pain, Han Seo-eun sat down at the table, urging them on.
Hurry up and eat, it's going to get cold.
The three of them sat down at the table together, enjoying breakfast.
Bon appetit, everyone.
After saying their graces, everyone focused on savoring the delicious food. While eating, Han Seo-eun noticed the remote control nearby and reached out to grab it.
The young girl ate quickly and ran over to the sofa to watch TV. Let's check out the new news.
As the news broadcast opened, Han Seo-eun excitedly pointed at the screen.
Let's see how yesterday's achievements are being reported. Next story.
Hearing that, Dane, who was eating, couldn't hide his smugness.
My image as a villain must be deeply etched by now.
Of course, Stardust also skyrocketed to fame, killing two birds with one stone. The bird eats the whole egg. Right on cue, Han Seo-eun burst out laughing, and her bizarre state left him completely puzzled.
What's so funny? The young girl pointed at the screen, shouting excitedly, look, they're saying you two are dating.
The news anchor's commentary echoed out. This all started after the A-class hero, Stardust, stopped that train yesterday.
First off, I'd like everyone to take a close look at this photo.
The moment he closed her eyes to let her rest flashed on the screen. The anchor continued, looking at this, the villain and the hero look exactly like a pair of lovebirds. Elsewhere, Shinharu watched the broadcast, unable to suppress her rage as she crushed her glass to pieces.
Meanwhile, on his end, Kim Dane yelled out in sheer frustration, what the hell is this?
The host spoke up, in South Korea, the most popular villain is Egostick, and the rising rookie superhero is Stardust.
The dating rumors between these two are absolutely blowing up lately. Reporter Park, what exactly caused these romance rumors to catch fire like this? Reporter Park pointed at the screen and followed up, take a look at this, do you notice it? The host responded, huh? Alright, that's a message with Stardust's name written on it.
Reporter Park slammed his hand on the table, standing up to speak louder. Wrong, it's not just a simple message.
To my Stardust. It means this is a gift I'm giving to you, that's the real meaning behind it.
Reporter Park slammed his hand on the table, standing up to speak louder. Wrong, it's not just a simple message.
To my Stardust. It means this is a gift I'm giving to you, that's the real meaning behind it. Reporter Park pointed at the scene, declaring emphatically, look closely, if this isn't love, then what is?
When Egostick uttered those final words and closed Stardust's eyes, Stardust peacefully drifted off to sleep as well.
Reporter Park added, if those two aren't dating, then what do you even call this?
Elsewhere, Shinharu sat all alone in a classroom, watching the panel discussion. In a gloomy mood, Shinharu rested her chin on her hand, thinking to herself, has everyone lost their minds? Stardust dating that psycho villain?
Absolutely never going to happen.
Shinharu fell silent again for a moment, then questioned herself.
What is this?
I clearly feel nothing but pure hatred and resentment toward that guy, yet somewhere along the line, a bizarre emotion is getting mixed in. While Shinharu sat talking to herself gloomily, a girl walked up to her. Kim Chae-hyun spoke to Shinharu with a sympathetic face. Haru, schoolwork has completely drained your soul. Then, Kim Chae-hyun pulled out an ice cream flyer, smiling brightly at Shinharu. Let me heal you today. After that, Kim Chae-hyun tossed the flyer aside, her eyes shining with emotion. Just trust me today, let's go out and have some fun. In another location, endless whining could be heard echoing through the house. Please, please. Han Seo-eun was throwing a tantrum, throwing herself wildly on the floor, dying to go out. Lee Soo-bin, at a complete loss, said, Seo-eun, stop whining like that. Han Seo-eun refused to back down, arguing, we've already done 2 terror attacks.
I want to go play now. Right then, Kim Dane also chimed in, Soo-bin SSI, Seo-eun, why don't we all head out for a bit?
The moment Han Seoun heard this, she instantly snapped upright, ending her tantrum on the spot. The young girl cheered out loud in sheer joy.
Subin let out a smile too.
Kim Dane held a flyer for an ice cream festival in his hand, identical to the one Kim Chae-hyun had earlier.
He smiled and thought, this event wasn't in the original story, but it shouldn't be a problem, right? On Shinharu's end, her mood had also improved as she thought expectantly, an ice cream festival?
At the ice cream festival, it was absolutely packed with people everywhere, making for a vibrant scene.
Kim Dane remarked, wow, even for a weekday afternoon, it's pretty crowded. Han Seoun walked beside him holding a cone, asking Kim Dane in confusion, Appa, are you wearing black again? Kim Dane smiled and replied, Seoun, real men have to wear black. Han Seoun said amusingly, what kind of nonsense is that? Kim Dane seemed quite taken aback. Oh, she smiled that brightly?
And she even called me Appa. Kim Dane smiled gently, thinking, looks like she's in a genuinely great mood.
Han Seoun cheered, pointing ahead, there's the rice ice cream. With that, Han Seoun immediately ran toward the ice cream booth in pure excitement. Kim Dane smiled and said to Lee Subin, going out was totally worth it, huh? Subin replied happily, yeah, seriously, she looks so happy.
Lee Subin activated her perception blocking filter just for herself. Back when she was recruited by Kim Dane, she had already been on broadcast once.
Kim Dane sampled a spoonful of ice cream. He gasped in surprise, oh, this is actually delicious. Kim Dane scooped up another spoonful and said, Subin, you try some too.
Lee Subin blushed, staring shyly at the spoonful of ice cream Kim Dane held out to her.
Han Seoun stood nearby, asking innocently, what's wrong, Ani? Hurry up and eat. Lee Subin stammered, wait, give me a second. While Lee Subin shyly opened her mouth, slowly leaning closer to the spoon, she thought, isn't this basically an indirect kiss? Finally, Subin took a bite of the ice cream.
Instantly, her face filled with pure bliss as she exclaimed, it's so good. Han Seoun had already finished off her own cone. The young girl happily bolted over to another booth. Look over there, mango-flavored ice cream.
Kim Dane quickly called out, hey, wait up for me.
Han Seoun stared intently through the glass display at the ice cream tubs with wide, sparkling eyes.
Next, she enthusiastically told the clerk, one cone, please.
While scooping the ice cream, the clerk smiled and said to Kim Dane, oh boy, this little girl looks exactly like her parents, she's absolutely precious.
Kim Dane was speechless, excuse me? After a moment, he closed his eyes and just rolled with it. Oh yeah, that's right.
Lee Subin stood right next to him, her entire face blushing crimson.
Han Seoun turned back, giggling as she teased Kim Dane in a low voice, this mister over here looks way older than his actual age, huh?
Refusing to lose, Kim Dane teased her right back, that's probably just because of your height, it's not on me. Unable to counter him, Han Seoun just huffed.
The clerk handed over the ice cream, here you go, sweetie.
1 cone and 2 cups.
As they took the ice cream, Kim Dane smiled and asked Han Seoun, did you order for us too?
The young girl answered, you're the leader of the Mango Association, so of course you have to eat mango-flavored ice cream.
Kim Dane was thrown for a loop again by his bizarre new identity, asking back, the Mango Association?
Catching the clerk's smile, Kim Dane didn't know where to hide his face out of embarrassment, muttering, it's nothing. Suddenly, Kim Dane's eyes widened in sheer shock. Turns out, the clerk had proudly turned around to reveal the back of his shirt, which featured a chibi illustration of Kim Dane in his egoistic persona.
The clerk smiled and asked, I made this myself, looks pretty good, right?
Kim Dane was completely at a loss for words. Han Seoun, on the other hand, generously gave a thumbs up, praising, absolute cinema. A while later, the three of them sat together on a stone bench, relaxing and eating their ice cream. Suddenly, Kim Dane noticed something.
He asked Han Seoun, Seoun, did you know I used to be a master dart thrower back in the day?
Kim Dane got ready to show off his skills. I'll show you what I've got.
Han Seoun called him out instantly, asking, hey, aren't you just planning to cheat using your telekinesis?
Kim Dane immediately froze up like stone. The employee spoke up, we have an event going on right now. The female employee at the dart booth explained, if you manage to hit the target all 10 times, you'll win a 10-tier ice cream tower.
Han Seoun chimed in, personally, I'd prefer second place.
That teddy bear over there is way cuter.
Kim Dane asked the employee, but the first place winner can choose whatever they want anyway, right? The employee confirmed, yes, that's correct. Kim Dane confidently promised Han Seoun, Seoun, did you hear that? I'll get it for you.
Kim Dane calculated in his head, pretending to focus deeply while planning to discreetly use a bit of his power to get it done in one clean shot. Just then, Kim Chae-hyun walked up to the dart booth as well and asked the clerk, "How much for one turn?" She caught the attention of Kim Dane, who was standing right next to her. He thought to himself, "Oh, this person looks incredibly familiar." Immediately after, Kim Dane jolted as it clicked that this was Kim Chae-hyun, Shin Haru's college senior. Kim Chae-hyun said, "Wow, Haru, the prizes even include a 10-tier ice cream tower."
Another female voice rang out, "Let me try to get one for you."
Seeing Kim Dane standing frozen all this time, Han Seo-eun asked in confusion, "What are you doing?
Hurry up and throw already."
At this point, Lee Subin and Han Seo-eun finally noticed Shin Haru's presence as well. The trio collectively broke out into a cold sweat, not daring to utter a single sound. After that, Shin Haru glanced over at the three of them. She looked at Kim Dane, who was still frozen mid-pose, getting ready to throw a dart.
Kim Chae-hyun beamed with a bright, radiant smile, pointing straight ahead. "Haru, look over there, they have rice ice cream."
The two of them headed into the ice cream shop.
Kim Chae-hyun was in absolute ecstasy over the flavor. "This is incredibly delicious." In a cheerful mood, she looked at Shin Haru. "Haru, you should try some of this."
Shin Haru leaned in down low, taking a bite of the ice cream off her lips. After eating it, her cheeks flushed pink, and her eyes lit up. "It really is good." Kim Chae-hyun, holding the ice cream cup with a wide, satisfied grin, said, "Your face is finally relaxing, Haru." Seemingly drawn by something, both of them turned their heads at the exact same time. Kim Chae-hyun grabbed Shin Haru's hand, her heart bursting with pure excitement. "Let's go. They have Haru's absolute favorite ice cream flavor over there."
Fixing her eyes on a food stall, she urged, "It's mango flavor. Let's go eat." Upon seeing the mango, Shin Haru's eyes sparkled with immense delight.
But shortly after, her mood suddenly turned gloomy, and she lowered her face. The clerk gleefully turned his back, revealing the chibi illustration on his shirt. "I made this myself."
Kim Chae-hyun praised appreciatively, "Oh my gosh, that is so cute."
Afterward, the two girls took a break on a cool stone bench.
Kim Chae-hyun stretched comfortably. "This feels so nice." She tilted her head slightly, turning to Shin Haru. "You like it too, right, Haru?"
Breaking out of her funk, Shin Haru flashed a bright smile and replied, "Yeah, of course, Ani." Then, Shin Haru closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Underneath a massive cherry blossom tree, a few petals drifted down gently as Shin Haru thought, "How long has it been since I've been out just to enjoy the scenery like this?" With her lips curving into a smile and her eyes closed, she murmured, "This is wonderful." Not long after, Kim Chae-hyun pointed toward a stall ahead. "Haru, once we're done with this, let's go try that one."
Shin Haru watched her intently as she bubbled with excitement. "Darts?"
Instantly, Shin Haru smiled brightly. "That looks like fun." Balloons were neatly decorated and arranged across the roof of the stall in vibrant colors.
The friendly female employee handed over the dart gear. "We're running an event right now.
If you hit the target all 10 times, you get a 10-tier ice cream tower."
Shin Haru looked at it gently and replied, "All right."
Her distinct blue eyes scanned the area, landing right on three players who were breaking out into a cold sweat. They looked just like a young couple, but why did the little girl have silver hair? No, she'd probably pass better as his niece.
Shin Haru stared intently at the anxious Kim Dane, thinking to herself, "Why does this man feel so incredibly familiar?" Before she could ponder any further, Kim Chae-hyun cheered from behind her, "Haru, you give it a shot." Shin Haru listened and quickly agreed. "Oh, okay." Shin Haru threw it perfectly straight, unleashing a brilliant burst of orange light. Kim Chae-hyun grinned from ear to ear with delight, a bullseye on the very first shot.
Kim Dane watched, breaking into a sweat and feeling quite anxious as he thought, Stardust's abilities are monstrous strength and flight. As time goes on, I find myself staring at her longer, but this monstrous strength isn't just about being powerful. Then she utilized the item in her hand, or to be more precise, right at that moment, Shin Haru pulled off another magnificent throw, putting her extraordinary physical stats on full display. Excited and enthusiastic voices rang out, 2 for 2. Kim Dane lowered his gaze, his mood sinking into slight disappointment as he thought, right now, her power only explodes like crazy when it's absolutely necessary, but later on, she'll gradually become a superhuman who transcends human limits entirely. Shin Haru threw the darts in a blissful mood, with not just her 5 senses but even her 6th sense heightened. In other words, her instincts would immediately alert her if anything was amiss. Shin Haru found it odd how dejected Kim Dane looked, keeping her mind racing to verify her suspicion. Right at this moment, it was just enough for her to get a gut feeling about who this guy might actually be. If I expose my identity right here, the image of Shin Haru transforming into a superhuman flashed through his mind, and she'd throw me straight into prison. Shin Haru and Kim Chae-hyun hugged each other in pure joy, leaving Kim Dane completely dumbfounded. A dart thrown by Shin Haru at high speed popped a balloon. Kim Chae-hyun stood right beside her, praising her endlessly with pride. "Haru, you're amazing. You hit all 10. Hearing that, Shin Haru immediately became shy and reserved. "It's nothing, really, it was easy." The happy employee handed the two girls the 10-tier ice cream tower. "Here is your 10-tier ice cream."
The employee suddenly turned to Kim Dane. "Oh, aren't you going to throw, sir?"
He was caught off guard and stammered, "Oh boy, the person next to me was so good that I completely lost myself watching her."
"I'll throw right now."
Kim Dane turned to Han Seo-eun, forcing a smile as he spoke hesitatingly. "Seo-eun, look here.
I'll show you my master dart throwing technique." The young girl cheered him on, though she looked a bit skeptical.
"Hurry up." Kim Dane gripped all 10 darts at once, his mind racing with anxiety. "I don't need to use my powers. I'll just throw a few randomly and then get the hell out of here." He quickly and decisively threw them all forward in a flash. But unfortunately, his 10 blind throws cleanly popped all 10 balloons. Everyone's eyes went wide, completely stunned by the display.
Kim Dane, on the other hand, was horrified. How on earth did that happen?
Kim Chae-hyun, holding the 10-tier ice cream tower, looked at him with a surprised face. "The customer next to us is incredibly skilled too."
The employee brought out a teddy bear. "You mentioned you wanted the teddy bear over the grand prize, right?
Here you go, the teddy bear is all yours." But Kim Dane chose to make a quick exit instead.
The employee raised her hand to stop them. "Oh, wait a minute." The three of them ran off, laughing sheepishly. "It's fine, we're heading out." Han Seo-eun quickly joined in. "Yeah, bye."
Kim Chae-hyun, holding the towering ice cream, smiled brightly. "Hey, let us bring that over to help Haru." Shin Haru, holding her teddy bear, turned her head around. "Yes."
But halfway through, the ice cream tower tripped because it was too top-heavy, completely collapsing.
The multicolored layers of ice cream flew straight toward Kim Dane. Seeing this, he thought, "If even a single drop touches me, it's an instant bad ending." With wide eyes and his mouth open, he panicked. "I have to dodge this at all costs." Kim Dane's brain worked at hyperspeed as he dodged to the clean side and collapsed heavily onto the ground. Everyone who saw it rushed over in a panic.
Han Seo-eun cried out frantically, "Appa!" Shin Haru felt incredibly guilty, her mouth agape. "Are you okay?"
Kim Chae-hyun, her eyes lowered and a hand over her mouth, showed deep concern. Kim Dane quickly replied, "I'm completely fine, you don't need to worry about it." Then, slowly and carefully, Kim Dane pushed himself up, rubbing his neck. "It's nothing, I just overreacted a bit, all I had to do was dodge it."
"Come on, let's get going." Lee Soo-bin watched the whole thing, looking slightly annoyed. "What are you thinking?
Please hurry up, if this keeps up, we're all going to die."
Sweat dripped down Kim Dane's face. Mid-sentence, an ominous dark smoke started billowing from behind them. "Let's move, fast."
Shin Haru and Kim Dane immediately whirled around to look at the bizarre anomaly. A deep crimson sky accompanied by thick, ash-black smoke sent the citizens fleeing in a mad dash. The razor-sharp fangs of a blue-furred crocodile emerged. It stood tall and massive at the front, roaring out, "Stardust, Stardust, come out here right now." A system prompt announced, "Crocodile Man, A-class villain." Kim Dane pulled Han Seo-eun and Lee Soo-bin close, making Lee Soo-bin blush furiously. "You two stay right here." Kim Dane's sharp, suspicious eyes flared up as he thought, according to the original plot, it's not time for this guy to appear yet, so why the hell is he suddenly active right now? Shin Haru seemed to have a grasp on the situation and charged forward. Kim Chae-hyun gasped in shock, "Haru." Kim Dane grit his teeth, a flash of agony crossing his face. Heading back to headquarters to get a perception filter will take way too long. If this were the Stardust from the original story, the moment she revealed her face would mark the beginning of a tragic downward spiral. An image of a blonde woman hiding her face appeared. No way, in the original plot, nothing good happens when she shows her face. A sharp pang of pain shot through Kim Dane's body as he clenched his jaw. "Even if the sky collapses, I absolutely will not let that happen."
Kim Dane roared out as purple energy suddenly erupted, enveloping his entire body, the beams growing more intense by the second.
Kim Dane's civilian clothes tore off completely, flying away into the distance. He emerged wearing a sharp suit and a stylish hat, looking completely unrecognizable from his usual self. "I'll clean up my things later."
"Seo-eun? The girl standing behind me, what on earth do you think you're doing?"
Shortly after, Kim Dane barked an order to Han Seo-eun, "Help me stream this broadcast." Han Seo-eun sat there dazed, clutching her teddy bear as she muttered, "Dane Appa." The crocodile went on a wild rampage, tearing everything to shreds with its bare hands. Stardust, if you don't show yourself, I'll flatten this entire place. Its eyes flashed with a bright golden hue at the sound of a broadcast voice. Hello, valued viewers. A set of black speakers blared out an echoing voice. The true villain of this era. Kim Dane gripped the mic, flashing a toothy grin. The public enemy of South Korea, Egostick. His voice echoed far and wide through the speakers. You dare trespass on my turf, you little gecko? Standing below, it growled in fury, ready to strike. What? Netizens on the online forums were already losing their minds. Egostick, Egostick, Egostick. One user gasped, oh my god, is that really Egostick? Another account commented, he literally just admitted to being the public enemy himself. Someone else questioned, wasn't he a hero before? I'm so confused. Everyone was hyped. One user started off, laughing hysterically, why does this feel like a rock festival, man? Kim Dane's terrifying expression came into view as he looked down, muttering coldly, now, you die right here. Inside a major corporate building 3 years ago, within an association lecture hall, a voice echoed. The equipment in front of them was an absolute necessity for heroes. A middle-aged man stood before the neatly seated crowd. He pointed at the advanced machine beside him and said, what we call a perception diminishing filter is commonly abbreviated as just a filter. He explained, once you enter the device and come back out, the filter will be applied to your face for a certain period of time. Only faces with an active filter will cause viewers to experience face blindness. He continued, however, if you reveal your face to someone who already knows what you look like, the filter will be completely useless. Does everyone understand? The crowd below responded in unison, yes, sir. Following that, his expression turned deadly serious. He gripped the microphone tightly and said, any idiot knows how dangerous it is for a hero to have their identity exposed. Forget your career, your entire life is basically over. Burn that into your memory. Shinharu, sitting in the crowd, shouted back with absolute resolve, yes, sir. Back in reality, the streets lay in ruins, completely enveloped in thick smoke and dust. At that moment, Kim Chae-hyun and Shinharu were desperately taking cover by the roadside. Shinharu turned her head to scan her surroundings, a frantic look on her face. She thought to herself, it's too late to go back to headquarters for a filter, what do I do? Suddenly, Shinharu clenched her fists, her expression hardening with determination. She looked toward the panicked crowd and thought, in a crisis like this, did I become a hero just to run away? Shinharu immediately let down her hair. Her brilliant blonde locks fluttered wildly in the wind, her face a mask of pure resolve. She clenched her fists tightly, stepping forward as she thought, no. Seeing this, Kim Chae-hyun screamed out in a panic, Haru. Suddenly, a group of people looked at their phones with ecstatic expressions and shouted, look, it's Egostick. Egostick is here. Hearing this, Shinharu spun around in shock, her face a mix of confusion as she gasped, what? She muttered to herself, the true villain of this era, the public enemy of South Korea, Egostick. At that moment, Kim Dane was standing on the rooftop of a building. Beside him stood 2 massive speakers blasting music at maximum volume. Down below was a giant green crocodile monster. Kim Dane yelled out at the top of his lungs, you dare trespass on my turf? You tiny little crocodile. Hearing this, the crocodile bellowed back in surprise, what? Kim Dane flashed a savage grin, pointing his finger directly at the crocodile monster, now, you die right here. Afterward, Kim Dane picked up the microphone, his mind racing, no way, absolutely not. In the original plot, Stardust went through so much suffering after her identity got exposed. A hero's everyday civilian life is incredibly important. Kim Dane bellowed at the crocodile monster in a furious tone, do you understand that, you giant lizard? The crocodile monster roared right back, confronting Kim Dane, you bastard, you're the guy who keeps playing cozy with Stardust, aren't you, Egostick? Suddenly, the crocodile monster launched itself upward toward Kim Dane's position as fast as the wind. Kim Dane remarked, hey, why do you keep bringing Stardust into this? The comments section displayed, Stardust's hardcore fanboy has arrived, Mr. Crocodile. The crocodile rushed toward Kim Dane with a furious expression, screaming, I'm going to kill you. By this time, it had rapidly scaled the wall of the building, using its brute strength to grip the edge of the rooftop tightly. It climbed onto the roof where Kim Dane was standing. Upon seeing Kim Dane, it bared its fangs viciously, roaring, come here. Seeing this, Kim Dane used his teleportation to blink backward. The crocodile monster lunged straight at Kim Dane's new position. Instantly, Kim Dane teleported again, appearing directly above the crocodile monster's head.
He taunted, "What do you think you're doing, buddy?" Kim Dane slammed his fist down hard on the crocodile monster's head with a smug grin, saying, "You know my name but you didn't know I could teleport?"
Caught completely off guard by the strike, the crocodile monster flailed its limbs wildly, trying to hit Kim Dane. But no matter how close the swings came, Kim Dane simply vanished right before its eyes.
It roared in fury, "You annoying fly, fight me like a man." Kim Dane replied calmly, "Hey, I'm a villain."
The moment he spoke, the comments displayed, "Spoken like a true villain, still trying hard to claim he's a villain today." Kim Dane stared at these comments, completely dumbfounded.
The comments kept rolling, but what is Egostick even doing over there?
Kim Dane thought to himself, "Wait, I need to clarify this real quick. If I ignore it, everyone is going to assume I came here purely for Stardust." Suddenly, Kim Dane paused and shouted down at the crocodile monster, "Hold on, listen to me first."
The crocodile monster responded, "Fine, make it quick."
Kim Dane yelled out in an interrogative tone, "Yeah, but first I have to ask you this.
Why the hell did you suddenly attack me?" Hearing this, the crocodile monster answered without a shred of hesitation, "That's obvious, I targeted Stardust as my mark. And you seem to care a whole lot about Stardust, which makes you my enemy." Hearing this, Kim Dane was completely flabbergasted, thinking to himself, "What the hell? What kind of logic is that?" The comments section displayed that brain-dead villain actually knows Egostick like Stardust.
He has no clue Egostick can teleport, but he somehow knows he likes Stardust.
Ha ha ha. The comments continued, "Are two guys seriously fighting over a girl? Didn't Egostick show up here to take Stardust's place? What's going on? What's going on? Why is a love triangle happening like this? He, why right now of all times?"
Suddenly, the crocodile monster pointed its finger at the dazed Kim Dane and bellowed, "Furthermore, you were the one who said you'd kill me first."
The comments displayed, "Ha, so true." Kim Dane heard this and stammered back, "When did I ever say that?" Hearing that, the crocodile monster flew into an absolute rage, its aura flaring up like an intense fire. It roared, "You said, you dare trespass on my turf? You tiny little crocodile, now you die right here. Didn't you say exactly that?"
Kim Dane frantically tried to defend himself, No way, I never said it like that."
The comments displayed, "Why did the crocodile suddenly get so eloquent? How did it even quote the threat so perfectly?"
It roared hysterically at Kim Dane, "I'm seriously losing my mind." Next, it opened its massive jaws wide. A sphere of flame slowly began to materialize inside its mouth. Seeing this, Kim Dane's face filled with terror, his eyes wide as he thought, "Oh crap, isn't that an ultimate skill?" Before he could even finish the thought, a massive torrent of fire erupted from the crocodile's mouth, completely incinerating almost everything in its path.
Crocodile Man, ultimate skill, hyper flame breath.
Fortunately, Kim Dane managed to quickly deploy his teleportation, barely dodging a fatal strike from the crocodile monster. He teleported directly behind the crocodile monster, staring at the horrific devastation in sheer terror, gasping, "If that hit me, I would have been dead instantly." The crocodile monster whipped its head around to look at Kim Dane, speaking in a deeply sinister tone, "Surprise, Egostick."
Without a moment's hesitation, Kim Dane whipped out a black handkerchief.
Instantly, countless guns emerged from the cloth and lunged toward the crocodile monster. Kim Dane looked at the crocodile monster coldly and, without a single shred of hesitation, clenched his fist and said, "See you in hell, bastard." Immediately, all the guns fired at the crocodile monster simultaneously. After a series of loud explosions echoed, everything was submerged in smoke and dust.
Kim Dane flew up, looked into the smoke and dust, and wondered, "Did I take him out?"
The comments displayed, "Ouch, don't tell me that." Surprisingly, after taking a whole barrage of bullets just now, the crocodile monster is still alive. It rushed out of the smoke and dust, then screamed loudly, "Did you think a few bullets could injure my body?" Suddenly, Kim Dane's mask fell off right in front of the livestream screen.
He quickly used teleportation to distance himself from the phone.
He slowly pulled out a gas mask, stood from above looking down at the crocodile monster, and said, "No, I had to do that to lower your guard." Suddenly, Kim Dane threw something unidentified toward the crocodile monster. Seeing this, the crocodile monster looked down on it, opened its massive maw wide, and swallowed the object whole. It screamed loudly, "You annoying little piece of shit." At this moment, a strong beam of light from the unidentified object burst out from the crocodile monster's mouth.
The crocodile monster started jerking in intense pain as if being electrocuted, and a bright yellow light appeared all around it.
Seeing this, Kim Dane thought to himself, "Hey pal, don't you think I know exactly how much trouble Stardust went through in the original story just because of your thick hide?
Did you really think I wouldn't prepare in advance?"
At this point, after taking that attack, the crocodile monster was completely covered in blood. It dithered for a moment, then collapsed, completely unconscious.
The comments continuously flooded the screen. Mangastic, Mangastic.
The association needs to designate Mangastic as a hero right now, yet he calls himself a villain. Right then, the guns from earlier lost their power and slowly free fell to the ground. Kim Dane also slowly touched down on the rooftop along with the guns, leaving the ground covered in firearms everywhere. Kim Dane gathered the guns, looking shaky and exhausted. He looked up at the sky and complained, "Damn it, I used way too much strength. I wanted to recreate the scene to look cool using psychokinesis, but my energy is completely drained, and even holding the phone is a struggle."
Only now did Kim Dane remember the phone that was live streaming, reading a comment. "So you came here to take down a villain?"
Seeing this, Kim Dane flusteredly explained like crazy, oh, right.
No, everyone, I only came here because I hate that crocodile guy.
Don't go thinking I stepped in for Stardust or for the public interest, okay?"
The comments displayed, "Whatever you say is right."
Suddenly, a streak of yellow light flew in from somewhere and landed on the rooftop where Kim Dane was standing. It turned out to be Shinharu. She slowly stood up after a spectacular landing.
Afterward, Shinharu approached Kim Dane and questioned him, "Did you take that guy down?"
Kim Dane calmly replied, "Yeah, he was in my way, so I just dealt with him." Hearing that, Shinharu felt a bit suspicious.
She looked at Kim Dane coldly and asked, "Why?" Hearing this, Kim Dane shrugged and casually replied, "What do you mean why?"
"Because he kept shouting about how Miss Stardust here and I have some shady, ambiguous thing going on, and it annoyed me."
Hearing this, Shinharu was startled. "What?"
Afterward, Kim Dane put on his earphones, looked at Shinharu, and smiled as he continued, "Oh, Miss Stardust.
Next time if something like today happens, don't just think about showing your face and showing off. Once your face is exposed, your life is going to be incredibly miserable."
Hearing this, Shinharu was taken aback, staring at Kim Dane in a daze. Afterward, he turned around to grab the phone and said, "Alright, that's it for today's broadcast. The situation was so unexpected, it tired me out to death. There's a big event next month, so make sure to tune in, everyone."
The comments displayed, "What did you two say on stream that made you mute the mic?"
Afterward, Kim Dane vanished along with a flash of light, saying, "Well, goodbye then." Seeing this, Shinharu reached out her hand and said, "Wait a minute." Her expression looked a bit sad. By this time, Kim Dane had already teleported back home. Suddenly, blood gushed out of his mouth. Kim Dane, his face completely expressionless, looked like an empty shell. Seeing this, Han Seo-eun and Subin ran over in a panic, their faces filled with worry as they screamed, "Appa!
Dana!"
By this point, Kim Dane had already collapsed to the ground. Back on the rooftop, Shinharu found Kim Dane's mask and picked it up. She looked closely at the mask and thought to herself, "How did he know what I was thinking?
How? Who on earth are you, Egostick?"
Shinharu was sitting in front of her computer screen watching the news. The screen displayed two breaking news stories from KBS News. An exclusive report causing chaos at the ice cream festival. The A-rank villain Crocodile Man has been arrested. He was subdued by Egostick and then transferred to the Eastern Hero Detention Center. The building was destroyed by the crocodile 4 hours ago. A close-up of Egostick, who was faster than anyone else.
Is the A-rank villain Egostick actually a villain, or what is he exactly? Searching for Egostick. The search results showed about 2030 results in 0.45 seconds.
Official Egostick Fan Club Mango Stick Society, Hero Portal. A true hero of this era for Mango and by Mango, a fan club established to honor Mango Stick.
One commenter wrote, "Is Mango Stick a god?"
Today, suddenly, the Mango Stick G Miyaga card joined the Mango Stick fan club. Egostick. Another commenter wrote, "Lately, I feel like Mango Stick is cooler than those heroes and whatnot. I admire Mango Stick, but it's also baffling. Right before praising Mango Stick, someone got banned for a month for supporting a villain.
Why isn't everyone doing it anymore?"
Shinharu held her head in frustration.
Then she suddenly spotted a comment. What are the heroes even doing today?
Lately, Mango Stick has been walking down the streets while the fandom blindly cheers for him.
If South Korea keeps going like this. Below that post was a comment accompanied by a funny icon from Dane. Pretty awesome, right? Shin Haru blurted out, "Who the hell?"
She lay down on her bed and closed her eyes, thinking she was the only person who didn't like Egostick. She remembered the ice cream guy excitedly showing off his Mango Society shirt. "I made this myself, you know?" Jaehyun next to him also praised it. "Oh, that's so cute." Then she remembered the scene where he reminded her, "Oh, Miss Stardust, next time if something happens, don't just think about showing your face and showing off." Shin Haru brooded over the answer.
Could it be that everyone else is right, and I'm the only one who's wrong?
On the other side, Subin and Seoun were standing in front of a glass chamber. Kim Dane was lying inside it. The young girl Seoun couldn't stop being angry. "It's all because of that Stardust girl." Suddenly, a sound made the young girl freeze.
Kim Dane opened his eyes, tapped on the glass, and asked, "Why is everyone crying?"
The other two couldn't help but look at him with worry. Immediately, Seoun rushed in to hug him, crying out loud. Seeing this, Kim Dane comforted her. All right. Finally, he recovered and had dinner with everyone. He found it hard to believe that he didn't even know he had been unconscious for 3 whole days. Looking back, it was probably due to teleporting quite a bit, on top of lifting his body with psychokinesis. It really was exhausting.
Suddenly, Seoun spoke up, "From now on, you have to take proper care of your body, okay?"
Kim Dane quickly promised, "All right, I'll do that." He looked at the young girl happily, thinking that at least this kid shed tears for him. Doing that whole act with her seemed to have worked out well. On the other side, Subin said worriedly, "Since you turned out like that, why did you run off in such a rush?"
"People are going to think you're a hero."
Seoun also agreed and questioned him. "Exactly, I completely don't get it."
"Your mouth says villain this, villain that all day long."
Kim Dane calmly replied, "If I didn't step in, Stardust would have stepped in anyway."
The young girl still didn't understand. "So what?"
Kim Dane's reply made Seoun freeze. "It's dangerous."
He explained, "If that situation happened, when a hero's face is exposed, their personal information gets completely leaked too. What comes next?
The usual villains holding a grudge or wicked people will track them down and destroy the hero."
Seoun still didn't see why it mattered. "What does that have to do with us?" Kim Dane patiently explained. "Seoun? See, the world we live in is an off-axis system. An off-axis alignment between good and evil.
Most heroes don't even walk the path of a hero, they choose the path of a villain instead. The reward for the effort of eliminating threats is too small, and they get harassed all day long, so instead of stumbling and making life miserable as a hero, many people choose to be a villain to live an easier life." According to his words, just in South Korea alone, A-rank heroes only consist of Stardust, Ice, and Shadow Walker, totaling 3 people.
But A-rank villains are everywhere, aren't they?
After listening, Seoun could only sigh. "So that's why you plan to go destroy villains instead of them."
Wow, what a dark night, but what does that have to do with us anyway?
Kim Dane scratched the back of his neck, tongue-tied. "It's not to that extent, I'm just a little concerned about the fate of South Korea."
Suddenly, Seoun's face darkened as she asked, "You and that Stardust girl, do you like her or something?"
Instantly, Kim Dane became serious. "Hey, don't go calling her that, Seoun.
Hey, speak politely." The atmosphere between the two of them instantly turned tense.
Subin could only try to smooth things over by advising, "Seoun."
She changed the subject. "Why don't you talk about what we discussed earlier? Let Kim Dane hear it."
Instantly, Seoun changed her attitude and blurted out, "Right." The young girl turned to look at Kim Dane and said, "Appa." Kim Dane was puzzled and let out a humph. Seoun begged, "Summer is coming soon, let's go on a trip."
"Let's go to the beach." Kim Dane replied, "A trip? Going on a trip sounds pretty nice." Hearing this, the young girl cheered happily.
But then Kim Dane came up with an idea.
"But let's pull off one more terror attack before we go." Seoun was confused. "Huh? Another terror attack?" He wanted to do that to tone down his popularity a bit.
Honestly, Kim Dane had another motive, to make Stardust stronger. He wasn't sure if more crocodile guys like that wouldn't crawl out again. If Stardust had to face them, it would probably be very difficult.
Seoun was a little sulky. "Are we really going on a trip?"
To coax her, Kim Dane held out his pinky finger to make a pinky swear, "I promise."
The young girl cheered happily. "You promised, okay?" Then Seoun happily ran off. "Time to pack things up."
The young girl worked at full capacity, saying, "Actually, I've already thought of a dozen options." Seoun said clearly, "Among them, if I were to propose one."
Seeing this, Kim Dane and Subin thought, wow, Seoun is being really proactive, huh?
The young girl laid out the plan. The previous terror attacks were at the observatory or on a train ground-level terror. Both were land-based terror, right?
The young girl brought up a new idea. This time let's do it underwater or right in the sky. Instantly, it was like a jolt of electricity hit Kim Dane, causing him to shout, got it. Subin clenched her hands and asked nervously, what is it, Kim Dane?
He replied, let's try this out. Think of an idea, a plane crashing into the sea. As the idea flashed, Kim Dane and Seoun smiled deviously. Meanwhile, Subin was a bit scared of these two villainous individuals.
An airplane was flying in the sky.
Everyone on the flight was relaxed, not yet knowing what was about to happen to them. Suddenly the plane lost power, but everyone still optimistically thought, look at this, with the lights off, the sky is much clearer, it totally gives off that vacation vibe.
The screen on the plane suddenly lit up, displaying the words "the ego."
A voice echoed throughout the entire cabin, everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you all again. The biggest puzzle in the sky at an altitude of 25,000 feet. Or rather, let's call it the biggest trivia game in the air.
Welcome to the Ego Live. A passenger snapped angrily, flight attendant, what is going on here? Kim Dane continued to announce, right.
And of course, the plane you are sitting on also happens to have a bomb pre-installed.
A bomb is attached to the fuselage. Only now did the pilot realize, wondering, what's this? When on earth did he attach that? Hearing this, everyone instantly panicked and screamed at the top of their lungs.
On the other side, Kim Dane smiled deviously, now, let the game begin.
Cut to the hero headquarters. Shinharu rushed into the room and asked, how long has it been since the incident occurred?
The association president spoke up with a tremble, even if you go, you might not make it in time to do anything. These words instantly enraged her, making her slam her fist hard on the table and yell, are those the words of the association president?
I have to go right this instant. He turned around and said, did I say not to go?
The daytime makes it really difficult.
Suddenly someone walked in.
The moment she saw that person, Shinharu smiled brightly and cheered, Kim Jae-hyun. The person who just entered was Kim Jae-hyun, the A-rank hero Shadow Walker, the king of the night. He turned to look at the association president and said, let's quickly get to Jeju Airport and then go back to sleep.
Fighting is too much for me, he advised, don't overdo it, we can't save everyone.
Shadow Walker unleashed his ability, while Shinharu replied, I'll keep that in mind. Right as she stepped closer to Shadow Walker, the two were enveloped by a surge of dark power.
In an instant, they traveled to where the incident was taking place.
Shinharu quickly dashed off, not forgetting to say thanks for your hard work. Shadow Walker on the other side clutched his mouth, collapsing onto the stairs, on the verge of fainting. Shinharu rushed outside swiftly. When she looked up at the sky, she couldn't help but be horrified. Her running legs suddenly froze, and her face showed an expression of despair. How am I supposed to stop this? Right before Shinharu's eyes at this moment was the airplane bursting into flames in mid-air. Cut to 1 year ago, at a building, villains were gathering for a meeting. Everyone looked toward the guy sitting up high, listening to him speak. The day I put Sian-woo, and this entire Republic of Korea under my heel is not far off.
He, Needle Thousand, an A-rank villain, laughed gleefully.
Suddenly, a voice rang out, but my opinion is different. They grew alert, who's there? Shadow Walker appeared in the corner of the room and replied, it's a hero.
The rookie A-rank hero Shadow Walker, the king of the night, crossed his arms coolly and said, you evil scumbags. Needle Thousand stepped forward, flexing his authority. Hey kid, do you know whose territory this is? A lackey villain was confused. How did he slip in here?
Suddenly Shadow Walker, his eyes turning completely white, stood stock still.
Needle Thousand lunged forward, throwing a fist, and yelled, it's my territory, Needle Thousands.
He unleashed a powerful punch, and that blast of energy surged toward Shadow Walker, but he still stood perfectly still. Suddenly the punch stopped right as it touched Shadow Walker's body. This made it hard for Needle Thousand to believe.
He and his lackeys looked around, baffled. Where did he disappear to?
Suddenly beneath the shadow of one of the lackeys, something strange happened.
He was instantly swallowed down into the shadow. The remaining lackeys also quickly suffered the same fate.
Needle Thousand immediately enveloped himself in his power, thinking, can't be careless.
He's no ordinary guy.
Shadow Walker's dark power crept up to his shoulders. Shadow Walker appeared from behind, lunging forward. But Needle Thousand had some skill too, shooting out power from his back like a porcupine into Shadow Walker's body.
He turned his head triumphantly and said, this little brat dares to point his claws at me?
However, when he turned around, Shadow Walker was lying on the ground, covered by a shroud of dark power. Suddenly he vanished, causing Needle 1000 to panic. Shadow Walker, with blood-red eyes, appeared behind him and asked, "Hey, Porcupine, earlier you said this was your territory, right?" He held out his hand, gray energy swirling, and said, "Sorry, but this place has become my territory now." A dark hand enveloped and locked Needle 1000 into another space. Recalling that scene, Shadow Walker was now lying on the stairs, panting heavily, thinking, "I'm seriously gonna die." Up until now, Kim Dane had been observing everything happening with Shin Haru and the King of the Night. He thought, okay, the main character has stepped onto the stage. He smiled deviously and spoke into the microphone. "Now, let's move on to the final, dramatic quiz question. Shall we begin?" Everyone held their phones, praying in utter despair. A man looked terrified, sweating profusely, flashing back to 30 minutes ago, when everyone was still terrified. A piercing sound rang out along with the image of Kim Dane. Everyone was anxious, keeping quiet, not daring to make a sound. At this moment, he spoke up. "Now, before we start the game, I will announce the rules. Everyone, please open your phones and turn off airplane mode." Seeing the message that just arrived, everyone looked at their phones, their hearts pounding. The ego live, meaningless trivia. There are 10 questions in total. As long as one person answers all questions correctly, the bomb will be defused. But if nobody gets a single question right, everyone will be wiped out. Please send your answers to this number. Ready? Phew. Kim Dane continued to speak. "From now on, everyone shut up. No cheating, no discussing, clear?" Making a sound results in immediate elimination. Question number 1 began. The phone displayed, "How many people could the Titanic's lifeboats hold?" A 59-second countdown for this question. A woman tried to glance sideways to look. Instantly, Kim Dane announced, "The girl who just cheated, eliminated." Panicking, she let out a gasp. "You just made a sound, didn't you? You're eliminated." In that case, the middle-aged guy next to you gets eliminated on your behalf too. People watching the live stream commented animatedly, "This truly is a trivia game from hell. Just watching it is nerve-wracking." Someone wondered, "How ruthless. Who said Mango Stick was a hero? This is truly terrifying." As the time ticked down to 0, Kim Dane announced, "Now, that was way too easy, right? The answer to question 1 is 9 people." "Why, you ask?" He smacked his thigh gleefully and laughed out loud, "Because it saved myself." Everyone fell silent. He gloated, "Pretty hilarious, right?" On the large screen, a diagram of everyone's seating arrangements appeared. He reported, "Those eliminated, over half have already been eliminated. It's barely started and you're already in shambles like this? You guys should get a bit more serious. Now, hang in there." Next question. As time passed, the number of eliminated people kept growing. Some breathed a sigh of relief for passing a question, while others clasped their hands in prayer. Now it was down to the final question, with only one person remaining. Kim Dane said, "How about it? The tension is at its absolute peak right now, isn't it?" Kim Dane looked at the screen, saw Shin Haru approaching, and thought, "Excellent." Afterward, he stalled for time. "Since it's the final round, let's try a quick interview to see how it goes. Everyone's lives are riding on your single word. That is Mr. Kim Dokbae from Baedong District. You have become the last remaining person. What are your thoughts?" The man whose name was called panicked, that, honestly, the responsibility." Kim Dane teased, "Why are you like that? Didn't I say what happens if you make a sound?" That man and everyone else panicked intensely, but then he breathed a sigh of relief when Kim Dane said, "Oh my, since it's the last question anyway, a small mistake like this can be forgiven, right? Isn't that right, everyone? But I just don't feel like doing that, huh?" Having finished his words, that man was also eliminated. The plane shook violently along with the screams of everyone. The burning plane went into a free fall toward the sea. Kim Dane laughed triumphantly. "Now, this performance is all set up. It's time for the hero to make an appearance, Stardust." Her face clearly showed despair, not knowing how to save everyone. Shin Haru raised her head to look at the object exploding in midair, then she fell silent and asked, "What should I do now?" The association president answered half-heartedly from the other end of the line, "What else can we do? Just give up. I'm currently busy drafting a statement to handle the criticism." "Damn it, now the president is calling, I have to hang up." Shin Haru's hand clenched tightly in anger, then she collapsed helplessly. "I thought I had stopped a train going 100 kilometers per hour. In the end, is my current strength still not enough?
Damn it, what is the right thing to do?
Suddenly, Shinharu seemed to recall a certain memory. In the past, in that desperate situation, the helpless girl had tears streaming down her face from the pain of losing her loved ones.
Mom, Dad, I will kill that guy no matter what.
The situation was incredibly tragic, a young girl clutching the corpses of her closest relatives in a dark, narrow alley. Recalling that painful memory, Shinharu slammed her fist down hard, creating cracks in the ground. She gritted her teeth in pure rage. It was like that back then, and it's the same now. I can't save anyone. Suddenly, there was a connection in her communication earpiece. To her absolute shock, the voice on the other end of the line spoke up.
Hello, Miss Stardust, Egostick here.
On another side, Kim Dane was stretching and letting out a yawn. He said, "We used a remote control for this terror attack, so it seems easier to handle." Han Seon, who was typing on the keyboard, suddenly called out tensely, "Hey, Kim Dane."
He wondered, glancing over. Yeah?
Han Seon turned around, pointed at the screen, and said with a smile, "That Stardust girl, Big Sister Stardust, is frozen solid on the ground over there." Kim Dane saw it, his eyes widening in total surprise. Then, he suddenly got agitated, jumped up, and yelled, making Han Seon jump in fright. "What? Why is that?"
Stardust.
The image displayed on the screen showed Shinharu completely focused on listening to her earpiece. Kim Dane seemed to realize something,
and immediately turned to call the young girl. Seoun, can you patch into the in-ear monitor that Stardust is wearing?
Han Seoun quickly worked the keyboard while saying, "I can connect, but why are you rushing me?"
Kim Dane replied, "There's no time, hurry up."
Cutting back to Shinharu, she was stunned as she heard the voice coming through her earpiece. "Hello, Miss Stardust, Egostick here." She was instantly triggered, screaming and cursing, "You smelly piece of trash." Kim Dane on the other end of the line continued, "You've got me curious.
Why are you just standing there instead of saving people? It's falling right now, the plane is about to crash."
Extremely furious, Shinharu looked at the plane that was crashing while bursting into flames and snapped, "You're the one who did this.
Now you're telling me to go stop it?" Kim Dane shot back, "If you don't do it, then who will?"
Out of sheer frustration, tears streamed down Shinharu's face. "Just touching that chunk of metal falling at 1,000 kilometers per hour will blow my body to pieces."
She continued, "This was your plan all along, wasn't it? You intended to push me to my death, right?"
On this side, Kim Dane flashed a dangerous smile. "You can do it, Shinharu."
She was startled. "What?"
He continued, "Take action, clench your fists, fly up there, and save everyone."
"You can do it. Because it's you, you'll be able to pull it off." Shinharu became even more confused. Damn it, what the hell is this lunatic talking about? In a completely white space, Kim Dane walked toward her while asking, "Why would I want to kill you? Without you, Stardust, I'm just a mediocre villain.
You're the one who helped me complete myself." Shinharu was momentarily stunned by these words, then quickly braced her hands on her knees and sat up. She thought, even if this might be a plot to get rid of me, I'll give it a shot. As she spoke, she took off her earpiece.
On the other end of the line, Kim Dane was taken aback. "What?"
Meanwhile, Shinharu clenched her hand and crushed the earpiece to pieces. Afterward, she pressed her hands down, and following a surge of power, the space began to shatter, flying up into small fragments. Gathering full speed, she launched into the air like a rocket, heading straight toward the nose of the plunging airplane. Shinharu bit her lip tightly and thought to herself, "That's right, if I just stand by and watch these people die like this, I'll live the rest of my life with a heavy burden of guilt." An image of Kim Dane appeared, confidently saying, "You can do it. Because it's you, you'll be able to pull it off." Shinharu's face was filled with determination. "I'd rather sacrifice myself to protect them than live the rest of my life in regret." Just like that, the two forces collided, creating a massive shockwave in midair.
She thought, I killed them. If I had just focused a little bit more at that moment."
The image of a happy family flashed for a split second. "My dear, kids, Mom, Dad." The man, with tears streaming down his face, looked down at that scene, then closed his eyes tightly as if giving up. Inside the plane, a young girl tightly covered both ears, gritting her teeth to stay conscious as she looked outside. Suddenly, the young girl froze in shock in front of the window, tears streaming down her face.
Thinking to herself, is the speed slowing down?
The people outside who were anxious about the situation watched with wide eyes. At this moment, a tense employee reported into the radio, "It's unclear what happened, but currently the plane is receiving external assistance and is descending to the ground." A reminder echoed in the cabin, "Passengers, please keep your seatbelts fastened and wait for instructions." In midair, Shinharu was using all her strength to support the weight of the airplane that was plunging at a terrifying speed. She gritted her teeth so hard that the veins on her face bulged out, just a little bit more. Cutting to another scene, a blurry vision was slowly opening up. A panicked flight attendant observed the person waking up and asked, "Mr. Kim Deok-bae, are you alright?" The man called Kim Deok-bae had just woken up, clutching his head in utter exhaustion, then looked around in confusion. A moment later, the two of them walked down from the airplane together. The flight attendant was supporting the victim. Kim Deok-bae looked around in a daze, his face completely bewildered, as he blurted out, "What is going on here?" Up ahead, Shinharu was currently kneeling on the ground under the curious gazes of everyone. Kim Deok-bae blurted out, "Was it you?" The flight attendant looked at him in confusion. Kim Deok-bae, with tears streaming down his face, filled with joy, said, "That is the person who protected us, a hero." On Shinharu's side, she was looking up at the sky, panting heavily from exhaustion. With tears streaming down, she blurted out, "Egostick." This story quickly made the newspapers. Of course, Shinharu's picture was printed very clearly. America was horrified, Japan was stunned, China praised it massively, and France also had to bow to this hero. Who is Stardust? China was forced to admit that when it came to heroes, they completely lost to South Korea, and even combining 10 Japanese heroes couldn't rival South Korea. The Japanese Minister of Internal Affairs made a shocking revelation. Accordingly, the news broadcasts also quickly caught on to the hype to report, "Hello viewers, this is the morning 9 o'clock news broadcast kicking off the morning. Yesterday morning, the A-rank villain Egostick used a remote control to hijack an airplane and make it crash. Fortunately, all passengers were miraculously saved. The person who held up the plane was none other than Stardust, our proud hero. Many experts previously predicted that with her known abilities, she wouldn't be able to stop this incident, but in the end, the plane slowly descended. Finally, Shinharu returned home and heard the news about herself. She quickly turned off the TV and took a sip of water. Shinharu had just finished bathing, looking incredibly relieved and cute. Suddenly the phone rang, and she quickly answered it. "Hello." After listening to the person on the other end finish speaking, she asked back, "Really?" On the other end of the line was a green-haired person, confirming, "Yeah, I asked the association president to give Shinharu a little time off. Go to the beach to see the sights, take a nice day off to relax. It's been a while since we traveled together like this." Shinharu cheered happily, "Alright, I'll head out tomorrow." Greenhair spoke again, "Yay, let's call Kim Jae-hyun to come along too." A little later, Shinharu went out to the balcony to get some fresh air. Her expression turned serious again, as if she was thinking about something. Someone's words echoed in her memory, "You can do it. Because it's you, you'll be able to pull it off." Shinharu smiled faintly, thinking, has anyone ever put that kind of trust in me before? He's just an ordinary villain. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Wait a minute, but why did he tell me to go save the plane? If he was so sure I could stop and save the plane, then why on earth did he make it crash in the first place? Kim Dane's words echoed again, "I'm just a mediocre villain. You're the one who helped me complete myself." Shinharu held her forehead, feeling a massive headache. She thought, Egostick has way too many secrets, but somehow, I get the feeling he intentionally did all of this for a specific purpose. I need to thoroughly investigate the pattern of his movements. Her eyes were filled with determination. Suddenly, the phone screen displayed an incoming call from the Hero Association. The person on the other end spoke for a while, causing Shinharu to blurt out in astonishment, "What? Remeasure the force parameters?" Time quickly moved to the next morning. The sounds of roosters crowing echoed, cock-a-doodle-doo. Han Seo-eun wore a yellow inner tube around her waist, filled with excitement, "It's finally here." Kim Dane walked out and reminded her, "Seo-eun? We're just preparing to go, so you should deflate the inner tube a bit. Shove it into the trunk." The young girl replied excitedly, "Yes, Kim Dane Appa." Seeing this, Kim Dane had an exhausted expression. "Appa?" Suddenly, he rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've had a vacation since coming to this world. Should I just enjoy it? Then Kim Dane also flashed an expectant smile. But just a short time later, looking at the congested road ahead, a sorrowful voice rang out, What is the meaning of this?" Inside the car, all three people were flushed red from the intense heat, with sweat pouring down. Kim Dane sat in the driver's seat, completely disgruntled. Why did the AC have to break down exactly today? Han Seo-eun looked like she was about to faint and suggested, "Appa, can't you just teleport this entire car?" Kim Dane replied in a panic, "I would die right on the spot."
Let's stop by a rest area to sort this out first. Han Seoun, with her superhuman intelligence ability, said, if it's too hot, I'll take off some clothes.
While taking off her jacket, the young girl yelled, if I knew it'd be like this, we should have just taken the train.
Why make such a big fuss?
Kim Dane immediately countered, there are too many bags, that wouldn't work, Seoun.
The young girl curiously opened the gray box next to her. What is this? Isn't this stuff for the vacation?
It turned out to be a suitcase full of guns. Kim Dane gave a thumbs up with a smug look. Who knows what might happen?
Han Seoun in the back blazed with anger and screamed, what kind of trip is this?
Kim Dane was startled and quickly calmed her down. Sorry, Seoun, quickly put the gun down, then we'll talk. After a series of issues along the way, their group finally arrived at the vacation spot. Han Seoun had changed into a cute swimsuit, holding her yellow inner tube, and rushed out toward the sea with excitement. Look, the ocean. Sitting on the shore, Kim Dane smiled at the sight. Looking like this, she really does act like a kid. Lee Subin at this moment popped open a can of soda and handed it to Kim Dane. I just bought some drinks, you should have a can too. She had also changed into a beautiful bikini. Kim Dane took the drink and replied, thanks, Miss Lee Subin. Suddenly, Lee Subin kept staring intently at Kim Dane, causing him to look back in confusion. She said, I'm always grateful to you, Kim Dane. He wondered, grateful? For what? Lee Subin replied, just for everything. Thanks for saving me back then, and thanks for treating me so well. Yet, in front of such a beautiful and glamorous figure, Kim Dane acted like a total block of wood, smiling with squinted eyes as he gave a thumbs up. What's this about? I'm the one who should be grateful. You're willing to do chores for us, and your cooking is delicious too. Lee Subin raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair, exuding a bashful aura. Hearing that makes me feel very touched. Kim Dane then swallowed hard, his expression turning suspicious. As he thought to himself, could this be a death flag from a manga, or a betrayal? He looked down at the can in his hand in a panic. Am I being poisoned? His twisted expression made Lee Subin look at him with utter confusion. Cutting to a large building in the city. Shin Haru had appeared here. A few staff members were talking among themselves. We didn't measure it wrong. The data clearly shows there's no way she could have stopped that plane. Another staff member chimed in, maybe there was a mistake somewhere. Could it be because we haven't grasped her true strength yet? Shin Haru was currently standing in front of a power testing board, thinking, no, the ability test wasn't wrong at all. When I stopped a disaster that seemed completely impossible, it's obvious. While thinking, her power erupted as she prepared to test one more time. This impact caused the staff members nearby to look over in shock. Shin Haru let out a shout, accompanied by a powerful swing of her fist. That punch struck the testing board directly. The testing board cracked and shattered from that force, and even the screws completely fractured. The blast of power even erupted into the surrounding space. The staff members stared at the scene in sheer terror. Shin Haru stood before her fist and blurted out, I've gotten stronger. On Kim Dane's side, Lee Subin sat next to him, tucking her hair bashfully as she said, hearing that makes me feel very touched. Seeing that expression, Kim Dane pursed his lips in tension, thinking, could this be a death flag from a manga, or a betrayal? His face turned pale, as if he had just realized something absolutely terrible. The sun was still shining brightly down below. Han Seoun, wearing her swim tube, was enjoying herself in the sea, while keeping an eye on the shore. Kim Dane tensely replied to Lee Subin, I look forward to your continued help in the future, Miss Lee Subin. Han Seoun quickly came ashore, pointed her finger at the two of them, and exposed them. Hey, you guys over there, are you two planning to flirt with each other and leave me all alone? Panicked, Lee Subin bashfully shot back, what do you mean flirting, Seoun? Kim Dane remained calm but confused, huh? The young girl got angry, flaring up, if we went on a family trip, we should play together. He flashed a sinister smile. Oh, is that so? Han Seoun, her face scrunched up, looked at that expression in confusion. A second later, Kim Dane turned into a terrifying adult, scooping up both Han Seoun and her inner tube, causing the young girl to panic. Appa, what are you doing? Wait a minute. Kim Dane played dirty, tossing the young girl flying out into the sea while laughing sinisterly. What do you mean, what am I doing? We're playing together. Han Seoun splashed into the sea and struggled to surface, throwing a piece of seaweed right into Kim Dane's face while screaming, water got all up my nose. So annoying, seriously sometimes. Kim Dane let out a forced laugh, pulled the seaweed off his face, and thought, anyway, it's been a long time since I've had this kind of peace, it's really nice. Afterward, he bared his teeth like a demon king and dove down to splash water at Han Seo-eun. Lee Subin sat on the shore, watching this scene and laughing with pure joy. Time passed very quickly, and evening arrived. On the road, strange cars sped past, accompanied by voices ringing out, "Tonight, which spot is our crew going to bomb? Busan Hotel, Mario's Royal Hyperion, Han Grand Ambassador High." All of them. A bald guy in a gloomy space blurted out, "Let's pull off a massive hit." Cutting to the Mario's Royal Hyperion Han Grand Ambassador High Hotel. Kim Dane's group, after a fun day at the beach, returned to the hotel to rest. The receptionist asked, "Welcome, what is the name for your reservation, please?" Kim Dane replied, Maybe Han Seo-eun?" The receptionist smiled brightly and handed over a room card. "Yes, I've confirmed it. Here is the key to room 2708. Kim Dane asked back in confusion, "Wait, there's only one room?" Han Seo-eun walked up, stood next to him, pouted, and whistled, guiltily explaining, "Well, whatever, saving a little money is a good thing." Afterward, the group dropped it. The three of them went out to wait for the elevator to head up to their room. Suddenly, Han Seo-eun cheered, "Oh, right, the bed is absolutely massive, so let's sleep together." Kim Dane's eyes widened as he blurted out, "There's seriously only one bed?" Lee Subin, though already very happy and expectant, still acted calm and said, "It's been a long time, sleeping with 3 people at once sounds fun too." "Forget it." Kim Dane broke into a cold sweat, looking at her. "Yeah, well, we've never slept together before." In his heart, he silently chanted prayers, "Surely nothing will happen, right? Ha! Seriously, nothing is going to happen, what am I even expecting? Ha ha." The 3 of them actually slept together on the bed. Han Seo-eun lay in the middle, sleeping soundly and even snoring away. Kim Dane was closing his eyes to rest when suddenly a whisper echoed from outside the door, "Wait, I want to enter this room." Following that were the sounds of counting for a running start. 1, 2. 2 robbers covered from head to toe, holding guns, kicked the door open and screamed, "FBI, open up." Kim Dane flicked up with a single finger, and immediately the 2 guys took a hit to the chin, falling flat on their backs. A moment later, Kim Dane sat up, rubbing his eyes and yawning as he said, "Where on earth did these guys crawl out from anyway?" The 2 of them lay motionless, unconscious on the floor. The 2 of them lay motionless, unconscious on the floor. He lamented, "Is it a terror attack? Seriously?" Afterward, he gritted his teeth, crushing the edge of the door. "Damn it, I've only gone out twice and every single time some nonsense happens, what gives?" On his phone screen, Kim Dane was looking up some information. He blurted out, "Wait a minute, how can they dare to cause trouble at night when Shadow Walker is still around?" On the screen was a news report. Shocking news, A-rank hero Shadow Walker was found collapsed in western Incheon. Han Seo-eun had also woken up by this time, yawning as she asked, "What's going on? Is there a terror attack?" Kim Dane replied, "Yeah." In his heart, his eyes widened as he thought, at this point, "I'm not even surprised anymore." He reminded her, "Wait a bit, I'm going to check on the parking lot. Wake Lee Subin up and wait in the room, okay?" Han Seo-eun was still groggy, rubbing her eyes. "We go on a trip and still run into a terror attack? Fine, I'll follow instructions." Kim Dane had now appeared inside his car. He looked outside and saw the terrorists fumbling around next to the vehicles. He thought, "I can't just quietly slip away without handling this." Kim Dane searched around and pulled out a bizarre mask, sporting a sinister expression. "To think the spare mask I brought along would come in handy right away," he said. "Serves you right, you bastards breaking our vacation. Hurry up and show your faces to me." After grabbing his gear, Kim Dane warped back to the hotel room. The 2 girls had woken up and were sitting there waiting properly. Kim Dane threw the gear toward the 2 of them and announced, "Just take orders through the in-ear. Let's go, everyone." His expression was filled with pure thrill. Han Seo-eun, looking exhausted, let out a sigh. "At times like this, you look really excited." Outside in the hotel lobby, the terrorists piled up a bunch of chairs into a small mountain. The leader, Monkey Spanner, an A-rank villain, sat on top of it. Below him were subordinates holding guns, pointing them in all directions. Monkey Spanner stroked his beard while speaking up, "Is everything ready?" 2 guys below nodded in response. He praised, "Good." Afterward, he raised his voice, pointing downward, announced to the Hero Association and the government, "We are currently holding hundreds of hostages here. If money isn't immediately transferred to the provided account,
everyone will be completely annihilated. Below, the guests captured as hostages were tied up, kneeling on the floor. Monkey Spanner still shouted at the top of his lungs, "The account number is 1002. Suddenly, a noise rang out, causing both the hostages and the terrorists to look in one direction. Monkey Spanner also looked alert, shutting his mouth to pay attention to the sound. Kim Dane, currently wearing the orange mask, walked out while clapping his hands and cheering, "That's enough. This kind of nonsense terror ends right here." He reached out his hand, generating a surge of energy. Instantly, a gun in the hand of a terrorist was sucked away by that power. Following that, countless guns were controlled by that power, pointing their barrels right at the foreheads of the terrorists themselves. Kim Dane swung his fist, and a wave of power erupted throughout the spacious hotel lobby. Inside, the hostages were terrified by this, screaming out. Kim Dane's pupils flashed purple, and he felt a bit strained, thinking, just this much and it already used up all the telekinetic reserve I accumulated over the past few months? Afterward, he leaped up, launching a single attack at Monkey Spanner. Kim Dane kicked him down to the floor, while he took his seat. Looking down from above, he flashed a bizarre smile. "Weaklings like you actually dare to stage a terror attack?" Suddenly, Monkey Spanner's eyes flashed a glowing red. He pulled out a gun and pointed it straight at Kim Dane. A gunshot echoed, and a bullet lodged directly into his abdomen, causing even him to look down at the wound in shock. Promptly, a laugh like a maniac echoed, "Ha ha 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 ha, is it just a single bullet?" Kim Dane's reaction left Monkey Spanner utterly dumbfounded. Kim Dane sat up above, the bullet still lodged in his stomach, yet he still casually smiled and asked, "So, is that all you've got?" Monkey Spanner at this moment looked like a giant who could control everything in the palm of his hand. Up above, Kim Dane was silently breaking into a cold sweat. Beneath the mask was a face contorted in pain. He thought, "Damn it, the situation is dangerous now. If this gets agitated, I'll die from excessive blood loss." Down below, Monkey Spanner began to move his feet, his intuition telling him, "I must leave right away." He calculated in his heart, "That bastard. I originally planned to take advantage of Shadow Walker's absence to strike fast and retreat quickly. Could it be that I was also on the list of targets to be eliminated by him, which is why he hid here in advance?" Up above, Kim Dane tried to endure the pain, smiling as he said, "It seems you're quite tense. I'll give you a chance to run away right now if you can." Monkey Spanner gritted his teeth tightly, swinging his fist as he questioned, "What are you plotting?" Kim Dane sat there and continued, "Plotting my ass. The thing you're racking your brain over is the real plot. Now because of you, my vacation is ruined. Don't bother me, quickly retreat while you still can." In his heart, he was tense, urging the opponent, "Please, don't think too much, just go. Just opening my eyes is making me dizzy." Monkey Spanner calculated in his heart again, "This is an opportunity. That's right, as long as I enhance my ability, I can make a comeback anytime." Then, to the startled shock of the hostages, he seemed to turn into the Flash, rushing straight out the hotel door, telling himself, "I, Monkey Spanner, will one day become the king of South Korea. I cannot die in a place like this." But from outside the door, a fist swung forward at this moment, accompanied by sharp glass shards. That fist sent Monkey Spanner flying backward with great force. His body became deformed, looking like a stray rocket blasting away. Shin Haru made a timely appearance, loudly warning the terrorists, "You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender." But when looking down at the floor, she saw a crowd of terrorists who had been lying scattered for a long time. At this moment, a pair of straight legs stepped in. Shin Haru was bewildered by this situation. Ice, the A-rank hero, with a cold expression, blurted out, "Huh? Are they all dead?" Shadow Walker, the A-rank hero beside her, had a disgruntled face. "How boring, they're all down already?" Leaking a little fake news brought out a terror attack instantly. Shadow Walker noticed Kim Dane sitting on the high pile of chairs and asked, "But who is that guy?" Kim Dane was currently dazed, pink bubbles floating, as he looked down and thought to himself, "Why is she here?" Shin Haru frowned, looked up, and asked, "Who are you? Did you subdue these terrorists?" Kim Dane tried to tightly clutch his wound, thinking, "If I don't focus, I'm going to die right here." Kim Dane. Fortunately, it seemed they didn't know he was egoistic, so he tried to buy time. "I just need to recover enough energy to teleport twice and it'll be fine." On the other side, Han Seo-eun and Lee Subin were tensely listening to the voice through the earpiece. Kim Dane on the outside still acted out a dangerous persona, saying, "You're asking who I am? I'm an S-rank hero, secretly operating in South Korea." These words caused the three people below to look up in astonishment. Shin Haru hurriedly pointed her finger, exposing him. "There are no records of an S-rank hero in the association." "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Who on earth are you? Kim Dane calmly replied, A-rank hero Stardust, don't you know what secret operations mean? A-rank hero Ice, A-rank hero Shadow Walker. I'm a hero who's been active since the generation before yours.
Han Seo-eun was confused, asking through her earpiece, Kim Dane, what the hell are you doing? While Lee Subin furrowed her brows in worry. Outside, Kim Dane kept up his arrogant act. You should at least greet your seniors when you meet them.
These guys are so clueless. Shinharu looked up with a mix of annoyance and suspicion.
He shook his head again, looking disappointed. I can tell by the look on your faces that you don't understand a thing. Well then, let me introduce myself.
Listen closely, I am the hero. His eyes scanned around and landed on a young boy wearing a t-shirt with apple mango printed on the back.
The image of a delicious fruit flashed through his mind, and Kim Dane blurted out his identity just in time, apple mango. The released guests heard this, and their expressions began to buffer as they processed the name.
Ice, who was listening to some info through her earpiece, replied, yes. Ah, he says he's apple mango.
Then, she coldly gestured with her hand and exposed him. Hey, buddy, they said there's no hero with an alias like that.
Who are you really?
Kim Dane yelled back in anger. How insolent.
I even know the association president's real name is Park Man-jun, though it's Park Junho now, right?
My name was too old-fashioned, so I changed it. Go check it already. His words left all three of them stunned. On the inside, he was incredibly tense, thinking, I didn't expect information from the original work to be this useful.
Ice replied, well, the president said he doesn't know you anyway.
At that moment, a guest spoke up, sounding extremely dissatisfied. Hey, you heroes, I've been watching this and getting frustrated, so I have to say something. Ice was flustered, breaking a sweat as she said, about that.
I mean, everyone please calm down.
The guest continued, that masked kid neutralized those bad guys for us, so who cares who he is?
Inside his head, Kim Dane cheered, oh my god, spot on, mister. Just need to recover a bit more strength and I can make a run for it.
The older man continued his story, and I saw him make a gun float in midair and fire all over the place.
He thought for a moment, what was it? Ah, he looks like that guy who's always on TV.
Shinharu caught onto the crucial detail, while Kim Dane froze awkwardly.
The older man below gave him a thumbs up, but even if he is, so what? Thinking back, it was freaking awesome.
Inside his head, Kim Dane screamed, stop, just stop right there.
Ice let out a faint smirk, well, looks pretty suspicious.
Kim Dane was secretly sweating bullets from the tension, thinking, just a little bit more. The three people below began to release their powers. First off, we should probably subduing him and see if we can uncover his true identity, right?
Ice extended her hand and shot her power forward, slamming an ice pillar firmly into the floor.
Kim Dane gritted his teeth and thought, freeze. Shadow Walker had silently sneaked up behind him. Clutching his wound tightly, Kim Dane screamed in his head, please, move. Shinharu's eyes sharpened as she locked onto her target, launching herself toward him like a rocket. Kim Dane grimaced, deeply worried about the situation. Right at that split second, Kim Dane managed to use his power, moving downward and evading the restraint.
Han Seo-eun and Lee Subin appeared right on cue, catching him.
The two of them then quickly vanished, taking the injured Kim Dane away from the scene. A moment later, their car was speeding away frantically. They were tossed around inside the vehicle. Han Seo-eun, her head spinning as she struggled to sit up straight, hurriedly asked, Are you okay?
Kim Dane, his face contorted in pain, said, the car?
Ah, right now. Hurry up and erase every single piece of evidence that we were ever in Busan. The hotel guest registry and the CCTV footage, if they find out.
At that point, he couldn't keep going. Both girls looked up in a panic. Hey, what's wrong with you? Blood kept gushing from the wound on his abdomen. Lee Subin shouted, we need to get him to a hospital right now.
Kim Dane tried to stop her. No, I don't have enough strength left to teleport.
We'll definitely get caught. Take me back to Ego Base.
Lee Subin gritted her teeth in tension as she gripped the steering wheel,
while loudly instructing Han Seo-eun, grab the first aid kit and give him basic treatment first.
Han Seo-eun's eyes were welling up with tears, looking as if she were witnessing a haunting nightmare. Lee Subin turned around and yelled to urge her, hurry up.
The young girl snapped out of it and quickly wiped her tears.
Okay. With a serious look on her face, Lee Subin accelerated, let me get us out of here first. The car flew down the pitch-black road like a streak of lightning. Meanwhile, back in the hotel lobby, the hostages were being comforted by the police arrival.
I stood to the side, letting out a sigh. Man, seriously, even on a rare vacation like this, these villains won't give us a single day off.
Shadow Walker, his face clouded over, asked, can I go take a break?
She turned to reply, sure, thanks for your hard work. It's my fault for inviting you here to unwind anyway. Ice turned to Shinharu, well, since we're already here anyway, Stardust. Meanwhile, Shinharu bit her lip, staying silent and completely ignoring her surroundings. On the road at that moment, a car was driving along. The driver let out a massive yawn, feeling exhausted. Man, I'm so sleepy, let me chew some gum. Suddenly, he noticed another car coming up behind him in his rearview mirror. Wait, what is that? What the hell? The car sped past him so fast it looked like it was smoking. The driver yelled, is that car out of its mind? The speedometer at that point had already cleared 220 kilometers per hour. Han Seoun desperately tried to patch up Kim Dane's wound. Lee Soo-bin held the steering wheel with a terrifyingly grim expression. By now, he was covered in blood, the wound bleeding through the bandages, and sweat dripping from the intense pain. Meanwhile, Shinharu clenched her fist tightly, speaking seriously, we need to look into his movements. The scene shifted to the past, inside Kim Dane's room. A voice exclaimed, it's a villain again, always a villain. They keep harassing Stardust in every possible way. Kim Dane slammed the book shut, lying on his bed with a blank expression as he muttered, and it just ends like this? This was 19-year-old Kim Dane from the past, sporting dark circles under his eyes. This whole story is just a one-way ticket to absolute depression. That ending, the comic book dropped onto the floor. Kim Dane tossed and turned on his bed, groaning, Stardust. He mumbled something under his breath and then drifted off to sleep. Just then, in the night sky, a flash of light streaked across the window. The scene shifted back to the present, inside a certain house. Han Seoun was worrying about Kim Dane's medical condition. Her face was completely pale from sheer exhaustion. Lee Soo-bin brought over a tray of food, but the girl immediately rejected it. I'm not eating. Lee Soo-bin tried to persuade her, Seoun, you should eat a little. Kim Dane will wake up. Kim Dane was currently lying unconscious on a glass bed. Han Seoun buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Lee Soo-bin sat beside her, comforting her with a heavy heart. While the girl was choking down her rice through her tears, a voice suddenly echoed, you still eat pretty well, don't you, Seoun? Kim Dane looked over with a smirk, saying, meanwhile, I'm practically on my deathbed. Both girls looked over in absolute shock. Han Seoun burst into tears all over again, wailing and throwing a tantrum as she playfully punched Kim Dane. Lee Soo-bin sat nearby, deeply moved. He could only let out a wry smile, groaning in pain, ow, ow. Outside, the sky remained pitch black. An image of Kim Dane wearing a white mask while holding a gold mask in his hand appeared. The internet was flooded with news about him. Was Egostic's casualty-free terror attack actually an act of terrorism? Shinharu sat in front of her computer monitor scrolling through the news, thinking, come to think of it, there were no casualties in the airplane incident either. She questioned herself, what if Egostic's call hadn't gone through and I couldn't have made a move? An image of Kim Dane appeared, smiling as he said, it would have worked out, because it's you would have pulled it off. Shinharu lowered her head, feeling tense, he thought I would definitely pull it off. Almost as if he knew beforehand that my abilities would get a boost. Then, she suddenly smirked and blurted out, how could he possibly know? It must have just been a coincidence. She then clenched her hand into a tight fist, but the fact that I've gotten stronger is undeniable. The villain's Egostic killed, those guys possessed abilities that could have caused a massive disaster one day, and he saw right through that too. Shinharu concluded, Egostic is definitely no hero, but calling him a mere villain doesn't feel right either. I have a gut feeling that he's orchestrating some massive chess game. Next time he pulls a stunt, I'm absolutely going to expose his true identity. Shinharu was fiercely determined. On Han Seoun's side, the girl was also deep in thought while browsing her phone. Then what's the purpose of those terror attacks? Egostic knows the Hero Association president Park Man-jun's real name. Is it possible that Egostic used to be a high-ranking hero in the past, but switched sides to become a villain after a conflict with the association? The conspiracy theory that Egostic has a beef with the Hero Association was going viral. The three of them were sitting at the dining table. Hearing that theory, Kim Dane looked like he was about to choke. Wait, Seoun? He thought to himself, I'm gonna throw up. Lee Soo-bin gave a forced smile and pulled the phone away. Seoun, let's not bother Kim Dane for now, he's exhausted right now. The girl was still very unsatisfied, demanding answers. What do you plan on doing? More of that I'm a villain, I gotta do villain stuff routine and then keep pulling terror attacks? With that body? Again? Kim Dane flinched at her intense reaction. Seoun, I. He was completely at a loss for words.
Suddenly, both girls opposite him glared at him with sharp eyes. Kim Dane had no choice but to make a decision. We'll take a little break, for about 3 months. Hearing this, both of their faces relaxed into pure joy. Seriously? He kept chewing his food while confirming, yeah, let's hit pause for a while. With the public eye on us like this, if I drop off the radar for a bit, things will cool down. In his mind, he secretly planned, and during this break, I'll need to recruit some new members. The silhouette of a mysterious person appeared. Kim Dane calculated, if things are left as they are, this person will become a villain who massively breaks the balance in the future. If I'm not gonna kill them, I have to pull them over to our side. 3 months passed in a flash. An announcement blasted out, a villain has appeared. Stardust, prepare to deploy. Shinharu hurriedly asked, is it Ego's tick? The other side denied it. No, it's a villain calling himself Lot Boom. Hearing that, she replied in disappointment, ah, I see. Moments later, Shinharu, in her hero form, shot through the air like a rocket. As she flew, she couldn't help but wonder, Egostick, where have you been and what have you been doing for the past 3 months? The scene shifted back to Kim Dane's house. He was currently staring at a massive TV screen broadcasting footage of Shinharu, shouting, oh, here she comes, here she comes. Kim Dane was eating popcorn, looking as hyped as if he were watching a movie. Han Seo-eun sat next to him, giving him a totally fed-up look. Meanwhile, a monster called Lot Boom, an A-rank villain, was unleashing his power with a roar. Kim Dane cheered at the screen, go get him, Stardust, while Shinharu, charging in to attack Lot Boom, screamed, are you Egostick? He wasn't. Shinharu seemed to fly into a complete rage, punching her opponent into oblivion. A moment later, a bald guy lay unconscious on the ground, his eyes rolled back. Kim Dane got so hyped he threw his popcorn bucket into the air and cheered, look at that, hell yeah. That power buff was totally worth it, Stardust. Han Seo-eun furrowed her brows, completely unimpressed, is that really that entertaining? Kim Dane flinched, feeling a bit guilty, well, kind of. Suddenly, she raised her voice to snap him back to reality, making him spit out his drink. Now, get to work. Han Seo-eun continued, gosh, I can't stand you constantly lurking around Stardust's fan club anymore. Kim Dane looked over in a panic, what do you mean, Seo-eun? Han Seo-eun said in a dark tone, Kim Dane, the leader of the Stardust group, you think I didn't know? I'm a famous hacker, remember? Having been exposed, Kim Dane quickly snatched the remote to turn off the screen, defending himself, it's just a little hobby. The girl reminded him, anyway, we were supposed to get to work today. Kim Dane sat up and asked, let's see, today is the 17th, right? The girl got excited, what is it? A terror attack? Kim Dane denied it, no. Han Seo-eun followed up, then we're going to hunt down a villain? He denied it again, not that either. Kim Dane flashed a bright grin and said, we're going to recruit a new member. Shifting scenes, from a high vantage point overlooking the town, an elderly couple was taking in the view below. The man remarked with nostalgia, wow, this place hasn't changed a bit, has it? This view looks exactly the same as it did 20 years ago. Right at that moment, a girl wearing a cap with her head lowered, hiding her face, bumped into the man, saying, I'm sorry. He waved it off, it's fine, I'm okay, young lady. But after the girl walked past, she was holding a wallet in her hand. This girl had striking blue eyes. When she glanced down, she saw a group of thugs, each with a cigarette in their mouth, looking up at her with arrogant, sleazy smirks. The girl gritted her teeth in anger. Right then, a little boy with clear blue eyes just like hers appeared, running over with a bright smile as he called out, sis. This boy's name was Cha-yoon, 13 years old. The girl pinched her little brother's cheek and asked, did you have fun playing? The boy replied happily, yep. She noticed his injured knee, your knee is scraped up. Where did you get hurt? Cha-yoon answered innocently, I tripped on my way back. The girl extended her hand, unleashing a healing power while nagging, honestly, be more careful next time. Cha-yoon watched the wound on his knee gradually close up and gasped in awe, whoa. A moment later, the scrape had completely vanished. The girl took off her cap, placed it on Cha-yoon's head, and said, go on home first. The boy nodded obediently, okay. With her cap off, a beautiful orange-haired girl was revealed. She smiled warmly and promised, I'll go buy some delicious food and head back. Character introduction, this is Lee Ha-yoon, who would later become the villain known as Green Frog. Sometime later, it had gotten dark. Lee Ha-yoon headed home carrying a bag of food, flashing a bright smile as she opened the door and called out, Cha-yoon, I bought some delicious tteokbokki for you. Suddenly, Lee Ha-yoon's face turned completely pale at the sight inside. A voice echoed from inside the house, I knew it, you little punk.
The bag of food dropped to the floor. Inside was the wild dog gang from the reservoir area. Cha-yoon was currently being held hostage by a masked thug. One of them spoke up, "You've got some nerve pickpocketing on our turf. If I catch you hiding anything else from me, I'm gonna send you packing to the afterlife." Got it?
This guy, with mismatched eyes, looked pretty ridiculous but tried to act menacing.
Lee Ha-yoon, despite being terrified, screamed, "That's enough. Let Cha-yoon go and take all that stuff, just get the hell out." The guy let out a sigh, looking annoyed. "Look at this chick." He yanked hard on Cha-yoon's hair, making the boy cry out in pain. This guy got off on inflicting pain on others. "Hey, brat."
Lee Ha-yoon was also pinned down by two other thugs who lunged at her.
She shrieked, "You bastards."
The guy kept clutching Cha-yoon's head while saying, "Look at that. It seems your sister doesn't understand what's going on here." A thug with a scarred face held a knife against Cha-yoon's neck. "Today, I'm gonna teach you a lesson." Seeing this, Lee Ha-yoon screamed in sheer terror, "No.
I was wrong, please."
The scarred thug swung the knife down brutally. "Too late, you bitch." Cha-yoon closed his eyes tightly in despair. Suddenly, some force ripped the knife right out of his hand. He gasped in shock, glancing back, only to be struck by an impact that sent him flying forward and crashing into the wall. Right after that, terrifyingly dangerous gun barrels materialized, hovering right above the heads of the wild dog gang. Seizing the opening, Cha-yoon broke free and rushed forward.
Lee Ha-yoon wrapped her arms tightly around the boy, crying out emotionally, "Cha-yoon!" Kim Dane appeared outside their courtyard. He thought to himself, Friday the 17th, in the original timeline, the little brother Cha-yoon was supposed to be killed by that gang today. Lee Ha-yoon would then fall into darkness and take the path of a villain. Good thing I came early. If I'd been a second late, it would have been a total disaster. Cha-yoon turned toward the outside, spotted him, and gasped in shock. Could it be? Lee Ha-yoon turned around, stepping in front of Cha-yoon defensively as she demanded, "Are you egoistic?" Kim Dane flashed a villainous grin. "A pleasure to meet you, Ha-yoon and Cha-yoon. I'm here to take you both with me." Hearing this, Lee Ha-yoon's face darkened as she snapped, "Why should we go with you? You're clearly a cruel villain too." Kim Dane calmly explained, "Why? To save you too, obviously. Didn't you just see what happened? Plus, it'll be a pain if the cops show up."
She refused. "I'd rather die than go with you."
"Hey, you bastard, what do you think you're?"
But Cha-yoon had already bolted past like the wind.
Lee Ha-yoon felt like she'd been struck by lightning at the sight, hurriedly screaming, "Cha-yoon, no!"
The image reflected in her eyes was Cha-yoon rushing straight toward a dangerous, evil demon. By then, Cha-yoon had reached Kim Dane, grabbing his hand tightly as he blurted out,
"Egoistic, I'm a member of the Mango Club." The boy looked up at him with an expression full of pure admiration and pride. Even Kim Dane found himself flustered by the kid's affection. "Huh?"
Before long, Kim Dane brought the siblings back to his hideout and introduced them to the other members.
"All right, so these are our new members. Say hello, everyone." Cha-yoon's eyes lit up as he cheered. "Whoa, it's the cyber-terrorist goddess of ego."
Lee Soo-bin broke into a cold sweat at that nickname.
Cha-yoon's eyes kept sparkling with admiration. "So that person is a hacker?" Lee Ha-yoon gave a cautious bow. Hello everyone. I'm Lee Ha-yoon.
And this is my little brother, Cha-yoon." Han Seo-eun had a serious expression, looking them over like inspecting merchandise. A new member with healing abilities, and it turns out she's a girl." A little while later, the five of them had gotten much closer.
Kim Dane cheerfully opened the fridge. "Mango."
Cha-yoon kept his excited expression. As expected, there really are mangoes. Han Seo-eun stared straight ahead, thinking, this is exactly like when I first met Kim Dane. Lee Ha-yoon sat nearby, still feeling very tense and on guard. Kim Dane stood by the fridge, tilting his head back to chug juice straight from the bottle. Seeing this, Han Seo-eun bared her teeth and let out a terrifying shriek. "Don't put your mouth right on it like that," which startled Kim Dane so much he spat it all out.
"It's mango juice. This one is mine anyway." Even though Han Seo-eun knew she'd overreacted, she still grumbled crossly, "Well, just remember to be more careful next time."
Lee Soo-bin gently brought over a plate of sliced apples, asking cheerfully, "Cha-yoon, would you like some fruit?"
The boy's eyes sparkled even brighter. "Whoa, thank you so much."
Cha-yoon quickly picked up a fork and stabbed a piece of apple.
Lee Ha-yoon called out with a tense expression, "Cha-yoon."
The boy was currently stuffing a huge piece into his mouth, chewing while looking over with a puzzled look that said,
"Ha?"
Lee Ha-yoon helplessly looked away, her expression still fraught with anxiety. It's nothing." Kim Dane smiled warmly and said, "Seo-eun, Miss Lee Soo-bin, I'm planning to have a heart-to-heart talk with them for a bit.
Could you two step outside first? Han Seo-eun stuck out her tongue and playfully mocked his words. Could you step outside for a bit?
Kim Dane felt totally speechless at her attitude. Lee Subin, please take her back to the main house first.
Let's do that. A moment later, only the three of them were left in the room. Kim Dane sat opposite the siblings and spoke first. Lee Hyun, you killed the orphanage director and ran away, right?
Those words made Lee Hyun furrow her brows in defensive alertness.
Kim Dane continued, I've investigated everything.
That director regularly abused the two of you.
I didn't find you guys by chance. I have a purpose, she asked suspiciously. What purpose?
Kim Dane stated, to make sure the two of you can live happily.
Lee Hyun knit her brows, staring intently at him as she gasped in disbelief. What?
Kim Dane smiled and continued, of course not down in this cramped underground hideout.
I've already set up a teleportation portal. We're moving to the main house, where you can live comfortably and go to school too.
Lee Hyun found him incredibly suspicious and questioned, why on earth are you doing this for us?
We only just met today.
Kim Dane thought of Han Seo-eun and said, because I also have a younger sister, that's why I'm doing this.
Cha-Yoon's eyes lit up completely.
I've watched all of Mango Agostic's terror attacks.
I've re-watched them dozens of times. Kim Dane replied awkwardly, is that so? Well, thanks kid. In his mind, he thought in a panic, should a primary schooler really be watching stuff like that? Oh my god?
Lee Hyun glared and warned, Cha-Yoon. Kim Dane spoke up again, just try living with us once, it'll be more fun than you think.
We're not as bad as you imagine.
Cha-Yoon clasped his hands tightly, looking forward to a bright future ahead. Lee Hyun seemed to give it some serious thought before saying, alright. A moment later, Kim Dane led the siblings to a location, calling out, this way. A secret door swung open, revealing a mysterious spatial portal. Kim Dane turned around, flashed a bright smile, and told them, follow me. He stepped into the portal, his body gradually vanishing from sight. Lee Hyun's face was still fraught with tension, while Cha-Yoon excitedly hopped toward the portal's entrance, turning back to wave, aren't you coming, sis?
I'm going first. This caused a panicked Lee Hyun to call him back.
Cha-Yoon. She let out a helpless sigh and finally decided to step in after everyone else. A moment later, Lee Hyun walked up the stairs, a look of astonishment on her face. Before her eyes, Cha-Yoon stood gazing out the glass window, where the incoming light was incredibly brilliant and warm.
Kim Dane asked, do you like it? This is going to be our home. Cha-Yoon seems to like it. I'm on the 3rd floor, and you guys are on the 2nd. There are 2 rooms for the two of you. Don't worry about tuition, kids your age are supposed to be in school anyway. I've got plenty of money.
Lee Hyun looked at him, still skeptical.
Kim Dane continued to speak with gentle reassurance, if it feels awkward, just stay for a few days and see. If you want to leave, you can turn me down anytime, okay?
Lee Hyun stared open-eyed at him. Suddenly, a shiver ran down her spine, her face turning pale, as she recalled the image of the scarred thug pressing a knife against Cha-Yoon's neck just moments ago, saying, I'm gonna teach you guys a lesson. Back then, the boy had been utterly desperate, closing his eyes tightly. The image of Cha-Yoon now, looking incredibly bright and cheerful, appeared before her. Lee Hyun accepted the offer, nodding as she replied, well, thank you so much. Kim Dane patted her shoulder, reassuring her, don't mention it, let's have a good life together. To the side, Kim Dane put on a smug, villainous face, thinking, recruitment successful. Suddenly, he scratched his head in bewilderment, wait, it feels like I forgot something.
What was it again?
It was already nighttime, with the moon hanging high in the sky.
On the internet screen was the information about his stunt today, reading, what did the hero do today? Hero Bulletin, is Egostick really dead? Mango Belly. No way. It's been almost 4 months and he's still missing.
Come back, 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 come back. There were 8 comments.
Comment 1, first time I've actually missed a villain's terror attacks. Comment 2, he's not a villain. The guy is a hero. Comment 3, but seriously, why hasn't he shown up yet? Did he retire?
Shinharu was still sitting in front of her computer monitor, muttering in frustration, ugh, where on earth are you and what are you doing, Egostick? Her expression was scowling, waiting to the point that she was about to lose all her patience. At a laboratory, 2 people stood silently observing a strange creature inside a fluid-filled tank. One of them spoke up, every time I look at it, I'm just amazed.
The glass-wearing doctor laughed like a maniac.
The white-haired man standing beside him said, by the time Dr. Kim Seon is released,
we will have wrapped up this project. We'll present the completed behemoth for him to see. The creature inside the fluid chamber twitched. The white-haired guy muttered, when that happens, South Korea, no, the entire world will bow before our Hanun Corporation. The guy frantically touched the sphere, raising his other hand as if trying to grasp everything. The doctors standing around immediately burst into laughter, and one declared, no one can stop us. Another person declared, no one can stop us. Someone was holding a knife, their hands moving swiftly to slice mushrooms into perfectly thin slices. Lee Subin smiled and told Hyun, you could just take a break and rest up. The young girl flinched and replied, no need, I actually feel more comfortable this way. Lee Subin smiled, thanks. Hyun lowered her head and sighed. Lee Subin smiled, thanks to you, we got things ready and finished up much faster. The young girl looked at Lee Subin sadly, thinking, the beauty kidnapped by Egostick. Hyun recalled that 4 months had already passed since the incident. The young girl thought about the newspaper article she had read, stating that the villain had taken responsibility and paid financial compensation. The public fell into chaos. Hyun looked at Lee Subin standing peacefully beside her and reassured herself, even so, I'm still living a happy and good life. All those wild rumors about how he was doing became completely meaningless. Just then, Hyun heard a whine, Dane, hold my hand for a bit. Kim Dane immediately snapped back, wake up a bit and walk on your own, will you, Seoun? You're gonna get hurt. The young girl watched Kim Dane wrestling with Seoun and fell into thought. And the true identity of Egostick was Kim Dane. He yanked on Seoun's shirt and asked, seriously, we cleared out such a well-lit place for you, so why do you still like sleeping in the basement? The genius girl mumbled back, I keep hearing things about that ego base or whatever. After that, he tugged on Seoun's shirt again, time for breakfast. The food was served, and Kim Dane stared at it before shouting excitedly, meat first thing in the morning? This is awesome. Hyun thought to herself sadly, if anyone returns injured one day, then with my healing abilities. The young girl looked down at her hands and fell silent. Hyun clenched her fists as if making a firm resolve. After finishing his meal, Kim Dane lay on his bed, lost in thought. It's coming soon, it's almost time to prepare for the dark calamity that the Hanun Corporation guys brought to life. Feeling drained, he propped his head up with his hand, staring blankly at the calendar hanging on the wall. Just then, someone forcefully pushed his room door open, and a voice rang out, have you been hiding out here the whole time, Mangostick? Han Seoun yelled, hurry up and stage a terror attack right now. I'm bored out of my mind. Kim Dane pondered, letting out a soft sigh, before suddenly speaking up, alright, let's do it. Get ready for a terror attack. She paused and asked, huh? Seriously? Kim Dane sat up, a grin spreading across his face. He called out loudly, everyone, assemble. A short while later, in the meeting room, Kim Dane stood before the whiteboard with his arms crossed. Hyun hesitated, but her curiosity prompted her to ask a question that made everyone freeze in their tracks. Why exactly did you guys start doing terror attacks in the first place? Kim Dane spoke up cheerfully, well, if someone asks for the reason behind the terrorism, I ought to answer. But someone immediately cut him off, stop right there, that's enough. Seoun said bluntly, mister, just get straight to the point. Kim Dane suddenly blurted out, from now on, it's not going to be just you anymore. Then, he answered Hyun's question, Hyun, the truth is, we are villains. The young girl was left speechless, thinking to herself, so that's how it is. Kim Dane stated, that's why we have to stage terror attacks, but we absolutely cannot allow any civilian casualties. I still need to orchestrate dilemmas that fit Stick's kid, and we also need to drag Stardust into this. Interrupting him, a frustrated Seoun chimed in, these terror attacks have to have a positive impact on her. So to sum it up loudly, thanks, Seoun. The genius girl suddenly snarked, no way, did you just swear? I must have misheard. So he muttered to himself, I totally just swore. After that, he popped the cap off a marker and said, anyway, let me draw a bridge on the board. He then continued, the theme for this terror attack is, will Seoul National University Bridge collapse? Lee Subin looked at the drawing on the board and questioned, the Seoul National University Bridge? He drew a monster and replied, yes. Because Kim Dane drew a plot of land next, then continued, right here, in Uedo, a giant monster will emerge this winter, and it will head north, wiping out the entire peninsula in one clean sweep. He drew an explosion and finished it off with the letter N. But what if we pull off a terror attack that causes the Seoul National University Bridge to collapse instead? He continued to illustrate the monster sleeping and then waking up with a bang. The monster's weakness is water,
so this will be hailed as staging a terror attack while conveniently taking down a villain. In short, it's a win-win, killing two birds with one stone. Seo-eun spoke up, as always, where did you get this information from?
Kim Dane took off his hat, made a bowing gesture, and replied, that's a trade secret.
The genius girl laughed out loud. It really feels like taking out a villain while pulling a terror attack.
Plus, this time it doesn't seem to be for that Stardust chick. Kim Dane nudged her in exasperation. Drop the chick talk, will you? Seo-eun asked with a beaming smile. Great, the boss's kid has locked it in, right? Kim Dane also smiled and replied, what do we have plenty of? She wondered, time?
Kim Dane rubbed his thumb and index finger together and answered, nope, money. A short while later, the live stream channel went live. The moment Kim Dane appeared in his egoistic attire, the viewers immediately flooded the chat with wild comments. In front of the camera, Egostick hovered in midair, with a loudspeaker floating right before him.
Egostick, voted number 1 by the Korean Association.
He smiled and continued, I, Egostick, have finally returned.
You all know what I'm about to do, right? Inside a car, the loudspeaker broadcasted Egostick's voice. What am I going to do here on the Seoul National University Bridge?
A bombing terror attack, of course. The driver immediately slammed on the brakes, screaming, a terror attack. The cars that were about to head onto the bridge came to a screeching halt. Egostick smiled, pressed a button, and said, everyone, freeze. The bridge immediately exploded, sending debris flying everywhere.
Egostick said cheerfully, it looks like inviting guests to support the game is a wrap. A skeptical viewer commented, who on earth is lucky enough to be invited as a guest?
Egostick immediately announced, the participants of this game are all the law-abiding citizens across the nation watching this premiere right now. Yes, you guys. He explained the simple way to participate. Just drop your account number in the link provided in the video, and I'll immediately transfer 100,000 won to you.
However, the live stream viewers were left dumbfounded by Egostick's words.
If the number of people who have received 100,000 won from me exceeds 500,000 before 7 p.m. tonight, I will blow up this bridge right away. Some people were thrilled, while others were struck with panic and horror. Egostick continued, of course, that goes for the people trapped on it too.
Standing before the near-collapsed bridge, he said, make your choice. Do you guys want a free 100,000 won? Or do you want the bridge to blow up at any second?
He declared, and so, the choice of the citizens of South Korea, 100,000 won versus the Seoul National University Bridge officially begins.
Egostick smiled and added, oh,
and Miss Stardust, you don't need to show up today, just take a break and relax.
One commenter teased, I'll protect my girl myself.
Another user commented, Mangostick, the sweet criminal, making sure Stardust gets her rest.
Someone else laughed, I'm the hero, you're the villain, telling me not to come doesn't mean I'll actually agree to it, you know.
Egostick stretched his arms, flashing a cheerful smile as he thought,
those insane villains are probably thrilled that they're getting less heat now, aren't they?
Someone suddenly lunged straight toward him. Egostick looked at the person who appeared in front of him and called out in surprise, Stardust. He almost dropped the remote control.
Egostick thought in a panic, the detonator.
He looked over at Stardust, realizing it had been quite a while since they last crossed paths. The two of them stared at each other, falling into a mutual silence.
Stardust glared intensely at Egostick. A heavy pressure weighed down on Egostick. He spoke up hesitatingly, Miss Stardust.
She remained dead silent, piercing him with a chilling gaze.
Egostick froze, absolute panic gripping him under Stardust's intense stare. What? What is going on? Elsewhere, someone questioned, Manager Kim, what are you doing? Having a smoke?
Manager Kim hopped up and down, pointing at the phone in his hand as he said, Manager, you've got to look at this.
He wondered, what is this? The article headline read, Celebrating Mangostick's return at Seoul National University Bridge with a charity event.
Anyone who leaves their account number at the link above will be handed 100,000 won.
On social media, people were even posting proof photos.
Manager Kim explained, all you have to do is put your account number in here and you get 100,000 won straight up.
The manager was stunned, let me see that.
If more than 500,000 people accept it, he blows it up.
The Seoul National University Bridge is gonna get blown up? Manager Kim asked, yeah. You know Egostick, right?
Then, he scrolled through another post sharing the livestream, celebrating Mangostick's return at Seoul National University Bridge with a charity event. Just leave your account number at the link above to receive 100,000 won.
On social media, people were even posting proof photos. Manager Kim added, "That guy is currently pulling some kind of terror attack at the Seoul National University bridge." The manager gasped, "The guy who calls himself a villain? Oh my god. What kind of stunt is he pulling? Who would actually accept something like this?"
Manager Kim immediately laughed and replied, "I just got mine, 100,001.
The manager yelled in a fury, "What? You punk, how could you do that?"
Sensing the manager's wrath, he immediately bowed deeply and said loudly, "I'm so sorry, manager." The manager winked and said, "You're too slow. I grabbed mine the exact second the news dropped."
"What do you take me for?"
Manager Kim gave a thumbs up and laughed, saying, "Manager, you totally scared me there.
You're a really good actor."
The manager laughed heartily, "There's no way it'll pass 500,000 people just because we joined in.
"Company dinner's on tonight." He immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Elsewhere, a woman was talking on the phone, "Son, are you having dinner?" "What? My bank account?"
She narrowed her eyes at her phone screen and mumbled, "Oh my goodness, where did this come from?
Who's handing out pocket money like this?"
On the screen was a notification for the received funds.
She gasped in amazement, "Oh my gosh, it's real? What on earth is an ego stick?"
On the bridge, the fires from the explosion showed no signs of stopping. Ego Stick wrapped his cloak tightly around his body. Shivering, he muttered, "I didn't expect it to be this freezing out here." He paused, but Stardust is still standing there with her arms crossed, just watching me. Ego Stick complained, "That stare feels like needles poking into me. She's probably waiting for me to blow up the bridge before she makes a move, right?
Man, why am I feeling even colder now?"
He turned his head to look at her and pondered, "Why is she staring like that?
This didn't happen in the original work, or is there some event tied to the Seoul National University bridge?"
Ego Stick thought,
"I didn't expect her to get this mad. I feel so guilty."
He pulled his hood down, telling himself, "But there's no other choice, it's all for Stardust, all for her sake." With the power of the dark calamity described in the original work, her current self wouldn't be able to stop it.
Ego Stick recalled the dark calamity. In the original story, this event's debut was utterly brutal.
Unlike those light-hearted superhero stories meant for killing time, this was the spark that signaled the work was about to take a much darker turn. He opened his phone, mumbling, "Anyway, let's check it out."
Ego Stick was secretly shocked. 450,000 people have already taken it? And there are still 3 hours left?
He teleported to stand underneath the bridge and groaned, "The people in this world are truly something else."
Ego Stick rubbed his neck, letting out a silent sigh. "I thought it would succeed even if I didn't step in. Are they really going to let them die over sheer greed? Unbelievable."
He opened the live stream channel and spoke up, "My dear citizens of South Korea, do you really think you just received a free 100,000 won?"
Comments kept popping up rapidly. "Yes. Is this for real?"
"Of course."
Ego Stick reached out to touch a car, then asked, "You haven't forgotten, have you?"
He tapped on the car window and announced, "We are going to interview a guest who might end up being sacrificed, so keep a hold on that conscience out there."
The car window slowly rolled down.
Ego Stick looked inside, pondering, "From here on, it's out of control, so hopefully no more people will get onto this bridge."
He laughed out loud and asked, "Oh my, hello sir, thank you for your hard work.
Could you please introduce yourself?" The black-haired man inside the car smiled and replied, "Yes, hello, I'm Choi Young-jin."
Ego Stick was taken aback. "Why don't you look worried at all, man?"
He leaned against the car body and asked, "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Choi Young-jin.
In a life-threatening situation like this, do you feel nervous or anxious at all?"
Young-jin suddenly burst into laughter.
Ego Stick was secretly amazed. Why is he laughing? Young-jin smiled so brightly he practically glowed as he said, "Why should I worry? If the viewers don't take the money, the Seoul National University bridge and I will be perfectly safe, right?"
Ego Stick covered his face, thinking, "I apologize to you on their behalf, just look at that innocence." A comment popped up, "I was torn on whether to take it or not, but in the end, I chose not to."
Someone said, "You're so kind-hearted." Another wondered, "Am I a piece of trash?" A malicious viewer commented, "Yep, I'm taking it, as long as it's not me dying, who cares?" Then, comments continuously repeated two words, "Sorry."
Ego Stick hesitated for a moment before questioning Mr. Young-jin's statement about his strong faith in the character of the Korean people. "We heard it loud and clear."
"Is there anything else you'd like to say?"
Young-jin replied innocently, go South Korea, I believe in you guys. Meanwhile, Stardust stood in the distance looking toward the bridge, biting her lip as she silently questioned, "What are you plotting, Egostick?" Egostick then walked toward another car. He let out another silent groan. "Man, I'm exhausted. Can someone please just give a normal reaction?" Standing in front of a car window, he slowly spoke up, "I." Loud shrieks immediately erupted from inside the car. The girls inside the vehicle bombarded him with questions. "You're Egostick? Holy crap, seeing him up close, he's actually crazy handsome. We're not gonna die here today, right?" "Spot on. We're your fans," they asked again. "But you aren't actually going to kill us, right? You always spare people. Remember the plane crash incident? Right?" Egostick was so stunned he froze up, silently groaning, "What a complete mess." He quickly pulled his hood down and said loudly, "Well, I'll wrap up the interview here. Time to make a quick exit." The girls screamed to stop him. "Wait a minute, you're being way too hasty." Someone pulled out a tablet, tugged on his sleeve, and said, "Give us an autograph before you go." Egostick immediately took it and signed. The girl in the car added, "Let me take 4 photos real quick." A commenter laughed out loud, "He's literally fulfilling every request, huh? So nice." Someone else noted, "Can't even tell who the victims are anymore." Another person in the car kept chattering, "And I already received my 100,000 won too. Thanks." Another girl added, "We got 400,000 won total. Awesome, spicy hot pot tonight. Can't eat it if we die here though." True. Egostick told himself, "I am never interviewing citizens again. This terror attack is a total failure." A short while later, Egostick asked Seoun, "Can you turn on the screen?" She immediately replied, "On it." The livestream channel immediately displayed the devastated state of the bridge. The lights flared up, surrounding Egostick with a swarm of cameras. He bowed and spoke up, "Well, everyone, it's already 7 p.m., isn't it?" He smiled and announced, "The nationwide participation 100,001 terror attack on the Seoul National University Bridge has come to an end. Allow me to announce the results." The comments section immediately began scrolling at breakneck speed. Let's go together. 500,000 isn't that hard. Don't let Young Jin down. Young Jin, I'm sorry. Damn it, if the Seoul National University Bridge collapses, how am I supposed to get to work? The numbers shifted frantically. To build up suspense, Egostick kept pausing dramatically. Consequently, fireworks all around suddenly shot into the night sky, creating a breathtaking view. Egostick cheered loudly, "Fantastic. Our citizens of South Korea are truly amazing." Those stuck on the bridge panicked, "What's going on?" Egostick snapped his fingers, laughing out loud, "You selfish fools, please enjoy your final fireworks show." The bombs planted on the bridge immediately detonated. Stardust gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly, "That guy." In the end, amidst the roaring sound of the bombs, Egostick gave another elegant bow, saying, "As always, I am Egostick." The people on the livestream channel immediately filled with regret. "Is that blood? They're dead." Egostick adjusted his hat, letting out a tired sigh as he mumbled, "Hovering in the air for too long has completely worn me out. I've really hit my limit." He stood still, whispering, "In the end, I just need to watch Stardust save them." Stardust rapidly launched herself toward a car that was about to plummet. She reached her hand out toward the vehicle. Egostick froze. "What? Did she catch me?" He raised his hand, and mana instantly gathered into a sphere over his palm. Egostick cursed angrily, "Damn it!" Stardust charged in as well, while the car kept falling. Both Stardust and Egostick strained to lift the vehicle. Stardust used her hands to pull 2 cars back up. Egostick, after backing her up, panted heavily and muttered, "I'm completely out of juice." He suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Egostick plummeted through the empty air. Just as he was about to hit the water, a spatial vortex materialized and swept him away. Egostick had teleported back to the base. Lee Subin rushed over in a panic. The genius girl cried out in alarm, "No, Kim Dane!" Blood kept pooling from Kim Dane's nose and mouth, and his eyes gradually lost their focus. Han Seoun and Lee Subin stood outside the glass capsule. Han Seoun begged tearfully, "Please open your eyes, Dane." Hyun stood outside, lowering her head as she clutched her own arm. Han Seoun stared at him lying motionless in there. "Please." Hyun stood silently outside the room. She lifted her head, taking a very deep breath. Hyun rubbed her eyes with her fingertips. Elsewhere, Shin Haru stood out on the balcony, thinking to herself, "Egostick." Shin Haru pulled out a newspaper.
On it were various headlines all revolving around Egostic and Stardust. Egostic's message to Stardust, Stardust's observatory speech, Ice Cream Festival terror attack. She recalled Egostic's words, "Don't even think about unmasking yourself and stepping out there. The moment you do, your life is going to become a living hell."
Shinharu remembered how Stardust had stopped Egostic's plane terror attack. Even back then, if he hadn't given me that extra push of courage. She furrowed her brows, thinking, I definitely wouldn't have dared to act. At that moment, it was his voice that made me believe I could do it. Shinharu told herself, "It's like you know everything about me." She recalled Egostic's encouraging words, "You can do it." And so, she let out a sigh, mumbling, "Go save them." Shinharu recalled the moments she had faced Egostic, repeatedly questioning herself. A guy who manufactures his own terror attacks. It's been a while since we met, so I have so much I want to say to him. Are you truly a villain? Are you really a cold-blooded killer? Shinharu clenched her fists tightly, lowering her head as she thought, what on earth is your true nature, Egostic? But due to an unidentifiable emotion, she recalled the moment she had locked eyes with Egostic, and how she ultimately couldn't utter a single word. And as she was diving toward the car plunging into the river, she silently prayed, please. Stardust gritted her teeth, thinking, just reach it. The car became enveloped in a faint purple light. Stardust immediately noticed that its falling speed was slowing down. She turned her head toward Egostic, and saw him fall right after using his ability. After rescuing the citizens, Stardust gazed toward the river, while the fangirls cursed, I seriously want to kill him so bad. What an evil bastard. Only wreckage and smoke remained on the bridge, while the river's surface fell dead silent. Stardust grew anxious, remaining quiet. Shinharu tightly gripped the newspaper in her hand, and having thought things through to this point, she questioned, then Egostic is actually. Right then, a voice echoed, why are you moping around all by yourself? This time it was another casualty-free terror attack, you know. A girl with light blue hair walked over to Shinharu with 2 cans of beer and asked, hey beautiful, my Shinharu? The newcomer was Lee Seola, the A-class hero icicle. Shinharu immediately brightened up and said, Seola, thanks for coming. Seola wrapped her arms around her and replied, what's with the formality? Of course I had to come. Shinharu smiled, her cheeks flushing a faint red. The 2 beer cans were popped open, and they quickly clinked them together. Seola chugged more than half the can in one go and laughed out loud, man, this is great. To watch the night sky with Shinharu and enjoy a little peace in daily life like this. She froze, her gaze darting to the side. Seola let out a sigh and asked, what's the deal? Shinharu, you're already off the clock, so why are you still working? Is it because of Egostic, that bastard, again? Shinharu nodded. Seola let out a sigh and asked, what's the deal? Shinharu, you're already off the clock, so why are you still working? Is it because of Egostic, that bastard, again? Shinharu nodded. Shinharu suddenly asked, but hey, Seola, can you hear me out for a second? She said, the way I see it, maybe Egostic isn't entirely a bad guy. Elsewhere, Hyul walked along and spotted Han Seo-eun sleeping on the floor out of sheer exhaustion. Hyul grabbed a blanket and draped it over Han Seo-eun. The little girl silently made her way toward the emergency room. Hyul pushed the door open and stepped inside. The little girl looked at Kim Dane, who was still lying inside the treatment capsule. She walked up to the capsule and wondered if she should step in to help. Even though he seemed like a good person, what if he also changed like those people who used to crave her power? Hyul pondered, what should I do? Right then, Kim Dane suddenly curled up in agony. The little girl thought with tear-filled eyes, this person didn't know anything, yet he still saved both Cha-yoon and me. He treated us so kindly without asking for anything in return, and now he's dying right in front of my eyes. Kim Dane gasped in pain. A tear fell onto the glass pane. The little girl questioned herself, am I really going to just let him die like this? Hyul muttered, I'm sorry, Mr. Kim Dane, I just don't have the courage. The little girl whispered, you really are a good person, but if you found out about my ability, then I'd be so scared that you'd end up just like them. Hyul wiped the tears from her face with her arm. The little girl took a step back. Hyul raised her hand, and a pale blue light flashed. The little girl said with determination, but I'll try to be brave just this once. The wound on Kim Dane's stomach gradually began to heal. The pale blue light didn't stop until the wound closed up completely and ceased bleeding. Kim Dane's breathing also gradually stabilized. Afterward, Hyul walked out of the room. Before stepping outside, Hyul turned around and spoke, thank you. Hyul quickly walked away. Inside the glass capsule, Kim Dane placed his hand on his stomach and thought to himself, finally, I've managed to recruit a healer. The glass pane slid open.
Kim Dane sat up and called out softly, Hayal? He smiled and said, thank you. Elsewhere, Seola and Shinharu had already finished 4 cans of beer. Seola spoke up, alright, let's break it down.
She continued, the weird thing about Egostic's terror attacks is that there are never any casualties. Excluding the villains, from that mysterious phone call to the airplane hijacking, all the way to saving that falling car this time, right? Shinharu nodded with sparkling eyes.
Seola teased her with a laugh, oh my god, Shinharu, do you seriously believe that conspiracy theory about Egostic being the dark wave class hero Apple Mango? Is that really you? Are you actually the A-class hero Stardust? Is this really Shinharu?
Shinharu secretly blamed herself, I totally blew my cover. She turned her head and said crossly, it's not about whether I believe it or not, I'm just saying it because I feel like it's not entirely just a conspiracy.
Seola kept teasing her, give me your username in the Mango Stick fan club. I don't have one. Just kidding. Don't be mad, baby Shinharu. Shinharu glanced at Seola, coughed lightly, and said, anyway, she asked, granted, there are a few shady things, but he handles his villainy very professionally. Right? Shinharu hesitated, I suppose that's true. Seola questioned, geez, then what's the issue? Just view him as a villain, Shinharu.
Shinharu lowered her head and thought sadly, from what I can see, Egostic seems to be looking much further ahead.
I don't know what it is, but,
Seola spoke up again, hey, workaholic Shinharu, let's stop talking about that freak in the weird hat.
Has anyone caught your eye lately?
You should take the chance to go on dates when you're resting.
Shinharu immediately shot back, what do you even know about dating? Seola was actually the heiress to a major conglomerate. She blushed and said, my family keeps an extremely tight leash on my private life, okay? It's not that I can't meet anyone, I just don't want to yet.
Shinharu teased her, Seola, your face is completely red, that's so cute.
Seola shot back instantly, no it's not.
Seriously, at a massive prison, a black car pulled up to the gates.
An elderly man stepped out. He was Kim Seon-woo, an S-class villain and technical advisor for the Hanun Group.
A white-haired doctor welcomed him with a smile, thank you for your hard work, sir. Dr. Seon-woo cut him off, drop it.
How's the progress? The white-haired man reported, we are currently at 56%. Progress is smooth. The project is expected to be completed around September next year. He clicked his tongue, oh dear, too slow. No matter what, all preparations must be finalized by this winter. The white-haired doctor silently glanced at him. After getting into the car, Seon-woo ordered his subordinate, let's go. He thought to himself, just you wait. He told himself, before this winter passes, everything in South Korea will be beneath the feet of Dr. Kim Seon-woo. At Egostic's hideout, a reporter delivered a piece of breaking news on the TV.
Dr. Kim Seon-woo, who was suspected of covering up unethical experiments, was released at 7 a.m. today.
Mr. Kim Seon-woo is expected to return to the front lines of the Hanun Group.
Kim Dane rested his chin on his hand while watching the TV and smiled, alright.
Shall we have the players take the field?
Han Seo-eun called out as she walked past, oh gosh, what kind of lines are you spouting?
3 months later, a blanket of snow covered the entire city.
Cha-yoon wrapped himself up in warm clothes, ran out into the yard, and shouted joyfully, the snow is so exciting, let's go.
Get back here. Han Seo-eun ran after him, yelling loudly, hey, I got here first. Lee Subin and Hayal walked over to a table. Lee Subin took a sip of hot cocoa, and she asked with a smile, this feels really nice, doesn't it?
Hayal replied, yeah, it really is great.
Kim Dane walked over and called out loudly, hey Seo-eun, can you walk properly? What's up with those footsteps? You're ruining all the snow. Mr. Babbler, a moment ago the snow was so beautiful, pristine and untouched.
A snowball flew straight into his face.
Han Seo-eun shouted, let the game begin. Han Seo-eun and Cha-yoon teased him, come at us, Mango Stick. Bring it on.
Kim Dane silently raised his hands. 2 snowballs smacked right into both of their faces. Kim Dane raised his hand, then gritted his teeth and declared, you little punks, bring it on. I'll teach you some manners, special skill, super fast freeze.
Han Seo-eun screamed in shock, what the heck? Hey, that's totally cheating, Mango Stick.
Cha-yoon also protested, that's a blatant exploit.
The boy threw both hands in the air and declared, I yield. I surrender.
Han Seo-eun turned her head to look at the boy in disbelief.
Kim Dane replied, accepted. Cha-yoon laughed loudly, I'm safe. Right then, Kim Dane suddenly asked Seo-eun, are you ready?
A giant snowball crashed down, turning Han Seo-eun into a snowman. Kim Dane laughed out loud and said, I'm starving.
Let's go grab a light snack. Cha-yoon cried out, orders received. Kim Dane talked while eating, this is so incredibly delicious. Chocolate chip cookies.
He and Cha-yoon laughed and chatted happily as they ate, completely forgetting about Han Seo-eun. She walked toward Kim Dane.
He looked up while asking Cha-yoon, can you text Hyul to bring a few more?
A snowball fist flew straight into Kim Dane's head.
Kim Dane's face slammed into the table. Han Seo-eun panicked, mango stick is down. Was I too heavy-handed? The snowball had chunks of ice packed in it. Cha-yoon asked awkwardly, are you okay, man?
The genius girl now shook him frantically, crying out, bro, we killed Mango Stick.
Kim Dane and Hyul walked over and glanced at him, and the little girl said, he's smiling, he's faking it way too obviously. Kim Dane mimicked Han Seo-eun's words, Mr. Kim Dane?
He covered his face, pretending to be bashful, I'm touched.
Does Seo-eun really worry about me that much?
Han Seo-eun gritted her teeth, her face flushing red. Han Seo-eun held up a snowball packed with 2 frozen water bottles and immediately yelled out, but that really hurts.
She screamed, just shut up.
Then she chased after Kim Dane. As he fled from Han Seo-eun, he recalled, for the past 3 months, we relaxed and enjoyed the winter. I did think about staging another terror attack. But Stardust is now as strong as she was in her 3rd year of the original timeline, so it isn't necessary anymore. Kim Dane looked at Hyul and thought, the only real change is that Hyul has started to smile a lot more.
Maybe she's finally becoming less cold and opening up to us.
Bit by bit, fingers began pointing straight at him.
Even public opinion about me had completely flipped. Everyone blamed the collapse of the Seoul Bridge entirely on Ego's tick. My reputation took a total nosedive.
I mean, the 1.2 million people who took my money obviously had to find someone to blame.
The selfish citizens told themselves, it's the fault of that guy Ego's tick who engineered the monster terror attack there. Exactly. How could it all be true? They even called us accomplices, making him scoff. How convenient, right?
Anyway, becoming a villain was my original goal in the first place.
He pondered, now I just have to wait for the dark calamity to appear.
Right then, Han Seo-eun pounced on him and shouted loudly, I caught you. Kim Dane fell to the ground but said with a happy smile, you win.
But in the blink of an eye, Han Seo-eun turned into a snowman again, while Kim Dane quickly ran off.
Seeing this, Lee Subin laughed out loud, what's with that tragic scream? Hyul said worriedly, you'll get hurt if you keep playing those kinds of games.
Everyone gathered back at the tea table and discussed, I'm so hungry. What are we having for dinner? We played way too much. How about we make bibimbap? Awesome.
Let's get inside quickly, it's freezing out here, let's go call Seon-woo first.
Ah, right.
Elsewhere, warning lights continuously flashed a bright red alert. The research lab was collapsing, and staff members were fleeing in panic all over the place. Kim Seon-woo fell to the ground, screaming frantically, impossible, this can't be happening, damn it, where has everything gone? A staff member called out loudly, Doctor, you have to run right now.
He immediately objected, let go of me, how can I abandon my entire life's research?
He turned his head to look at the explosion site, where a bizarre creature was slowly stepping out from the smoke. 2 staff members pulled Seon-woo up, and one said loudly, please, doctor, we have to run right away.
Seon-woo muttered, impossible, behemoth, how can test subject number 1, which is just a prototype, possess consciousness? The creature named Behemoth opened its wide maw and roared. At a high-rise building, security guards ran around in chaos as a sudden explosion occurred. Stardust quickly rushed inside the building. She flung open the door to a room and questioned, Mr. President, what's going on?
The older man pointed at the screen and cried out, it's an emergency, Stardust, look.
Behemoth had now broken out of the lab and begun destroying the city. The older man said in terror, where did that horrifying thing come from? Stardust looked up, sharply realizing something, and she screamed, run!
Outside, Behemoth had already started tearing the building down. An unlucky citizen driving a car got trapped in the debris caused by it. A wall slammed hard into the car. Fortunately, the driver managed to jump out just in time, and he cried out in a panic, my car!
Someone advised loudly, what's the use of worrying about the car now? Run! Behemoth was still frantically destroying everything around it. Buildings continuously collapsed.
A man held his son tight, praying in terror. "Dear God," Behemoth roared. He screamed in terror, "Oh my God," Stardust announced as she dashed out of the room, "I'll deploy immediately." Chief Runho stopped her, "Calm down. Stardust, you can't face something that massive all on your own." Stardust turned her head back to argue, "I can't just sit idly by and watch it rampage like this. Just sit there and eat your popcorn, Mr. President." The older man cried out in shock, "What?" A loud noise echoed, causing her to turn around. On the screen was the sight of Behemoth destroying everything as it headed toward the Seoul National University bridge. Right after that, it fell straight into the river. It slowly sank beneath the surface. The atmosphere inside the room instantly quieted down. Chief Runho called out to Stardust. She replied blankly. The old man gave the order, "I want a full report on my desk tomorrow morning." "What popcorn?" Stardust hesitated. "I'm sorry." At Egostic's hideout, he was calmly eating popcorn. The moment Behemoth fell into the river, everyone immediately cheered. In the evening, a house remained lit up. Shinharu was sitting at her desk, scrolling through the news on her computer screen. Her eyes caught an article with the general headline, "Are there still fools who think Egostick is a villain?" The article explained and argued that the general open discussion is a must-read for anyone who still thinks Egostick is a villain. This dark calamity creature still possesses a certain level of intelligence. If its human consciousness completely awakens, in short, even if 3 American tier heroes engage it, it won't break a sweat all day, they will win. And if time drags on and it gains more wisdom, it will naturally avoid its weakness, water, and find a way to destroy everything in South Korea. The conclusion praised Mango Stick. After reading this article, Shinharu let out a long sigh, and as she chewed on a tangerine slice, she couldn't help but think to herself, unbelievable, who would have thought things would turn out like this? In reality, if Egostick hadn't collapsed the bridge ahead of time, no superhuman in South Korea could have stopped those monsters. Thinking about this dilemma, Shinharu fell silent, lost in deep thought. This can't possibly be true. It was dark outside, with only a few streetlights providing illumination. Shinharu put on a hat and proper clothes, running along the dark, deserted street, her tied-up hair fluttering with her strides. In her mind, she kept reminding herself, "He's a villain and I'm a hero. Even if it's just to protect myself, I will be the one to protect everyone." Shinharu ran forward with a serious expression. On the TV right now, the news anchor was updating the latest information. Next up, news has confirmed that the experiments of a top South Korean conglomerate, the Hanun Group, are the source of the recent dark calamity, a revelation that has shaken the entire nation. The headquarters of the Hanun Group, a corporation that collapsed overnight, showed no signs of human presence at the Hanun building. The screen immediately transitioned to the Hanun Group to illustrate the scene. The news anchor continued to report the news. The chairman of the Hanun Group along with Dr. Kim Seon-woo, the man responsible for the Dark Calamity experiment, have vanished along with their research team. Han Seo-eun, Lee Soo-bin, and Hyul were watching the news while having dinner, and upon hearing this, Kim Dane couldn't help but remark, "So it finally turned out this way." Hyul threw punches and kicks into the air, cursing with satisfaction, "Serves those bastards right." Lee Soo-bin was still unsatisfied, throwing wild punches and saying angrily, "Not yet." Han Seo-eun agreed and chimed in, saying fiercely, "We have to capture all those runaways." The coalition against those who caused the unnatural deaths for the Hanun Group management. Kim Dane held a pair of plastic chopsticks, casually waving his hand around. "Tell them optimistically, don't worry too much, they will show their faces soon enough." After saying that, he asked for their opinion with a bright smile. "More importantly, when we're done eating, can everyone gather here?" Lee Soo-bin was bewildered, not understanding what he was up to. Han Seo-eun, who was previously brimming with momentum, deflated upon hearing him speak and asked suspiciously, "What are you planning to do again? Every time you do this, it creeps me out." Looking at the detailed blueprint that Kim Dane opened up for them to see, all 3 girls, Han Seo-eun, Lee Soo-bin, and Hyul, shouted out in shock and disbelief, "The underground laboratory of the Hanun Group." After shouting, Lee Soo-bin and Hyul fell silent, leaving only Han Seo-eun acting crazy, still asking loudly, "What's down there?" He looked at her helplessly and asked, "What exactly do you mean by that?" He used a red pen to circle the text B9 and said with a sly, ambiguous smile, "Something completely insane. The ultimate secret weapon created by the Hanun Group while experimenting on a superhuman army, which they implant into human bodies. That messy, tangled circular mass is actually a living entity created from materials capable of stopping artillery and atomic bombs. Since the Dark Calamity is the prototype of Behemoth, it's from this that the current mutations on Earth developed.
If perfected, its power would probably.
After giving a long, winding explanation, Kim Dane noticed the attitude of the other three, confused, bewildered, scratching their heads,
and then turning unhappy, making him ask hesitantly, why? Why is everyone acting like this?
The faces of Han Seoun, Lee Subin, and Hayal were all stiff and frowning.
Han Seoun finally spoke up, her face darkened as she questioned in a low voice, bro, so that's a superhuman monster army? Are you going to mess up your body again? Having 2 more holes in your stomach sounds pretty cool though.
Kim Dane's face turned grim with helplessness, his eyes instinctively dodging theirs as he remained silent.
Han Seoun took advantage of the momentum, jumping up and pointing right at his face, screaming as she asked, "Are you kidding me?"
Kim Dane also craned his neck to argue back, "I want to get stronger too."
Hearing that, Han Seoun became even more ferocious, leaping onto the table and frantically punching him, cursing through gritted teeth, "You want to get stronger?"
Kim Dane fended off each of her punches, not daring to say another word. Lee Subin couldn't bear to watch any longer and stood up to separate the two. "I urge you, both of you stop it." Kim Dane pondered deeply. The original story is certain, there's no specific mention of the Hero Association's next move in the original work, but every punch Han Seoun threw at him was easily blocked, causing her to let out an exclamation. Kim Dane was still lost in thought, wondering skeptically to himself, yeah, nothing serious happened, right? Early morning, blue sky and white clouds, at a corporate high-rise building. The assistant stood on the podium reporting the new situation. Multiple biosignals have been detected in the buried underground laboratory. It seems the creatures and researchers that the Hanun group was experimenting on are still alive. Chief Runho sat up straight listening, asking curiously, "Artillery?" Jia Hyun attended the online meeting and also reported, "I tried to approach last night, but my shadow couldn't touch it, blocked by the waveband emitted by that dark thing." After hearing this, Chief Runho turned to ask Stardust, "Did you hear that? Support will be difficult. Are you still going?" Stardust was currently hovering in midair, observing the large crater below, adjusting her earpiece, and firmly replied, "Yes." Chief Runho's voice came through with instructions, "Good, I approve the mission to explore the underground base of the Hanun group." Stardust accepted the mission and flew straight down into that large crater, completely unaware that Egostick was standing on the rooftop of a nearby building, watching her. Egostick bluntly expressed his tense feelings, "It makes me a bit worried because it's not quite going according to plan." Han Seoun on the other end of the line heard this and mocked him loudly and irritably, "If you're scared, you can come back right now." Lee Subin, next to her, feared a war of words between the two and stepped in to mediate. "Seoun, don't provoke him like that." Egostick didn't bother arguing with her, boasting with overflowing confidence, "As if I'd be scared of some monsters." Han Seoun was tapping away on her keyboard, unable to hide her blatant contempt. Lee Subin was utterly helpless with the two of them, but in the end, they both genuinely smiled and reminded him, "Be careful out there." Egostick used magic to make things appear. Their live stream began. He first introduced himself, "Great to meet everyone. I'm Egostick." After that, he immediately generated curiosity to hook the viewers before leading into the main topic, "Is this a terror attack? What's happening today? I bet everyone is super curious, right? Too bad today isn't a terror attack, but an exploration." The live chat currently had 10,000 viewers. The streamer started a minute ago. In the comments section, netizens were debating fiercely, "What's this? Oh, is this a stream by the S-Rank hero Mango? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Explain the soul bridge. If you knew it would be destroyed like that, where was it? Why is it so dark? What crazy thing are you planning to do today? Low. The screen panned to the surrounding equipment, and Egostick presented in a playful tone, "This place is the underground base of the Hanun group. Yes, the exact place that created that horrifying disaster. What did they do here? I'm so curious I can't stand it. Shall we go take a look?" At headquarters, Chief Runho roared at the top of his lungs, calling for Stardust. "Stardust, do you copy me?" The assistant beside him advised, "It seems she has gone too deep for the radio signal to reach her." Chief Runho was furious, slamming his fist on the table in frustration. Who did Egostick think he was to suddenly enter that place? Yet he snapped an order, "Assistant, get me some popcorn." The assistant complied and stood up to leave. On the other side, Egostick pointed the camera, panning across the machinery here, and said in a mocking tone, "Look at this, everyone, what on earth did those bastards do here?" Egostick looked around playfully, and the viewers watching through the screen also left conflicting comments, with one remarking,
"Are you curious? The atmosphere is so serious it's terrifying? There's nothing here."
"Right, where did the previous things go?" "Be careful, Mango Stick." The camera moved to every nook and cranny of the place. Egostick spoke again, half joking, "Would I, someone who once shook the whole of South Korea, be scared by a tiny trace of an experiment like this?" Suddenly hearing a noise, he flipped the lights on, frantically controlling and raising several defense guns on high alert.
Suddenly, he spotted a white cat and instinctively blurted out, "What the?" Egostick wondered in confusion, "It's just a cat, right?"
Then, he immediately raised his guard, thinking suspiciously, "But why is there a cat here?" The cat suddenly rolled over, as red cords wrapped around it, and the cat suddenly backed into a corner. Egostick froze in bewilderment as the cat, its eyes glowing crimson, stood on top of the pile of red cords, glaring intently at him and letting out a cry. Hearing another sound from behind, he immediately turned his face around, and a demon-faced monster appeared, lunging aggressively toward him, extending its hand filled with sharp claws. Egostick was startled out of his wits, crying out in shock, his face turning pale with fear.
Stardust was currently advancing deeper into the dark tunnel.
When she suddenly heard gunfire, she immediately halted her steps and spun around, thinking to herself, "Gunfire." The scene cut back to the protagonist's perspective. By this point, he regretted every single foolish decision that had led him here. As he fled, his thoughts swirled in sheer panic. "I shouldn't have crawled into this place. I should have listened to Seo-eun.
Strong my ass.
I should have just stayed home and practiced telekinesis instead." Behind him, the hideous monster with the massive face was still hot on his heels. Egostick frantically controlled the guns hovering around him, firing blindly in all directions as he ran for his life, but that only caused his terror to skyrocket. Stamping his feet hard, he muttered through gritted teeth, "No, there's no point in regretting it now.
Since it's come to this, I have to capture Behemoth before getting out of here."
In the very next second, true to the nature of an overly dramatic villain, he slipped. His body pitched forward, rolling a few times on the floor before coming to a painful halt. His face contorted as he groaned, stealing a quick glance backward.
Just as expected, the monster seized the opportunity and closed the gap. Drool dripped from its gaping mouth as it loomed over him, ready to devour its prey. Left with no choice, Egostick gathered all his hovering guns and unleashed a massive barrage. Countless bullets riddled the monster's colossal body, tearing bloody holes into its flesh.
But with a size like that, those wounds were nothing more than mere scratches.
Instead of falling, the creature only grew more infuriated.
It let out a near-splitting roar, shaking the entire underground facility until the whole place caved in amid a cloud of dense dust. Whether by dumb luck or divine comedy, Egostick survived, crawling out from the wreckage, drenched in mud and battered with pain.
He muttered, "Just how deep is this place?
In all the chaos, I even lost both my camera and my guns."
"Great," he said out loud, attempting to establish contact over the radio. "Seo-eun, do you copy me?" Silence. No response.
A creeping sense of dread began to knot his stomach.
The signal probably couldn't reach this depth. Now I'm actually starting to get a little scared.
Just a little, he admitted to himself, scanning the ruins with a weary glance. But before he could even gather his thoughts, a sudden shockwave violently shook the left wall. A fist punched straight through the concrete, leaving a deep crater behind.
Stepping through the gap was a familiar figure, Stardust.
Her enhanced senses picked up on the shift as she narrowed her eyes, scanning the dust-filled room.
"This energy feels familiar. Don't tell me it's Egostick," she muttered under her breath.
Her gaze locked tightly onto him, confirming her suspicion. Instantly, she dropped into a combat stance, her voice cutting like glass. "What are you doing here?" As for Egostick, he froze, panic flooding his mind as his hands waved frantically while he stammered, "Wait a minute, Stardust, I should be the one asking that question."
"What are you doing here?" Cracking her knuckles, Stardust coldly shot back, "I'm a hero. Cleaning up places like this is business as usual for me, isn't it?"
Her words left him utterly speechless.
"Right. Yeah, that makes sense," he muttered, giving a feeble nod.
That was all the confirmation she needed. A slow, confident smirk spread across her face as she stood up straight.
Perfect timing. Looks like I've stumbled upon an unexpected bonus target.
Her eyes flashed with a dangerous glint.
"If you come quietly, this won't hurt."
The moment the words left her mouth, Stardust lunged forward, reaching out to grab him.
Egostick barely managed to trigger his teleportation ability to dodge the grasp,
and just like that, the two broke into a relentless chase within the cramped confines of the underground space.
To make matters worse, Egostick's evasions were only successful by the absolute skin of his teeth.
Every single time Stardust unleashed an attack, her strikes missed him by mere inches. Finally, panting heavily, he threw his hands up in a desperate bid to buy some time. Wait a second.
Stop right there. I know you view me as nothing but a villain. But just look around. You know as well as I do. This place is dangerous. You don't even know what this facility actually is. Do you? So why don't we call a temporary truce until we hit the lower level?
He proposed in a rushed frenzy, hoping she would at least listen.
Stardust paused for 3 seconds, her brow furrowing.
Instead of giving an answer, she fired back, "Then why don't you tell me what you're doing here first?" Egostick shrugged helplessly, trying to put on a calm front despite the sweat pouring down his face. "Let's just say I was curious.
The people who worked here are the ones who created the Dark Calamity.
I figured they might have built something even worse." She observed him in silence, gauging whether he was telling the truth or not.
After a few seconds, she finally gave a slight nod. "Fine, that's acceptable. A temporary cooperation. Follow me. I've been dealing with a swarm of monsters anyway. You can lend a hand."
Having said her piece, she turned around and walked off.
Egostick blinked, completely caught off guard by how easily she had agreed. "Huh? I just threw that out there on a whim."
"How did it end up like this?" he muttered. Meanwhile, Stardust's inner thoughts told a completely different story. "If I try to capture him by force, he'll probably just slip away again.
It's better to keep him close and keep tabs on him. Maybe this way I can figure out what Egostick is actually thinking." Time flew by.
The two were now rifling through documents inside an abandoned research room. Egostick, instead of focusing on the task, kept glancing around suspiciously, scanning every single corner. His constant restlessness eventually grated on Stardust's nerves. She slammed her fist hard into the wall right next to him, leaving a deep indentation, and snapped, "What the hell are you muttering about villains for?
You're testing my patience. This place is crawling with secrets. Get lost before I crush you."
Seeing her terrifying glare resemble a lion about to pounce, Egostick instantly bolted upright.
"Right away, ma'am. Moving right now. Geez, you're absolutely terrifying," he cried out with theatrical drama.
But when he turned back to look at her, focused, serious, and radiant even in the dim light, a faint blush spread across his cheeks. "Getting to cooperate like this, I might actually get used to it," he thought to himself, grinning like an idiot. A short while later, realizing they weren't finding any useful clues, the two decided to keep moving forward.
Following closely behind her, Egostick couldn't help but be impressed. She navigates this place with such effortless ease.
Don't tell me her enhanced sensory abilities have already evolved to this level. Putting the thought aside, the two finally arrived at a room labeled Superpower Suppression Chamber. The ominous name caused Stardust to hesitate before stepping inside. Instead, she turned around and issued a decisive command. "Hey, Egostick, you go in first."
Egostick froze dead in his tracks, his voice spiking with panic. "Me? You want me to go in there?" Stardust didn't even bother to argue.
She simply raised her clenched fist and cracked her knuckles.
A silent yet terrifying threat. Seeing this, Egostick immediately folded. "Of course, I'm going in."
"Naturally I'll go in," he said with a forced smile.
Though his inner thoughts told a very different story. "She's completely treating me like a guinea pig."
Reluctantly, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. To test the effectiveness of the room, he took off his hat, tossed it into the air, and tried to control it using his telekinesis.
Absolutely nothing happened.
He knit his brows, focusing much harder as he closed his eyes and tried to teleport.
Still nothing.
"It really doesn't work," he muttered under his breath.
From the outside, Stardust's voice echoed, sounding a bit dark and skeptical. "Really?" Egostick didn't even get a chance to reply.
While he was examining the walls, a massive explosion erupted right behind him. Startled, he whipped around only to find Stardust standing in front of a cracked wall. Her fist was still raised halfway. Debris rained down all around her. "I just wanted to check if it actually nullified superpowers," she said nonchalantly, dusting off her gloves.
"Turns out it does. You weren't lying about that."
Egostick stared at her with wide eyes, half in awe and half in sheer terror. She broke the wall with nothing but pure physical strength.
That's badass. But wait a minute, what if this entire place collapses?
Even so, deep down inside, he couldn't help but admire her. Her raw physical strength has increased to this magnitude.
It's truly terrifying.
Before he could give it another thought, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the entire chamber. Red warning lights began flashing wildly along the walls.
The atmosphere instantly turned suffocatingly tense. Both of them froze. The exact same realization struck them simultaneously. We're trapped inside a sealed chamber.
With no superpowers,
Stardust was doing her absolute best to break down the emergency exit.
Her entire body radiated a brilliant red light, but the door didn't seem to budge at all. Kim Dane told Stardust that trying to break the door was useless since it was designed to open automatically after about 3 hours, and showed her the countdown timer displaying 2 hours, 58 minutes, and 41 seconds. Kim Dane went on to say that this heavily guarded door would open in 3 hours, advising her not to waste her energy pointlessly so they could leave together when it opened. Blood dripped from Stardust's hand. It looked like she had injured herself while trying to break down the door.
Watching silently, Kim Dane noticed the injury too.
Kim Dane slowly stood up and continued to advise Stardust against being reckless, telling her she wasn't even in any condition to use her powers. Stardust stood there with a determined look in her eyes and her fists clenched, watching Kim Dane's every move. Kim Dane stood up straight, reached his hand out toward Stardust, and said, "Give me your hand." Stardust looked at Kim Dane in surprise, her eyes wide with shock and suspicion as he kept his hand extended. Kim Dane carefully held Stardust's hand, which was now neatly bandaged, though blood was still seeping through the white gauze. Stardust stared at Kim Dane, her deep blue eyes wide with an indescribable surprise as complex thoughts swirled inside her regarding his actions. Stardust turned her back, stating she wouldn't thank Kim Dane. But Kim Dane teased her, saying her words sounded just like a thank you. Stardust angrily punched the wall and turned back to snap at Kim Dane, prompting him to say, "Ah, right, I get it. Let's stop right here. Be careful with your hand." Kim Dane placed a hand on his hat and let out a soft sigh. Kim Dane sat down on the floor, leaning his back against the wall, and said he was going to lie down for a bit. Stardust looked at him in disbelief. Kim Dane stretched out on the floor, saying there was nothing to do for the next 3 hours anyway, and advised Stardust to rest and catch a little nap to save her energy. Stardust looked suspicious and annoyed, her face clearly showing her wariness. After an hour passed, Stardust sat leaning against the wall while Kim Dane still lay there with his eyes wide open, thinking to himself that even though he had said that, how could anyone actually sleep like this? Tears rolled down Kim Dane's face as he thought about how he couldn't let his guard down for even a single second because the situation was so dangerous. Kim Dane turned his face inward, thinking he was just like a rat in a jar, and that Stardust, who was stronger than most grown men even without her powers, kept him from completely relaxing his guard. At that moment, Stardust also turned to look, and the two of them locked eyes. Seeing this, Stardust felt a bit embarrassed and looked away. Kim Dane seemed to have caught Stardust's cute moment. He gave his shirt a slight tug and smiled with satisfaction. 2 hours later, the situation took a turn for the worse as Stardust began having trouble breathing because the oxygen level was dropping. Kim Dane also looked exhausted and remarked that this time, he was truly wiped out. Kim Dane watched Stardust struggle for breath. Then, all of a sudden, Stardust spoke up, bringing up the soul bridge. Kim Dane turned around with a surprised expression, seemingly not understanding what Stardust meant. Stardust gasped for air and asked Kim Dane about the car accident, demanding to know if he was the one behind it. Kim Dane stared at Stardust, his eyes wide with shock as he thought to himself, she found out. Kim Dane recalled his hands being wrapped in mana as he tried to hold onto the car falling into the sea during the soul bridge incident. Stardust, still weak, brought up the car accident again and pressed him. "I'm asking you, you stopped it, didn't you?" Then he gave a clumsy smirk. "What? Me, a villain? How would I even know how to stop? I only ever move forward." Stardust glared at him angrily, thinking he was talking absolute nonsense. Stardust stared at Kim Dane with fierce determination, bringing up the plane crash and demanding to know why he had told her to save it. Terror was written all over Kim Dane's face, his eyes wide and darting around as if searching for an excuse to cover his tracks. After thinking for a moment, Kim Dane began to explain, "I already told you. I'm a villain, and you're a hero. Your existence makes me whole. That's just the kind of relationship we have." Though internally, Kim Dane questioned himself, wait, why is she acting like this? Finally, with sweat dripping from his face, Kim Dane concluded, is it really that strange for a hero to go save people? Kim Dane sat on the floor still trying to explain while Stardust curled herself up, her face filled with pure annoyance. Kim Dane thought to himself that he had overreacted out of sheer embarrassment, and quickly told himself it was just from the lack of oxygen. Stardust lowered her head, her eyes cold, deducing that in that case, he must be the one who collapsed the soul bridge. Stardust went on, asking Kim Dane if he knew about the monster's appearance beforehand and that it would head toward the soul bridge to do that. Kim Dane forced a laugh, mocking Stardust for believing in those ridiculous online conspiracy theories. Kim Dane continued to rationalize that he was a bit surprised too, but it was obviously just a coincidence. Kim Dane looked at Stardust's determined expression, thinking, is she actually testing me right now? Kim Dane looked confused, wondering if he had missed something. A horrifying image flashed by. The Mapo Bridge destroyed in a sea of fire and smoke. Next was the image of a crashed airplane plummeting from the sky, and then the image of a colossal black monster lurking like a catastrophe, a dark calamity. Kim Dane thought to himself, Stardust doesn't believe in those garbage conspiracy theories, she's genuinely doubting whether I'm actually a villain. Looking into Stardust's suspicious eyes, Kim Dane realized this came from her interactions with him. Doubts naturally arose from past terror incidents. In other words, a hero's intuition. Kim Dane paused, thinking that if he gave a clumsy explanation, Stardust would only suspect him more, so he let out a soft chuckle. Stardust maintained her suspicious look and wondered. Meanwhile, Kim Dane thought that the only way out of this was to head straight into a confrontation. Kim Dane burst into a crazed laugh and said, "That's right, I know everything. I knew the monster was coming, so I took it down first." Stardust sat there in complete shock. The skill Kim Dane envisioned was a secret move just like an ego. Kim Dane continued, and right then, Stardust's expression went completely dark. Kim Dane smirked, challenging Stardust. "So, what are you gonna do about it?" He figured this strategy could be summarized as, "So what?" Sounded pretty reasonable. Stardust leaned back, wondering how Kim Dane knew, asking if he could predict the future. And then he pointed at himself and said bluntly, "Hack." Kim Dane stood in a dramatic pose, surrounded by glowing red lines of code, his eyes flashing as he bragged that as South Korea's top hacker, knowing some classified info was no big deal, while thinking to himself, "Prophecy? Seriously? How naive can you get?" Stardust still looked suspicious and said, "It's still really weird." Kim Dane kept his sly smile, his eyes glowing red as he replied, "What? What else is weird, Miss Stardust?" Stardust glared angrily at Kim Dane, demanding to know why he prevented civilian casualties when he was supposed to be a villain. Kim Dane, with panic on his face, explained that he hated having his spotlight stolen. He timed the monster's appearance and stopped it because if civilian casualties were too high, nobody would pay attention to him anymore. It was all just to get attention and serve his own performance. Kim Dane sweated, his eyes darting around as he forced a smile, saying that as long as things didn't go completely out of control, he didn't care whether civilians lived or died because it had nothing to do with him. Stardust turned away without a word. The room fell into dead silence. Kim Dane, looking a bit flustered, tried to press his point, asking Stardust if she understood, his own heavy breathing still audible. Suddenly, Kim Dane maintained his sly smile, his eyes glowing red. Stardust bolted up, causing him to flinch instinctively. Kim Dane looked straight at Stardust, his eyes serious and contemplative, unsure of what she was planning to do. Stardust glared at him for a long time without saying a word, making Kim Dane a little nervous and break into a sweat. Her face darkened, her blue eyes wide. Kim Dane watched Stardust carefully, waiting to see her next move. Suddenly, she spoke up sharply and said, "Get out of the way." Only then did he glance up at the countdown timer. As the clock hit 0, the cold iron door finally slid open. Stardust dropped to her knees, picking up a few small stones to give her hands extra leverage, then punched the wall in front of her with full force. Done, she signaled Egostick, "Let's move, hurry up." Egostick tested his powers, lifting a few stones, and then hummed in agreement as he followed Stardust. The two walked in silence for quite a distance, one leading and the other following. Suddenly, they spotted a glowing machine with strange information displayed on the screen. RKCB 1107, tentatively called the teleporter. Note, has the ability to teleport and escape, so Class A protection must be maintained at all times. Tends to attack from behind, so high alertness is required. Having finished reading, Egostick couldn't help but wonder in amazement, have they actually developed teleportation powers? Egostick and Stardust looked around warily in all directions. Staring at the shattered giant test tube in front of him, he said seriously, "Behemoth prototype number 0. This was the very test tube that used to hold the creature known as a calamity.
It had broken the tube and escaped. Done, he turned around with a flat smile. Well, I guess our little adventure in this cursed lab is over, huh? There's probably nothing left to see.
Blood is splattered everywhere, and nothing here is even useful. Only then did Stardust speak up to analyze. Wait a minute, if this is just a prototype, that means the actual entity is still out there somewhere. Egostick, who was planning to leave, froze upon hearing her words, both praising and sighing in his heart. She's really sharp. But then he just scratched his head awkwardly and suggested to Stardust, then why don't we go check out over there?
Stardust whipped around in another direction and told him they weren't going that way.
His footsteps heading toward the other direction froze.
He couldn't help but complain inwardly, what a pain. The two quickly reached another intact test tube. Stardust lowered her voice and said hesitantly, we're here. This thing is the behemoth.
Done, she walked over to stand in front of the machine recording the specs of this test tube, then shifted her direction toward the adjacent row of machinery.
Seeing this, Egostick couldn't stop whining in his mind. Where is she going? Good grief, Miss Stardust, are you really leaving me all alone next to that behemoth?
Earlier we really felt like an alliance, but back then I explicitly stated multiple times that I'm a genuine villain. Why is she still so carefree? She even turned her back on me so decisively.
My pride as an outstanding villain is taking a bit of a hit here.
Noticing that Stardust was still entirely focused on reading that info sheet, a wild idea suddenly popped into his head. Seriously, no matter what I say, she probably won't believe me anyway, so I'll just have to show her directly. Just then, hearing the sound of shattering glass, Stardust turned around in a panic to see Egostick grabbing a sample of the core entity with his bare hands.
Stardust snapped angrily. What the hell do you think you're doing?
Egostick held up his hand, which was tightly wrapped in the entity's tentacles, in front of her face,
and said casually, what else? Betrayal, obviously.
Stardust was so furious she was choked up, able only to let out a scream. Channeling his inner villain, he recalled from the original story that Dr. Kim Sunwoo had used the behemoth to fight Stardust. This meant that right now, his eyes turned a fierce red, and his entire body radiated a heavy aura. Egostick beckoned his hand, provoking Stardust. With the momentum of a hero, Stardust didn't hesitate to charge right at him, shouting a declaration of war. I'm going to beat you to within an inch of your life. Egostick swung his arm back to build momentum and then swung it straight at her. His arm enlarged, and he and Stardust clashed furiously. His giant arm and her punch collided. Sensing something, she froze for a brief moment.
Egostick smirked sinisterly.
Stardust fought with all her might, striking and flailing against that arm.
Explosion after explosion erupted. The blasts went off continuously without a pause, as Stardust desperately tried to corner and finish off Egostick.
Egostick flicked his cape, speaking half-jokingly to Stardust as she unleashed a barrage of energy attacks toward him.
Are you planning on tearing this whole place apart, Stardust? Keep this up and the roof is seriously gonna cave in.
Unable to stand his teasing any longer, Stardust screamed back in frustration, hey, fight me fair and square, I'm seriously losing my mind here.
But he still cynically countered her, have you ever seen a villain fight fair and square? You just got betrayed and you still trust that I'm gonna play nice?
Furious, Stardust cursed, damn it, and quickly charged at him again. Their fists collided, neither side willing to yield an inch.
Egostick smiled dangerously, saying arrogantly, this is exactly how villains fight, Miss Stardust, do you get it now?
Just as she carelessly turned her back for a split second, while he was right in the middle of lecturing her, he suddenly stopped and stared at a monster appearing right behind Stardust. It was rushing straight this way. Egostick thought guiltily to himself, too fast, I don't have enough time to teleport Stardust out with me. While fighting, she was suddenly nowhere to be seen. Just as Stardust stood frozen in confusion, a sharp claw lunged straight for her head. Egostick sighed in his heart, it's too late. Yet he still materialized, shielding Stardust from that pierce. Feeling his back leaning against hers, Stardust cried out, Egostick. Egostick punched the monster away and then clutched his stomach in pain.
Stardust turned around, asking urgently, what do you think you're doing? What was that just now?
Her eyes quickly landed on his bleeding wound, and she instantly went quiet. Egostick tilted his head to look at her, saying nonchalantly, I'll only say one thing, you owe me big time for this. Then he turned into light and vanished in a flash, leaving Stardust staring blankly after him. Meanwhile at home, Han Seo-eun, Lee Hyun, and Sabine were pacing around, worried sick about him. Han Seo-eun kept complaining, he always vanishes without ever bothering to check in.
Does he even know how worried we are at home? I swear I'm getting a unibrow wrinkle from all this stress.
Suddenly, the sound of a door slamming open drew the attention of the three girls.
Han Seo-eun quickly bolted to her feet. He must be back. With that, she skipped outside, still remembering to nag, seriously, where have you been for so long? Why did you suddenly vanish without warning anyway?
Suddenly seeing him collapse onto the ground, Han Seo-eun's face completely froze, and she let out a loud scream. Hearing that inside, Lee Ha-yoon and Sabine jumped up and ran outside as fast as they could. Seeing Egostick lying motionless on the ground, Han Seo-eun sat beside him dazed, as crimson blood from his wounds soaked into the floor. Sabine muttered in a panicked, trembling voice, "The first aid kit, call 119 just like last time." Saying that, she hastily pulled out her phone to dial. Coming to her senses, Han Seo-eun quickly helped Egostick up, shaking him as she called out, "Hey, wake up!" Seeing his fading consciousness and the blood pouring out, she grew even more frantic. "What do we do? There's way too much blood." Lee Ha-yoon, who was calmer than the other two, finally stepped in and suggested, "Let me take a look, okay? Step aside first." Han Seo-eun, her face a total mess of tears and snot, looked up at her. Lee Ha-yoon activated her healing ability, placing her hands over Egostick's abdomen. A burst of light flashed throughout the entire room. At that moment, Stardust was still sitting back in that laboratory. She absent-mindedly touched the dark red bloodstain on the floor. Her mind was in a complete mess, thinking with a mix of worry and doubt. He seemed to be bleeding a lot. Why on earth did he save me? Just what is that guy Egostick playing at? Looking at the spoonful of porridge about to be pushed into his mouth, Kim Dane said in a low voice, "Sabine, please just let me eat by myself, okay? Let me keep some of my dignity here." Despite his complaints, both his hands were handcuffed, leaving him completely unable to resist. Lee Subin just kept smiling, popping the porridge into his mouth, not forgetting to praise him like a toddler. "Good boy." Right then, Lee Ha-yoon walked in, bringing Father Yun along. "Hey everyone. I'm heading out to school now, okay?" Seeing this, Kim Dane called out, "Ha-yoon," and waved goodbye to her. Suddenly, Lee Ha-yoon lowered her head, gripping her backpack straps tightly as she said with tears welling up guiltily, "I'm so sorry for just now telling the truth about my powers. You were even worrying about me going back to school." Kim Dane smiled warmly and gently comforted her. "What are you talking about? I'm the one who should be grateful. This is your first day of high school, so go get M." Han Seo-eun also chimed in cheerfully, "Have a safe trip, sis." The two waved goodbye to Lee Ha-yoon and Father Yun once more. Lee Ha-yoon flashed a bright smile, waved back, and said, "I'm off." Subin waved too, remembering to wish Father Yun, "Have fun at school, Father Yun," before reminding them again, "Be careful, you two." Now, because of Lee Ha-yoon's apology, Han Seo-eun recalled what had just happened, her anger flaring up as she raised a fist and spoke in a terrifyingly low voice, half serious and half threatening him. "And as for you, just try saying you want to go outside one more time and I will completely end you. I am not joking." Then she quickly changed the subject, holding a strange ball of yarn in her hand and asking him, "By the way, what did you even pick up and bring home? It's pretty heavy." Kim Dane laced his hands together and said dismissively, "Seo-eun? I told you I'm using it for acupressure. Can you give it back to me?" Han Seo-eun looked over this strange thing once more, asking in confusion, "It's completely round. How are you even supposed to do acupressure with this?" Without a word, Kim Dane used his powers to recall the object right into his hand, causing her to almost swing at empty air. Holding the behemoth's core entity in his hand, he muttered a chant, "Wake up, behemoth." Hearing that, both Han Seo-eun and Sabine grew anxious and fearful, staring at him intently in suspense. A clicking sound echoed as the handcuffs on Kim Dane's wrists fell away. Looking at the writhing mass of tentacles, both of them involuntarily took a step back. Kim Dane played with it like a toy, spinning Han Seo-eun and Sabine around with one hand while feeding himself porridge with the other, then asked them, "Do you girls see the error of your ways now? You think you'll ever dare do that to me again?" Spun until she was completely dizzy, Han Seo-eun immediately screamed in surrender, "I was wrong." Then he pushed further, "Are you gonna do it again?" Han Seo-eun cried tears of frustration, desperately begging for mercy, "I won't do it again, just put me down." Outside, night fell as the full moon climbed high into the sky. Inside a house, Shin Haru lay in bed, tossing and turning restlessly. She dreamed of the scene at the laboratory when he shielded her from that stab. The dream ended. Shin Haru let out a sharp cry and bolted upright in a panic, the faint moonlight streaming into her room. Shin Haru sat curled up, her hands tightly clutching her shirt in anxiety, trying to calm herself down. In the quiet space, she whispered to herself in wonder, "Egostick, you're safe, right?" A month later, the sky was clear and blue, and the streets were peaceful. Shinharu sat in an empty classroom, resting her chin on her hand as she stared blankly out at the sunshine through the window. Kim Chae-hyun walked over and asked caringly, "Haru, why have you been zoning out so much lately? Is there something bothering you?" Shinharu laughed it off dismissively and replied, "It's nothing." But Kim Chae-hyun still didn't buy it, thumping her chest excitedly as she insisted on an answer. "Come on, how could it be nothing? Just tell me. Tell me, tell me." Shinharu finally asked her cautiously and seriously, "Hey, if a villain saves a superhero, what exactly does that mean?" Kim Chae-hyun burst out laughing, asking back in confusion, "Where is this coming from all of a sudden?" Shinharu stubbornly tried to explain, "I'm just speaking hypothetically. What if a villain and a certain hero?" Having said this much, she knew well enough that Kim Chae-hyun wouldn't pay any mind to such an absurd idea. She quickly made up a casual excuse, "Never mind, I guess I've just been getting way too invested in this novel I'm reading." Kim Chae-hyun sat down next to her, rummaging through her bag while starting to share enthusiastically, "Oh my gosh, is that what it is? Actually, I'm totally hooked on a really great novel right now too, and the plot is pretty similar to your story." Saying that, she pulled out her tablet and held it up right in front of Shinharu's face. "Here, what do you think?" Looking at the cover art of the novel and the title, "The Forbidden Love Between the Villain Egoistic and the Heroine Stardust," Shinharu immediately slammed her head down onto the desk. Seeing this, Kim Chae-hyun asked in a panic, "What's wrong? Haru?" Shinharu lifted her face but didn't answer, her mind completely tangled up at this point as she wondered, "I wonder if he's safe. Could he actually be dead?" Completely ignoring Kim Chae-hyun next to her who was worrying sick and repeatedly checking on her, "Haru, do you have a headache?" Shinharu kept her face turned toward the window, her mind floating away in the clouds. "There's no way. That incredibly scheming guy, a man who once threw all of South Korea into chaos, someone with a face that thick is definitely going to live a long life." Even though she thought so, she couldn't stop letting out a sigh, her heart harboring a bit of anticipation as she thought, "I just wonder when his next attack is gonna be." Meanwhile on Kim Dane's side, he spoke to everyone seriously, "For the time being, we aren't going to do anything." Hearing him say that, Subin, who was peeling an apple, had to stop her hands. Han Seo-eun, her mouth stuffed as she chewed on an apple, froze as well. Both of them turned to look at him simultaneously. Han Seo-eun asked back in surprise, "Seriously?" Kim Dane lay back relaxing in the sun, replying nonchalantly, "I'm going to take a break for a while." Han Seo-eun took the opportunity to push it further, gesturing as she ranted on and on, "Good grief, what do you mean a while? Why don't we just retire for good?" Kim Dane then dropped a new announcement, "While I'm resting, someone else will take over for me." Hearing this, Han Seo-eun froze again, asking in bewilderment, "What? Someone is going to replace you?" Kim Dane said nothing more, a toothpick in his mouth as he thought silently to himself, "I can't keep showing my face forever. Within the group, the strongest person right now is still me, and that's the biggest issue. Just looking at how Stardust handled the behemoth like it was a piece of cake, I need a strong enough assistant for the upcoming challenges." Because of Stardust, I already have someone lined up, a new member at a cafe. Back then, a beautiful female employee during her shift kept flashing a mechanical smile as she said, "Welcome, valued customer." Then a guy, his face bright red, holding a massive bouquet of flowers, approached her, closing his eyes tightly as he blurted out all at once, "I love you, Sei. This pure white bouquet symbolizes my heart. Please accept it, as well as my feelings for you." And exactly at this moment, Kim Dane, who was sitting in the cafe sipping a drink, got a front row seat to all the drama. The original story had this exact scene too, and of course, that beautiful employee followed the script to a T. Her anger flared up, grinding her teeth as she tore into the guy, "Please get the hell out right now. I'm already pissed off and now I have to deal with some guy trying to fool around in someone's sacred workplace. Do I look that easy to you?" This sent the young guy crying as he ran outside, whining out of sheer heartbreak, "You're so cruel." Having watched the funny show, Kim Dane laughed quietly to himself, thinking, seeing this live is way more entertaining. Choi Se-hee, 23 years old, helplessly smacked her hand against her forehead, her other hand holding a half-mixed drink. Suddenly, her eyes locked right onto Kim Dane's gaze as he stared intently at her. Choi Se-hee. Choi Se-hee's cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly turned her face away, whispering to herself, "What the heck? Why does he keep staring at me?" And right according to the script, the Choi Se-hee from the original story would later operate under the alias Elektra, an A-class villain. For now, she was living peacefully like a civilian, but she still had to battle the destructive impulses in her heart. Working part-time was just her way of keeping it temporarily suppressed.
To put it bluntly, she was no different from a ticking time bomb.
Waiting until it turned dark and the moon hung high, Choi Se-hee took familiar steps on her way back, her mouth constantly complaining about her miserable life. Damn it, how much longer do I have to live like this?
One shift after another, and then another shift after that.
Suddenly, on the deserted late-night street, Choi Se-hee turned her head to scan her surroundings completely, her hands tensely laced together, half asking and half assuring herself, there shouldn't be anyone around here, right? With that, she sat down in a dark corner by the side of the road, unleashing her special ability. Staring at the brilliant stream of power in her hand, she couldn't help but smile with pure joy. As the released power shot up high, Choi Se-hee watched, completely mesmerized by the sight, before grinning from ear to ear. Just then, a low voice chimed in with admiration, "That's really beautiful." Startled, Choi Se-hee bolted upright to look at the man in front of her. She hesitantly tried calling out, "Egostick." Egostick slowly walked up to her, making an attractive offer. "I've been looking for someone with your abilities for a very long time, Miss Choi Se-hee.
With your power, would you be interested in helping me pull off a few jobs?"
Choi Se-hee didn't bother hiding her powers anymore, even using them to guard against him.
Then she boldly screamed back at him, "What? Jobs? You psycho! Do you think every superhero just turns into a villain like you?"
Egostick pulled out the behemoth's core entity, his eyes flashing a fierce red as he stared at Choi Se-hee, his tone dangerous and challenging. "Go ahead and strike, let me see just how strong you really are." Not wanting to disappoint her opponent, Choi Se-hee gathered all her strength, the blue lightning crackling around her body growing larger and larger, signaling a devastating attack. Instantly, she unleashed a massive, blinding bolt of lightning, firing it straight at Dane, who stood there looking utterly arrogant. However, her lightning strike was easily intercepted and completely neutralized by Kim Dane's red energy tendrils. The collision of the two energy forces created a horrifying explosion, destroying everything in the vicinity. When the smoke cleared, Kim Dane was still standing right where he was, completely unscathed.
He laughed savagely, mocking Choi Se-hee, "Is this really the absolute best you can do?"
Choi Se-hee gritted her teeth in anger, but deep down, she felt a strange sense of relief. This was the first time she could fight with everything she had without holding back. Despite her anger, she had to admit that the feeling was genuinely exhilarating. Before leaving, Kim Dane extended an offer, stating that it would remain valid until next week and telling Choi Se-hee to think it over carefully.
Choi Se-hee was stunned.
Before she could even grasp what was happening, Kim Dane was already preparing to vanish, prompting her to hastily call out after him. But it was too late. Kim Dane vanished right before her eyes, leaving Choi Se-hee all alone amidst the wreckage. She looked down at her hands, where sparks were still flickering after the battle.
Exhausted and confused, she couldn't deny that the fight had actually left her feeling deeply satisfied.
The scene shifted elsewhere. Kim Dane and his usual crew were acting out agonizing pain and utter despair. Standing beside them, Lee Subin apologized with a somber face and suggested, "Maybe our relationship should just end right here." Kim Dane turned to Seo-eun in a rage, screaming, "How could you treat me like this after everything I've done for you?" Seo-eun responded with a sinister smile to his loaded farewell.
As it turned out, the whole thing was just a dramatic act while they were playing Monopoly.
Kim Dane shrieked in bitterness over his loss while Seo-eun laughed gleefully. It turned out Kim Dane had gone completely bankrupt in the board game.
Seo-eun relentlessly mocked his pathetic state.
Being the loser, Kim Dane had to accept the penalty of washing a mountain of towering dishes for a family of 5 for 3 days straight. While Kim Dane slouched off to serve his punishment, Seo-eun reminded him that 3 days had already passed since they discussed recruiting a new member, asking why he was still slacking off playing games, but he only gave an indifferent reply. Seo-eun looked at him with a suspicious gaze, unable to figure out what Kim Dane was scheming. Kim Dane slipped his gloves on with a smug grin, entirely confident that the trap he had been setting for so long was finally going to catch its prey. The scene changed to Choi Se-hee's daily life.
She was working at the cafe, absent-mindedly taking customers' orders with a blank expression.
Exhaustion was clearly written all over her face, to the point where she accidentally spilled coffee while working. It seemed like her ordinary daily routine was completely draining her energy. The kind manager noticed Choi Se-hee's exhaustion and advised her to go step outside and get some rest. Choi Se-hee gratefully accepted and thanked her.
She slumped heavily onto a bench outside in exhaustion.
During her break, Choi Se-hee pulled out her phone, her hands trembling slightly as she searched for information about someone. She was curious about Egostick, the name everyone kept bringing up. She never expected him to be such a formidable figure. The most influential crime lord in South Korea, who even had his own fan cafe and was more famous than most heroes. But what shocked her the most was the information that Agostic's terror attacks caused 0 civilian casualties, resulting only in property damage. The death toll was always 0. This made Choi Se-hee wonder if he might actually be a good guy after all. The story flashed back to introduce her background, someone with electrical powers who had never truly utilized her full strength until she met Egostick. The reason was that her parents loathed people with superpowers and had strictly controlled Se-hee's abilities since she was a child. That suppression was just like an overloaded battery. The pressure built up over time and transformed into a destructive impulse, Se-hee's unique characteristic. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, Egostick's offer echoed in her mind again, urging her to think it over carefully. She went back to work, and several days had already passed since Dane made his offer. She continued to work day after day. The 5th day passed, then the 6th day. At that point, she suddenly froze. A name flashed through her mind, Egostick. Her face instantly shifted from cheerful to absolute panic. Finally, it was the 7th day, exactly a week since that meeting. That night, Choi Se-hee stood alone in a dark alleyway, seemingly waiting for someone. She lowered her head, her face full of determination, as if she had just made a major decision. Suddenly, she heard a noise. She looked up and called out joyfully, "Ego," but it was just a stray cat. Startled, the cat hissed fiercely with its fur standing on end before darting away into the darkness. Choi Se-hee felt embarrassed by her mistake. She clenched her fists, whispering Egostick's name with a mix of annoyance and anticipation. Right at that moment, Egostick actually materialized behind her and asked, "Have you thought over my offer carefully?" After a brief silence, Choi Se-hee let out a breath and replied decisively, "I'll do it." Egostick couldn't hide his delight. Choi Se-hee took his hand, reinforcing once more that whatever he asked of her, she would do it. She blushed with excitement and pleaded, "I don't care what we break, just let me smash something." "Hurry up, Dane." Feeling a bit sweated by this girl, he replied awkwardly, yeah, sure." Not keeping her waiting, Egostick instantly teleported them, bringing her to a special location. The place they arrived at was none other than the Ego Base, their secret hideout. As soon as they arrived, Choi Se-hee was introduced by Egostick to the rest of the crew. Egostick solemnly announced, "Choi Se-hee is the newest member of our family." Surprised by the warm welcome, she shyly introduced herself. Everyone cheerfully introduced themselves in return. Subin stepped forward, waving her hand, "Hi, it's great to meet you. I'm Lee Subin." Lee Hyun, dressed neatly in her school uniform, followed up, "Hello, I'm Lee Hyun." In stark contrast to the warm atmosphere, Seo-eun looked annoyed, muttering, "Great, another girl." Dane reluctantly introduced her instead, "Her name is Seo-eun." After finishing the introductions, Egostick turned to Se-hee and said, "As for me." He slowly removed his mask. He smiled, revealing his true identity. He was Kim Dane. Choi Se-hee froze completely. The image of a familiar guy sitting and drinking coffee at the cafe where she worked flashed through her mind. She realized in utter shock that Egostick was the handsome guy who had come to her cafe last week. That sudden revelation plunged the entire room into absolute silence. Kim Dane looked bewildered. Choi Se-hee was mortified, while the other members were left speechless. Overwhelmed by the shock and embarrassment, Choi Se-hee lost control of her powers. A massive surge of electricity suddenly erupted from her body. The current was so strong that it caused a total blackout across Egostick's entire high-tech base. Everything plunged into pitch darkness. In the dark, the whole crew panicked. Han Seo-eun guessed that Se-hee's electricity had triggered the blackout. Lee Subin felt a tingling sensation all over her body, while Lee Hyun could only marvel at this terrifying power. While everyone was left in astonishment, a beam of light clicked on. The light shone directly at Choi Se-hee, forcing her to shield her eyes with her hand. Amidst the chaos, Father Yoon appeared at the doorway holding a flashlight. The boy irritably asked what everyone was doing and demanded they turn the lights back on so he could do his homework. A view of the outside showed that the entire neighborhood had been plunged into darkness. The scene switched to Shin Haru reading something on her computer. She had just received a notification that her membership tier had been upgraded in Egostick's fan cafe. She ruffled her hair and buried her face in her hands helplessly, blushing as she recalled Ice's teasing words. Shin Haru was automatically upgraded to an elite tier in the Mango Stick fan cafe. Truly an elite member. A certified elite member. Shin Haru told herself she should go to sleep. Then she jumped into bed, tossing and turning as thoughts swirled in her mind. She angrily clenched her fists, worrying about Dane and wondering if that guy was doing okay. Dane's image popped up in her mind again along with his words, "You owe me a favor." She lowered her gaze. She anxiously called out Egostic's name, as if there were some sort of invisible bond between them.
After the chaotic incident, the warehouse door swung open.
The crew stared into the box that had been left open. Choi Se-hee felt guilty and hastily apologized to everyone, but Seo-eun just said it was fine, since she was bored anyway. In that atmosphere, Kim Dane suddenly placed a hand on Choi Se-hee's shoulder. He leaned in close to her ear and whispered, inviting her to go somewhere private with him. Choi Se-hee flinched at the unexpected proposal. She quietly followed behind Kim Dane. The two separated from the group, walking into a quieter area. They approached a massive, luxurious villa tucked away in the silent night. Choi Se-hee's face showed a flicker of anxiety and hesitation as she continued to follow him. Kim Dane led her out to a wide courtyard. He turned around, spreading his arms wide as he said, "All right, there's no one else here now. Just the two of us." She looked at him and asked, "So what now?" "Do it. Do whatever you want. You want to let loose, don't you? With that full power of yours?" She looked at him with fierce determination, as if ready for what was about to happen. She let out a yell. Electricity began to violently crackle all around her body. She looked straight at him and said, "Then you better dodge everything, Kim Dane." Even though he was called by his real name, Kim Dane remained completely calm, without flinching in the slightest. Instantly, Choi Se-hee unleashed all of her pent-up power while Dane slowly activated his ability, radiating a purple glow. Her eyes flashed brightly, displaying the terrifying power being unleashed. Facing the colossal torrent of power, Kim Dane simply used his teleportation ability to evade the attacks. He laughed thoroughly, clearly impressed and entertained by the power she displayed. Choi Se-hee's power created a spectacular sight, an electrical storm engulfing everything around them. After burning through all her energy, Choi Se-hee dropped to her knees on the shattered ground, gasping for air. She was completely drained. Kim Dane walked over. Choi looked up and asked, "Your terror attacks don't actually hurt anyone, right?" He replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I'm a pacifist." She smirked, obviously not buying it. "Nonsense. If you don't hurt anyone, then it counts as non-violent." Then she abruptly changed the subject, asking how old he was. Kim Dane acted like he was counting on his fingers. "Let's see. I'm 22. No, I'm 23 this year." Choi Se-hee puffed her cheeks out in annoyance. "What? We're the same age. Didn't you look me up before coming here? Then why were you being so formal with me?" She smiled, handing him a water bottle and suggesting they drop the honorifics. Kim Dane agreed and shook her hand. A pact was made. Amidst the wreckage caused by her own power, Kim Dane officially welcomed her aboard. "Welcome to Team Ego." Choi Se-hee looked unamused by the name Kim Dane came up with. Team Ego? Seriously? Is your naming taste really that bad? A month passed. Choi Se-hee, now a member of Team Ego, was in a special training session with Kim Dane. He instructed her on how to channel electricity into the ground. That's it. Now imagine wrapping electricity around your legs and firing it down into the earth. She tried her best to follow along, but the unstable electrical current caused her to lose her balance and tumble over. Kim Dane startled and ducked aside as she wiped out right next to him. Just then, Seo-eun walked out from the house, letting out a long yawn as she asked, "Yikes, it's so early in the morning." "What are you two doing?" Kim Dane explained, "Special training. She's going to face Stardust in our next attack." Meanwhile, Choi Se-hee was still pinned flat on the ground, asking suspiciously, "Hey, are you absolutely sure this method works?" Kim Dane started to look a bit flustered too, muttering, "That's strange." But then he suddenly remembered something important. "Oh, right," he enthusiastically re-explained, "it's like wrapping electricity around your legs and firing it down into the earth." Yeah, I get it." But Choi Se-hee still looked clueless. "Around my legs? Huh? I'm not so sure." After a brief moment of realization, Choi Se-hee seemed to grasp the key point, and she succeeded. Behind them, Seo-eun cheered happily. After the session, Seo-eun cheerfully brought some water over to Choi Se-hee. "Here's some water." Choi Se-hee smiled, taking it and thanking her as the current stabilized around her legs, allowing her to hover in midair. Kim Dane announced with satisfaction, "All right, let's call it a day." Behind them, Seo-eun cheered happily. After the session, Seo-eun cheerfully brought some water over to Choi Se-hee. "Here's some water." Choi Se-hee smiled, taking it and thanking her. She chugged down the entire bottle, drenched in sweat after the intense workout.
Noticing Kim Dane staring at her, Choi Se-hee turned and asked, "What are you looking at?"
Kim Dane pinched his nose and said, "Go take a shower.
"You smell terribly like sweat." His words instantly set Choi Se-hee off. She yelled, "Of course I'm sweating. I was just working out." The wrath of an S-class talent was not something easily dealt with.
She threw the water bottle straight at Kim Dane's face.
Kim Dane panicked. A thought flashed through his mind, "Oh my god, are you seriously telling me to handle this myself now?" Contrary to his fears, Choi Se-hee burst out laughing instead, teasing, "Come on, dodge it." Watching the two of them fool around, Seo-eun could only let out a weary sigh. I wish these two would act their age for once. The night before the operation, the entire crew was intensely focused on a video game. Chaeyoon shouted, "Sis, 9 o'clock direction. Move to the 9 o'clock direction."
The atmosphere was incredibly tense and chaotic. One person told her to press the A button, while another screamed at her to shoot right now.
Choi Se-hee held the controller looking completely bewildered, not knowing who to listen to amidst the clashing commands.
Suddenly, a noise caused all three of them to show expressions of absolute panic.
The screen went pitch black.
Kim Dane screamed at them to drop their controllers while Seo-eun shrieked at him to turn on the lights.
Lee Soo-bin walked in.
She saw the three of them huddling together under a dim light, mapping out tomorrow's plan.
No more noisy gaming.
The atmosphere had turned completely serious. Seeing that the entire crew was still wide awake as dawn approached, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. The terror event is today and you guys stayed up all night. I guess since it's been a while since our last operation, everyone's just too excited.
Hearing Lee Soo-bin's reminder, the whole group broke into a cold sweat.
She said softly, "You all worked very hard." The tension reached its absolute peak when Lee Soo-bin mentioned the name of this terror plan, Red Dead Redemption 2. She flashed a bright smile and suggested, "Instead of doing that, why don't you all go to sleep right this instant?"
That smile scared the absolute living daylights out of the remaining three.
Hearing that, the whole crew bolted back to their rooms. Choi Se-hee shyly wished everyone a good night, while Seo-eun muttered that she needed to sleep to prepare for tomorrow. Just as Kim Dane was about to leave, Lee Soo-bin coldly called him back. "Dane, stay right here." From a distance, Choi Se-hee and Seo-eun whispered to each other, "Soo-bin is genuinely terrifying when she's angry." Kim Dane lowered his head and apologized.
The next morning, emergency alarms blared everywhere.
A criminal terror attack had broken out in Seoul City. Notably, all civilians within a 250-meter radius had been safely evacuated, resulting in 0 casualties.
And the question was raised, where is the hero Stardust?
Stardust was already en route to the scene. She plummeted from the sky at a terrifying speed. At the center of the attack zone, amidst the debris, Choi Se-hee looked up to see Stardust flying in. Choi Se-hee, sitting confidently atop a pile of bricks in her new villain attire, greeted her mockingly, "Hey there, Stardust."
Her villain name was Elektra.
Stardust touched down, glaring at Elektra with a cold, guarded look.
Stardust commanded, "Villain, halt your attack and surrender. If you refuse, I will use force to subdue you." Hearing that, Elektra merely smirked as sparks began to dance across her hands. "Surrender? Not a chance,"
and fired a powerful bolt of electricity straight at Stardust.
Stardust was caught off guard by this preemptive strike. With a confident smile and her eyes ablaze with power, Elektra declared, "My name is Elektra. I came here for him, to take you down."
The battle between the two officially commenced. A week before Elektra's terror attack took place, Dane met up privately with Choi Se-hee in a secluded corner.
Se-hee asked him in confusion, "What's this about? Didn't our training wrap up yesterday?"
Sitting on a tree root, Dane said seriously, "Because there's something I forgot to teach you,
a move called Thunder Fist." Hearing that, Choi Se-hee reflexively repeated the name, Thunder Fist. Narcissistically assuming she was praising him, Dane quickly asked, "Well? Just hearing the name sounds totally badass, right? It instantly grabs your curiosity, doesn't it?" Only to be immediately slapped in the face with reality as Choi Se-hee said contemptuously, "What kind of hideous naming sense is that?" Dane thought irritably to himself, "The name was originally like that. What more do you want from me?"
But putting that aside, he still carefully instructed her, "Don't think of it as firing electricity, think of it as coiling the electricity into your hand, clamping it into a tight fist, and then unleashing it."
Se-hee followed his guidance seriously.
Dane paused for a moment, then continued, Gradually push your thoughts toward condensing the electricity to its absolute limit, focusing everything entirely into your fist.
Following along, Seihi reported to him, "I'm doing exactly what you said."
Saying that, she unleashed a test punch. A punch imbued with Thunder Fist carried truly formidable power. Rocks and dirt shattered and flew everywhere under the impact, creating a earth-shattering tremor. As the dust settled, a long crater appeared on the ground.
Dane walked over to Choi Seihi's side and asked, "What do you think?" "This is exactly what Thunder Fist is."
"Pretty awesome, right?" Seihi was still completely struck with awe, exclaiming, "That is seriously insane." Dane looked at her, offering encouragement and reminders. "In the week leading up to the terror attack, just practice this single move and deliver a solid blow to Stardust."
"Good luck."
Seihi chuckled, muttering a flat remark, "You psycho, why do you keep targeting that girl?
You really are wicked."
"Completely shameless," Dane said confidently.
"Hey, I'm a villain with an actual backstory, you know."
Accustomed to it, Seihi snapped back, "What the hell are you even talking about?
You moron."
And right now in this very battle, Choi Seihi was applying it against Stardust.
She threw out a mocking taunt, "An A-class superhero and this is all you've got?"
Refusing to back down, Stardust immediately charged and flew right at her. Through a pair of binoculars, Egostick was witnessing the clash between the two of them. He happily enjoyed his hot beverage, constantly praising the view. "This spot is absolutely completely safe. The perfect place to watch is right here. A free show meant just for me." Stardust looked at the electrical current radiating from Seihi, smacking her lips slightly. She thought to herself, "To get close to her, I have to withstand this level of electricity and still be ready to charge straight at Seihi." Seeing this, Seihi couldn't help but marvel, "Oh, you can actually break right through?" Saying that, Choi Seihi delivered a kick and muttered, "Then how about this?" Every single stomp of hers caused an explosion to erupt across the city.
Stardust shrieked in pain as she was shocked by her electricity.
Seihi agilely and swiftly lowered herself to the ground, looking toward Stardust as she muttered confidently, "That girl is easier to take down than I thought." At that moment, Stardust pushed through Seihi's electrical sparks, slowly drawing closer to her.
Stardust unleashed a surge of power that blasted away the blinding dust storm, walking forward fair and square.
Seihi's confident mood was instantly crushed. Her eyes went wide with shock as she stared at Stardust.
As Stardust prepared to unleash a move, Seihi leapt back, retreating to another side, glaring intently at Stardust while letting out a cold laugh.
The two just stood there staring at each other, neither making the first move. Seihi anxiously wondered to herself, "That girl is a flat-out monster.
Egostick has been playing around with a monster like this all this time."
Stardust stared directly at Seihi with a grim expression. It looked like she was gradually adapting to Elektra's attacks. Egostick stood far off observing every single movement of the situation, silently analyzing in his mind. "The reason I put so much effort into training Seihi was precisely to increase her durability against Stardust's attacks. Compared to her original counterpart who used to roll around pathetically, this much shouldn't even faze Seihi." Returning to the match, just as Seihi was about to unleash a move, Stardust coldly cut her off to state her terms.
"You're Elektra, right?
It's still not too late to surrender. I will arrest you without leaving a single injury."
Seemingly insulted by her words, Seihi shouted angrily, "What?
Holy shit!"
Exuding pure bloodlust, Stardust dropped a short remark, "You brought this on yourself."
Then she channeled all her power, flying towards Seihi like a rocket. Seihi immediately dropped into a combat stance, and their fists collided, creating a shocking explosion. Earth and dust went flying everywhere, and Egostick's binoculars joined in on the action, getting swept away by the wind. He had to deploy a protective barrier just to stand firmly and safely in his spot.
The entire city echoed with deafening blasts.
Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Egostick had to open up his pocket dimension, pull out a camera, and film right up close to that fierce battlefield. The smoke gradually cleared. Stardust looked straight at the person in front of her with an emotionless face, a long trench carved into the ground. Behind her back was a city engulfed in a sea of dust and fire, in stark contrast to Stardust who was completely unharmed. Seihi sustained no minor injuries, painfully clutching her bleeding arm. Only then did Stardust speak up, asking her nonchalantly, "What did you say earlier? Who is that person you were talking about?" When the two first clashed, Seihi had dropped a casual line, "I came to face you instead of that person." Stardust paid extreme attention to detail, and only now had the chance to ask, "There's someone pulling the strings behind you, isn't there?" But despite coughing up blood from internal injuries, Seihi stubbornly spat back a challenge, "Screw off, you think I'm actually gonna tell you?
Stardust went quiet for a few seconds before stating, "Fine, I'll interrogate you slowly." Saying that, she extended her hand preparing to strike.
Right at that exact moment, an arm materialized, wrapping around Seihi's shoulder.
In the blink of an eye,
Egostick teleported Seihi away, leaving Stardust standing alone, staring blankly in bewilderment as she wondered, could it be? A familiar voice rang out, "Hello, Stardust." Stardust whipped around toward the voice and called out, "Egostick." Egostick held Seihi as he hovered in midair. Looking down at her, he greeted casually, "It really is me, long time no see." The camera feed was active. EgoStream was preparing to go live. Even though it was just setting up, there were already 14,000 viewers waiting.
Netizens scrambled to comment in the chat box, "It's live. Let's go. Egostick is so sudden, you guys. Oh my god. Egostick is streaming. Oh my god. Look, Egostick is live. I dropped everything I was doing. Had to jump right in to watch. Bro, I'm literally dying." The screen displayed an image of him holding Seihi in his arms. The comment section instantly erupted into a lively commotion. "As soon as I log in, who is this handsome girl? Shocker, an affair exposed on stream. Does he seriously dare to cheat right in front of Stardust? As soon as the stream turns on, he's carrying another girl princess style. Why do his tastes align so perfectly with mine?" At this point, Stardust asked him in lingering disbelief, "You're still alive?" Egostick thought to himself, what kind of weird question is that? Even so, his mouth still offered a classic villainous laugh as he replied, "Yeah, of course. Too bad this isn't exactly good news for you." But the moment his words left his mouth, Stardust said with relief, "You're still alive, thank goodness." Leaving him completely bewildered as he thought, "Huh?" Quickly snapping back to his senses, Egostick playfully teased, "Did you say thank goodness? Wow, I didn't expect Stardust to be worrying about me." Stardust couldn't argue back. Having her inner thoughts hit dead on, her face flushed as red as a beet. Egostick went on, "Next time, let me send my regards first." Unable to hold it in any longer, Seihi chimed in to scold him, "Hey, old man, why the hell are you so late?" Egostick laughed it off casually, "My bad. The show was just too captivating." Taking in the entire sight of the two acting intimate with each other, Stardust frowned slightly. As if noticing something unusual, Egostick turned back to look at her. Even Seihi noticed Stardust's face looking completely gloomy. Radiating pure animosity, she glared intently at the two of them. She shrieked out, whoa, what the hell is wrong with that girl? Why did her face flip so fast out of nowhere?" Egostick remained calm, reasoning things out logically as he deduced, she probably wants to rip the two villains in front of her to shreds right about now. Has a superhero's wrath finally awakened? After a brief silence, Stardust looked upward and yelled loudly, "What reason brings you to this place, Egostick?" Egostick, holding Choi Seihi in his arms, smiled and said, "Me? My purpose for coming here is to rescue my partner." That remark made Stardust's face darken. "Partner, you said?" Before she could even process that information, he continued, "Let me properly introduce everyone to the team. EgoStream, the true association of villains." Stardust couldn't believe her ears. "A league of villains?" Egostick affirmed it once again, "Exactly. Joining me now are comrades whose abilities are in no way inferior to the lovely Elektra I'm currently holding. This means that from this moment on, I will no longer be acting alone in my terrorist activities. You lot had better prepare yourselves for some serious worry, if not for Stardust, then at least for this entire country. Attack! Elektra, unleash a 1,000,000-volt discharge." Choi Seihi said angrily, "I told you not to act like that." But her hand still fired a surge of electricity toward Stardust. Just as she leaped backward to dodge, the two of them vanished instantly. Egostick scoffed, "Hey Stardust, you're still way too weak to catch us. Try a little harder next time." Stardust was fuming. "Stop right there, you two, don't run." Her rage boiled over, causing her to lose control and punch the wall next to her, shattering it into pieces. What is this terrible, uncomfortable feeling? Elektra. Egostick. In her mind, she replayed the image of Egostick laughing and saying, "I have many cute teammates. Of course, Elektra is still the cutest in my heart." Choi Seihi shyly nestled into his arms. "Oh, why do you say such strange things?" "I told you not to do that." But the truth was that this event had never actually happened. By now, anger had completely consumed Stardust.
In our next rematch, I swear I will destroy you completely.
Meanwhile, on Egostic's end, he stood before a perfectly ordinary-looking wall. This is the place, right? Suddenly, he called out, "Is anyone here?" He then punched the wall to pieces. Instantly, a hidden path revealed itself. Location confirmed. The 30th floor of the endless staircase area. To the right of the disguised wall, a path with an ancient aura appeared, lined with flickering green candles and a massive gate made of obsidian.
As if knowing he would come, the gate opened, and Egostic stepped inside, offering a greeting. "Hello." The person inside, smoking a cigar, asked, a rather unfamiliar, youthful face. "What business brings you to this place?" It was the vine witch standing before him. Egostic stated his request bluntly. "I'd like you to use your magic to seal these items for me." He thought to himself, the first is a diary containing all the events of humanity from the past to the present. The other is a record of things yet to come in the future. Seeing these novel objects, the vine witch couldn't help but be surprised. "This stone looks impressive, I accept." "How long do you want this effect to last?" He replied, "For both items, seal them until I take my final breath." The vine witch didn't ask further questions and immediately cast her magic upon them. After some hocus pocus, she handed them back to him. "Done. From now on, aside from the owner of the books, no one else will be able to peek at them." Egostic left her with a cold parting remark, "Many thanks, witch." He turned and walked away immediately, leaving the vine witch speechless. She couldn't help but warn him, "You are choosing to step onto a path filled with hardships." Knowing she meant well, Egostic turned back, looking genuinely grateful, "Because it's the path I'm destined to walk, no matter what." He teleported to the roof of a building, sitting there as he gazed out toward the distant horizon. This place was the starting point for his ideals in this world. Suddenly, he saw Stardust's image being projected onto a massive building. Stardust. After a long moment of thought, he stood up, stretched, and said, "Oh boy, from this moment on, terrifying disasters will begin to descend. Stardust, you have to believe me, I will certainly." Suddenly his phone buzzed. As soon as he picked up, the screeching voice of Han Seoun from the other end pierced his eardrum. "Dinner is ready, why are you still out there instead of coming home? The whole family is waiting for you." Egostic replied helplessly, "All right, I'm coming back now." Han Seoun shouted, "You better be here within 3 seconds. After hanging up, he stood there sighing to himself for a while. And now, the final milestone of the first leg. At last, the moment was close at hand. On a certain highway, a truck was cruising along, completely unaware that it had become a target for a certain office. Suddenly, a drill attached to a mechanical arm emerged from the middle of the road. Following that, an entire robot rose up from the ground, startling the driver. What the hell is that?" The mad scientist wore a manic grin. "Attention, all soldiers. As for the South Korean nation that has oppressed us, the time has come for us to wipe it out." Inside a classroom, 2 students were laughing and giggling together. They were watching a video about Choi Se-hee and praising her. "Electra is truly breathtakingly beautiful. She must definitely be in a romantic relationship with Egostic." The other one immediately retorted, "Look here, it's obvious just by looking that she's merely his comrade in arms." Shinharu sat behind them with a faint smile. Meanwhile, they kept arguing. "Geez, what are you babbling about?" "I don't know. Did you not see the 2 of them whispering intimately in front of the cameras? Plus, who carries a female best friend bridal style like that?" Another person disagreed with that line of reasoning. "Wow, is this how you single guys see things?" His friend said, "Look, it's precisely because there's nothing romantic between them that they can be so comfortable cuddling in front of the camera. If it were someone they secretly loved, they would definitely never dare to do that." The other guy started to get convinced. "That actually sounds pretty convincing." "All right, keep talking, let's hear it." The other guy then continued, "Man, it's not just pretty convincing. From the very beginning, Egostic's attitude has always been the same. In his eyes, only Stardust exists. That's the truth as I see it." The friend exclaimed, "Ah, I see. Perhaps that's why Stardust looks so pitiful. I watched the live stream and nearly shed a tear." The other friend analyzed it from her perspective. Even though Egostic is just one criminal among many, one can't help but be bothered by that. Witnessing him cuddling another woman right in front of her is just too much for anyone to handle. His friend laughed out loud. "Oh man, this guy is really falling too deep into his delusions. As for me, I'm still rooting for the Egoelec couple. Because they look much more compatible." Before he could finish, he caught the fiery gaze of Shinharu sitting behind them. "Ha!
Did I just accidentally say something wrong?
His friend also trembled. It looks like she's a die-hard fan of the Egostick and Stardust couple. Her hair is even the same shade of blonde. Just then, the lecturer walked in. Alright, let's begin our lesson.
The theoretical content we'll be exploring today is.
While listening to the lecture, Shin Haru's phone rang with an emergency alert, forcing her to leave immediately.
Running through the emergency exit, she asked, "Headquarters, is it a villain?"
On the other side, they informed her that an unidentified giant weapon was heading north from the southeastern outskirts of Seoul, requesting the entire team to prepare for an immediate deployment to the scene. Upon arriving, Stardust was stunned when she saw it.
What the hell is going on here? The robot kept walking along the highway, attacking passers-by and destroying surrounding property.
In its line of sight was a car with 3 people inside. Fortunately, Stardust lunged in time, grabbing the car and dashing elsewhere.
She dropped it in a safe spot and shouted to the driver, "Can you still drive?
If so, get as far away from this area as possible."
Those people cheered, "Thank you so much.
Stardust, do your best." Done with that, she immediately dashed to the other side. A voice boomed from inside the robot, the puppet of the government and the association, Stardust.
Do you have the strength to extinguish the final remnants of this Hanun group?
She lunged forward to deliver a punch at the robot, but was immediately knocked back.
Stardust struggled, unable to bear it. Where is this overwhelming pressure coming from?
She had just thought that when her body felt like a bullet hitting a nearby mountain, but when she returned, she heard strange noises echoing from inside the robot over there.
"Doctor, is that you? What? Could you be Elektra? Go!"
Following that, a surge of electricity was discharged, causing the robot to immediately short-circuit and collapse. The voice from inside the robot became clearer.
Hey, clear the way a bit, move aside. Can you hear me clearly? Ms. Stardust.
Stardust naturally recognized him, Egostick. He had already tightly restrained the mad scientist and answered her, "That's right, it's me.
Egostick.
My friends at the Hanilan Corporation created this wonderful giant machine.
If a real-deal villain like me, Egostick, didn't put it to use, wouldn't that be a waste?"
Seiki watched the scene and got goosebumps, exclaiming, "Every time he gets into character, he looks exactly like a total madman." Han Seo-eun was already used to it. "You'll get used to it soon enough." Over the earpiece, he continued acting, "Hey Stardust, I'm in the mood to use this beautiful giant toy to level the city.
Do you have what it takes to stop me?"
Stardust saw it was him and laughed out loud. "I will definitely stop your destructive actions.
Egostick? You'll have to pay the price."
With that, she charged straight at the robot.
After finishing the modifications on the robot, Han Seo-eun reported, "The machine's power output adjustment is complete."
Egostick gripped the lever, whispering to himself, "Haru, let's try to unleash the power for real today."
He shouted excitedly, "Come on, bring it on." Immediately, the robot stood up, swinging its arm down toward Stardust's line of approach.
The robot's arm was so sturdy that even though Stardust had taken a defensive stance, she still cried out in pain.
Seeing that, Egostick laughed boisterously, "Stardust? Do you really think you can stop an opaque giant weapon with just that little bit of strength? Keep dreaming. Seo-eun, push the machine's output speed up a bit more. I'll make this a clean job. Let's go."
The robot's arm was incredibly flexible, chasing Stardust relentlessly and forcing her to fly constantly. While dodging, she told herself she needed to be even faster. Suddenly, both of the robot's arms reached out simultaneously. Sensing danger, Stardust quickly flipped backward to evade. Egostick, looking at the screen and seeing her escape his grasp, cheered inwardly, "That's right, just like that. Today, I can finally return home in one safe, intact piece." At the same time, at the National Assembly, an employee reported, "Sir, everything is ready."
A bright red button was also unlocked.
Sitting there was the President of South Korea, his face set with determination.
"To destroy the giant weapon, this is our only remaining option."
Having said that, he decisively pressed the button, causing the entire National Assembly building to shake violently. On the other side, Egostick softly called out,
"Seo-eun."
Instantly, the power and speed levels hit their maximum.
But surprisingly, Stardust was still able to dodge every attack perfectly.
Contrary to her scowling expression from earlier when facing the mad scientist, she was now smiling as she flew. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted from nowhere.
Egostick jumped and ordered, "Seo-eun, crank the power levels up even higher." Han Seo-eun shouted excitedly, "Yes, sir." Stardust lunged in for another attack.
Her body collided with the mechanical arm, sparks flying instantly. Watching the scene unfold, Egostick held firm to his belief. I trust that you will be able to overcome this. After holding her ground for a moment, Stardust unleashed another punch, blowing the mechanical arm to pieces. The shockwave caused the people inside the robot to gasp and scream loudly, but only Egostick, full of energy, shouted, "Don't even dream about it." He slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the robot immediately lunged forward. As he worked the keyboard rapidly, he issued another challenge. Want to see some top-tier control skills like at the arcade? Come on, Stardust. Stardust felt as if she had just taken a stimulant, feeling incredibly exhilarated. I can feel the power within my body starting to explode. Bring it on, Egostick. She dove straight into the robot's pincers, then used its own momentum to flip away, as relaxed as if she were playing cat and mouse. Now I have completely mastered the movements of this machine. You'd better prepare yourself to die, Egostick. However, that very confidence caused her to lose focus for a split second, and she paid the price by being knocked to the ground. Egostick laughed loudly. Do you really believe you've adapted to this machine's movements? That's just excessive arrogance. Stardust crawled out of the rubble, furious. You talk too much. You're so noisy it's driving me insane. Egostick continued to ramble on. Actually, the features of this octopat are still. Before he could finish, Stardust lunged forward and pierced through the robot's right leg. Looking at the damage indicator on the display, Han Seo-eun yelled angrily, "What the hell are you doing?" Egostick kept playing his part. That's it, this is exactly the kind of excitement needed for a fight. Stardust, I'm going to start giving it my all now. Octopat activated its maximum power, but no matter how much he pressed, it wouldn't move, so Egostick turned to Han Seo-eun and urged, "Speed it up." Han Seo-eun was fed up, but she followed his instructions anyway. As for him, once he'd fixed the technical glitch, he continued his performance. Can you keep up with this incredible speed of mine? Unable to find the robot's weak point, Stardust could only maneuver to dodge. Egostick mocked her. Is that all your ability amounts to? Seeing the two of them clash for so long, some people started whispering, is this level of power for real? This is truly a clash of the strongest beings on the planet. Has Stardust been holding back all this time? It's giving me goosebumps. Others were puzzled. Will Stardust finally break through to S rank this time? Right then, the sound in Stardust's earpiece descended into chaos. Furthermore, Big Brother, focus on the controls properly. Stop being distracted. Hearing a woman's voice inside the robot, Stardust gained a new target to attack. Now I have even more reason and motivation to destroy the giant weapon. The girls beside Egostick are just too annoying. If Egostick hadn't been making the machine act so erratically, defeating the giant contraption would have been impossible. But at this moment, she could absolutely do it. Thinking this, she launched herself upward again, punching the flailing mechanical arm with all her might. Inside, Egostick gritted his teeth as he commanded. Choi Se-hee clutched her seat, gritting her teeth as she remarked, "Why do I feel like she's even stronger than before?" Han Seo-eun hurriedly reported, "The machine's power is about to run out, Big Brother. We have to end this fight within the next 10 minutes. Contrary to their anxiety, Egostick just clapped his hands happily. If so, we have to enjoy this fun ride until the very last minute. Choi Se-hee, mad enough to lose her mind, slapped him on the head. What do you mean enjoy, you lunatic? At this rate, everything is going to blow up. Egostick was still excited. Charge. Seo-eun just felt bad for Sabine, who was holding her mouth while sitting on the floor. This is truly nauseating. Outside, Stardust followed the path of the arm, slowly approaching the control center, gritting her teeth as she peered inside. He's still inside that machine. Just as she was about to fly straight in, a voice came through her earpiece. Get out of there immediately, Stardust. Stardust was shocked and couldn't believe it, quickly backing away as she asked, why are you telling me to leave all of a sudden? The voice on the other end reported, the president has ordered a tactical nuclear missile strike on the giant weapon. If you stay there, you'll lose your life. Stardust couldn't help but yell, has everyone lost their minds? If that missile explodes here, the lives of the citizens will be threatened, right? Besides, I'm capable enough to defeat it. Why are you doing this? The officer on the other end replied, surely it's because they're afraid the government will look bad if they just stand by and watch. We can't anticipate political calculations, Stardust. Stardust still couldn't believe this was reality. Even so, this action was too unreasonable. The officer tried to persuade her, stop asking questions and retreat from there, quickly. Stardust, how long do you intend to stand there?
My octopus punch is dying to make a move. Stardust looked at the robot standing still without actively attacking her and realized that perhaps he had paused the fight just to wait for her? A villain who cares about his opponent? It seemed he was completely unaware of the missile heading their way.
If that was the case, she said one last sentence, I'm truly sorry.
Then she pulled out her earpiece, to the astonishment of the officer on the other end. What did you say?
Stardust. She gritted her teeth and launched herself in another direction. The headquarters was in an uproar. Seeing this, she threw away her radio.
What do we do now? Park Junho ate his popcorn while reassuring them, it will be fine. Because no matter the circumstances, we'll find a way to solve it.
So, let's just patiently observe the situation. Inside the robot, Egostick witnessed the scene, equally stunned. Wait, Stardust, where are you going?
You don't intend to run away at a time like this, do you?
Stardust had already found her own intention and was flying through the air. Egostick, the reasons this country wanted to destroy him were countless. An A-rank criminal specializing in terrorist attacks and hijacking television signals. Yet, for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to hate him. This time, she would save him herself. She just kept lunging straight into the sky. Very quickly, she found the target she needed, which was the tactical nuclear missile launched by the government. In her mind, the image of Egostick appeared instinctively. Without hesitation, she rammed straight into the small missile. The pain made Stardust grit her teeth and endure. The scene was seen by Egostick's group inside the robot, and they couldn't help but gape in surprise. There's something coming over there.
What is that? And Stardust, isn't that a missile? Egostick was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. Stardust, why?
High in the air, the struggle reached its climax. Stardust shouted to boost her strength.
Just as the energy at the tail of the missile weakened,
she quickly hugged the missile's warhead, changed its direction, and pulled it as she flew away.
As for Egostick inside the robot, he was so anxious he screamed, Seoun, have you found out what that is yet?
Han Seoun also sweated as she shouted back, I'm looking, stop rushing me. The very next second, the screen changed to the scene inside the National Assembly. She reported back, found it, it's the thing launched from the presidential office, the disarm code is.
We're out of time, there are 10 seconds left until it explodes. Egostick gasped, what? 9 seconds left?
The old president smiled happily.
8 seconds, 7 seconds.
Stardust had already carried the missile to a different location.
6. 5. 4. IC was still out shopping with her security. 3 seconds, staring blankly at the screen. Stardust. 2 seconds. The missile had been successfully redirected upward by Stardust.
1 second, she used all her strength to throw it straight into the sky. Just as the time hit 0, a earth-shattering explosion occurred. The sky was dyed a deep red, causing several students to look outside, bewildered. The scene also made old man Park Junho stop eating his popcorn.
The smile on the South Korean president's face froze. Han Seoun hesitated, it exploded. Choi Se-hee jumped to her feet, asking herself, Stardust, where is she?
Egostick dashed off while shouting. On this side, Stardust fell freely, unconscious, until a hand reached out and caught her. He held her in his arms, not understanding why she had done it. Suddenly, Stardust weakly opened her eyes. Before she could finish her sentence, he questioned her, who told you to intercept that missile? What if you had died because of it? But she didn't answer, choosing instead to close her eyes. Looking at this, Egostick felt a pang of sorrow. She had unleashed such terrifying power, and now her body was this frail. She looked like she was going to be mad at me. While he was lost in thought, Stardust opened her eyes again. That gaze made him confused.
Why are you looking at me with that gaze? You're currently being held in the arms of a villain. Realizing this, he started acting. Stardust, I thought you were just busy running away. Since when did you become so fast at distractions? Intercepting a missile? Looking closely, it seems you were aiming for something else.
Thinking this, he realized that giant weapon was on the verge of exploding, and if the missile had hit, it would have been irreversible. If she hadn't realized it in time and rushed to stop that missile at the last minute, both he and she would have been wiped out together. So why on earth did she stop that missile? As if understanding what he was thinking, Stardust whispered, I just wanted to do it. Saying this, she managed another weak smile before drifting off in his arms. Egostick stared at her, dazed, inwardly confused.
What did that smile mean? Could she have realized it? Stardust, that I am not a villain.
He gently laid her down, checking her over before feeling relieved.
Fortunately, it seems her life isn't in danger. She's always been resilient. Suddenly, his earpiece buzzed, and Egostick pressed it. Seoun? On the other end, Han Seoun reported, Big brother, I checked.
It was launched directly by the president. He had guessed as much, only nodding silently.
Truly an unpredictable world.
Clearly, the whole world saw Stardust intercept the missile. Even now, people can't understand the connection between the two of us. This situation cannot continue. Thinking this, he concluded, Seoun, start the broadcast. On this side, Han Seoun, who had been waiting, cracked her knuckles. I've been waiting for that.
Immediately, Egostick's broadcast began. Hello everyone, I am Egostick.
Instantly, 67,000 people joined, and a barrage of comments popped up. He's live all of a sudden. Why live at this time, for heaven's sake? The battle that made my heart race, I missed it. Where is it? Where? I was watching the part where Stardust flew up and you cut the feed. What gives? What happened? Why did you go out? Where is Stardust? Why did Stardust's blonde hair get darker earlier?
So curious, it's killing me. He spoke calmly to the camera. Stardust, where has she gone? You're all very curious, aren't you?
Immediately, the scene cut to Stardust lying unconscious.
Viewers were in an uproar. What is this? Did Stardust lose? Egostick is too much. Oh my god, this is crazy.
He immediately countered, I am not the one who made her like this.
The presidential office said they would capture me.
They launched a nuclear missile into Seoul, the president of South Korea himself,
just to wipe out a villain like me.
To catch me, they threw away all the people of Seoul. Immediately, a flood of non-stop comments jumped up.
The South Korean president was also dumbfounded, unable to believe it.
A volley of bullets was fired at the building broadcasting his live stream. After the incident, countless news outlets began reporting, since the new government took office, we have been facing the worst crisis in history.
Amidst calls for the president's impeachment, another news segment was shown. This is a breaking news update.
At the International Hero Association Alliance, foreign media reports that they are discussing a promotion to S rank for the hero Stardust. Seo, currently relaxing in her office, heard the news and exclaimed, our Haru is really something. The news continued. It is rumored that the villain Egostick is also being considered for an upgrade to S rank. Unlike Stardust, who has only just started being discussed, Egostick's case has been debated for several months now. Association officials say there will likely be an official announcement at the end of this month. Just then, outside, a voice spoke, Miss Seoa, may I come in? Seeing this, she grabbed the remote to turn off the TV and responded, come in. She remained calm, gently stroking her pet.
She was the heiress to the Meteor Group, the A-rank hero, Icicle. The secretary entered to report, I have bribed the candidates for the next presidential term. They have pledged to follow the Meteor Group's orders. She nodded with satisfaction, good. What about the other matters? The secretary replied, the chairman has declared he will delegate everything to Miss Seoa. Seoa gave a calculating smile, finally.
Then she returned to her normal state, you can go out now. The secretary bowed and turned to leave. The room suddenly became strangely quiet. Afterward, Seoa gave a pleased smile, thank you, Egostick, for giving me the chance to devour South Korea. I will make very good use of it. Changing scenes to Dane's villa, he spoke in a hurry, everyone, something huge has happened. His words drew everyone's attention. He continued in a worried voice, I think Stardust is suspicious of me. Seoun wondered, suspicious of what? He replied, she thinks I'm not a villain. Seihi made a skeptical face and blurted out, are you stupid? Seoun continued, that's not it. Do you still think you're like a villain after all this? Seihi thought to herself while eating, what a delusional freak. Hale observed him and evaluated, Uncle Dane really is technical. Constantly being attacked by the girls made him jump and blurt out, what? What about me? When I'm bored, I go commit terrorism. The number of hostages I've taken over the past while is uncountable, right? Haru cut him off, you've already released everyone. Upon hearing this, he was startled and blurted out, I kidnapped people, too. And I've killed many villains. Seihi pouted, you're the one who said many villains yourself. Seoun added, thank you very much, S-rank hero Egostick. He continued to explain, regardless, I have lived very diligently. Whether as a villain or as an individual, this made Seihi wonder,
What the hell does living diligently have to do with anything? Your brain really has issues. Have you been trying to look like a villain all this time? He shouted, of course. Hearing this only made Seihi's temper flare up more, and she yelled, the moment you tried to look like a villain, you were already wrong. Seriously, one glance is enough to see through it all. There's no mistaking it. She continued to question him, why do you think I agreed to your invitation to join? Look at last time. If you had left that giant machine to crash straight into Seoul, what would have happened to you? If it had attacked with full power from the start, would little Stardust have been able to stop it? Seo-eun shook her head and added, stop it? Not a chance. Lee Subin, who was peeling an apple, wondered, but Dane stopped it for her. He even adjusted the firepower while fighting. If Seo-eun can't realize that, she's a total idiot. He was speechless but tried to explain, just for that tiny reason? Perhaps you guys still don't understand. Stardust is the embodiment of justice. Doubting a cruel, inhumane S-rank terrorist like me based on a few circumstantial pieces of evidence is impossible. Seihi narrowed her eyes, so what? Embodiment of justice, my foot. Do you think Stardust is stupid? Any way you look at it, you don't look like a villain. These words were like a punch straight to Dane's face, leaving him dazed. Then she turned to ask Seo-eun, I'm right, aren't I? Seo-eun chimed in, of course. Didn't someone say it? What a relief. He thought to himself, if she knew that my villainous deeds weren't because I'm crazy, but actually to protect her in this world. If Stardust really knew that, she wouldn't be able to give her all when fighting me. Naturally, she wouldn't be able to grow. In that state, she wouldn't be able to stop the apocalypse. He clenched his fists and shouted, that can't happen. His loud shout startled little Seo-eun. Ah, you scared me. He put on a confident expression. Oh, that's right. Stardust needs someone to constantly remind her that I am an extremely evil person. Once he thought of that, he immediately dashed off, calling out, you guys stay here, I'm going to Busan. Changing scenes to Shinharu, she was standing in front of a high-rise building. She was incredibly excited by the scenery around her. As soon as she walked in, a receptionist stepped forward and bowed, welcome, guest. Are you Shinharu? She gently nodded and replied, yes. The receptionist reached out for her backpack. I'll carry your luggage to your room. She replied happily, thank you. She felt a bit nervous, telling herself, maybe it's even better this way. Then a gentle voice sounded in her ear, calling her name, Shinharu. Recognizing the familiar voice, she happily turned her head and exclaimed, Seoa. Afterward, the two approached each other and shared a loving hug. Seoa teased, look at this, you've gotten even prettier. She replied shyly, you too. Seriously, why is that? Seoa proposed, come on, let's have lots of fun today. She held Shinharu's hand and lifted it in celebration. Congratulations on the birth of the first S-rank female hero in South Korea. Then the two moved to Seoa's villa. Looking at the view from the balcony, Shinharu let out a shout of excitement. The scenery in front of me is absolutely amazing. Seoa walked up from behind and laughed. Great, isn't it? Shinharu nodded in agreement. Seoa pointed inside and offered an invitation. Please, come in. In the dining room, the chefs were laying out countless delicacies. Shinharu's eyes landed on something and she exclaimed, mango shaved ice. She immediately put a piece of mango in her mouth, chewing it with delight. Opposite her, Seoa teased, do you like mangoes that much? You're so cute. She had a small question, mangoes remind me of ego stick, don't they? Hearing that familiar name made Shinharu jump. Ha. Seoa continued, actually, I want a specialized villain like yours. Here, they just keep feeding me little fries. When will I ever reach S rank like that? So, maybe on this occasion, I'll move to Seoul permanently. I also want to try facing Ego Stick once to see how it goes. She immediately spoke up to stop her. No, she started to explain in a hurry. No. You also know he's obsessed with me. If someone else appeared and demanded to fight him when he called me out, who knows what kind of explosive actions he'd take. Like the terrorist attack on the Seoul Bridge, remember? That guy sometimes causes uncontrollable situations. Seoa thought, that's true, too. He has no reason to call me out. Shinharu continued that there was that reason, and more importantly, if you go, who will protect Busan? Suddenly, Seoa's watch buzzed with a red warning. She was startled, thinking to herself, someone touched my desk in my office.
She immediately stood up and turned to leave. Haru, I have an urgent call, so I have to stop by the company for a moment.
You go ahead and play. Haru replied, yeah, go ahead. Sioa was anxious. What's going on?
She arrived at the company immediately.
She examined the situation, wondering, just a system error?
Then, her little cat let out a small cry, which startled her.
Then a familiar voice spoke up, it's not an error.
Looking at the person who appeared in front of her, Sioa blurted out, you are. The other person continued, I activated the security program.
It's to meet you. Hello, Lee Sioa, I am Egostick. She wondered, why are you here? Planning to turn yourself in to the heroes?
Kim Dane laughed with interest.
Ha ha ha, turn myself in? No way.
I only came here because I'm interested in the person who is posing as a hero to secretly devour South Korea from behind.
Lee Sioa, the true ruler of the Yuzeon group. Sioa also smiled with interest.
I thought our friend Egostick, who was busy protecting South Korea from the shadows and babysitting Stardust, was finally tired of being a villain and was planning to go to prison. Hearing these words, he only laughed loudly.
Ha ha ha.
Witnessing their conversation, the cat beside them sighed with boredom.
He thought to himself, as expected of Lee Sioa, the overarching boss in the original rules. Truly not ordinary at all. But then again, she's still just an amateur. On her side, she had her own thoughts. What exactly is that unidentified man Egostick plotting? The atmosphere was silent until he suddenly spoke, Lee Sioa. I want to make a proposal. This changed her gaze, wondering again, what? A proposal?
He continued, let's join hands.
Cooperation, that's what I mean.
For the group of villains, it's not about defeating them, but existing just to be a nuisance. The scene shifts to Stardust. Suddenly, a chill runs down her spine.
While sipping her favorite snack, she thinks, what was that just now? It feels like something bad is about to happen.
Meanwhile, outside the building, a large screen is showing Sioa's image. She introduces herself, I am Lee Sioa of Yuzeon Group, also known as Icicle.
I will always stand by the people of Busan. Watching and listening to the broadcast, he mocks her, a righteous hero, huh?
I know it's all just a facade.
Your goal is to swallow up all of South Korea, right?
So, I'll help you. Facing this proposition from him, she looks grim and falls silent for a few seconds. Then she stands up and retorts, nothing but groundless nonsense.
Fitting for your level. I can't find any reason not to punish you right now.
As she speaks, she summons her power, surrounding her body with it.
Contrasting her rash attitude, he calmly produces a USB drive, then turns to leave.
You must be busy merging companies after the Hanun Group bankruptcy, and you still have to worry about backroom deals with politicians as the new government launches.
Consider this a small token of my sincerity. So, that's it, I'll be back in a week. Having said that, he teleports away immediately.
Right after he leaves, Sioa slams her hand hard onto the table in anger. Her whole body trembles with fear. I thought my heart was going to jump out of my chest.
Remembering that a gaze filled with seduction, makes her incredibly terrified.
Then, she turns her eyes to the USB drive sitting on the table, muttering, Egostick, capital and overwhelming information gathering capabilities, plus a massive fandom with absolute loyalty. A villain having a terrifying impact on the entire political and cultural landscape of South Korea. No, actually he's more like an anti-hero than a villain. A person like that has seen through my ambitions and suggested a partnership. It turns out I've been completely twisted around his finger this whole time.
And now, do I even have room to refuse this?
Afterward, she immediately picks up the USB, plugs it into her computer, and begins to check it. As soon as she opens a folder, the necessary information for Lee Sioa to take control of South Korea appears. Looking at it, she wonders, what on earth is this? She opens the subfolders, her eyes becoming more focused.
Inside are countless smaller folders.
She thinks to herself,
with this, a year?
No, before this year ends.
She smiles with a look of amusement. South Korea will be lying at my feet.
The scene shifts to Kim Dane, that is, him, now at the Busan train station.
He laughs miserably. Do I really have to do this stuff again? It's truly annoying as hell. Skipping to a week later, at Sioa's office, he comes to meet her again. Are you satisfied with my gift? She excitedly replies, yes. I won't ask you where you got it from. He immediately returns to the main topic. So, how about the proposal? She answers, there's no reason not to cooperate. He replies, good. This response from him leaves her a bit dissatisfied. Must you speak so bluntly? He explains, we're allies, aren't we? She says, let it be that way. Then she hands over a stack of papers. Go ahead and look at this contract. Receiving the contract, he thinks to himself, yeah, something like happy partnership. Then suddenly his eyes stop on one line, must meet once a week. He wonders, meet once a week? What is this? She shyly turns away and explains, I already said we're allies. We have to see each other often. We're on the same team now. He furrows his brows and replies, you're making me come down to Busan every week? Yuzeong must be really free these days. If you have time to spare, save some. She immediately yields, if you don't like it, I can come up to Seoul too, you know. He starts bargaining, a week is out of the question. Let's decide on once a month. She bargains back, how about every 10 days? He replies immediately, 20 days. After some back and forth, she settles on half a month. He is extremely annoyed now, muttering to himself, once every 2 weeks. While he is still thinking, Seowa suddenly asks, but why are you so strong with Haru? The sudden question startles him, and he stammers in reply, me. She continues to press, it's definitely you. Isn't that why you're doing this, to help our Haru grow? It feels like you're power leveling a character in a game. Even the villain's actions are part of that plan, right? Acknowledging these words, he tells himself, her words are sharp. Then she stands up and continues, to be honest, I'm jealous. You know, don't you? Every time you commit an act of terror, our Haru's reputation skyrockets. That's why I want to ask you for a favor. Her expression becomes shy. Terrorize me too, would that be okay? As she speaks, she leans close to him, making both of them incredibly awkward. Afterward, a sharp sound rings out. Seowa clutches her head and yells angrily, what are you doing? That hurts. Her request makes him somewhat dissatisfied. What do you mean what? You crazy hero. Asking to be terrorized. Is this what you should be saying to a villain? She explains, you're not a villain. Why are you only biased toward Stardust? Arriving here, he also tells himself, come to think of it, I destroyed the disaster too early. So the kid couldn't increase her power like in the original story. Thinking that, he helplessly replies, fine, I'll do it. She immediately asks back, really? When? He replies, soon. But you have to help me with something first. She is a bit suspicious. What is it? He replies, if you meet or call Stardust, that is, Shinharu, remember to badmouth me a lot. Do it regularly. On the other side, Stardust is still looking for information about him very thoroughly. Returning, he continues, I'm saying, go talk trash about me behind my back to her. This silly suggestion makes Seowa slightly worried. She blurts out, are you a pervert? He continues, so that Haru won't have any doubts about her. She is a bit skeptical, repeating, scolding you first? And making her clearly identify you as a criminal? He nods in confirmation, exactly. Just badmouth me as much as possible. Like, that guy is a narcissist, loves to lecture, a piece of trash criminal, crazy, rebellious, something like that. Her eyes narrow slightly, wondering, but the narcissist who loves to lecture. I don't think this will work. He sighs and replies, no, it will work. Do you know how many times I've grinded through the Stardust series? As expected, I'm the only one who can truly understand Stardust's sense of justice. Seowa has to give in to him. She nods, fine, it seems the partnership proposal was for that reason too. So I'll give it a try. Hearing this, he puts the kitten down to play, then turns and reaches out his hand to her, which makes her a bit flustered. He smiles, well, I'm counting on you then. Realizing his intent, she also reaches out her hand to shake it. Yes, me too. After that, from his arm, a stream of purple energy begins to appear. In just a split second, Kim Dane disappears, leaving no trace behind. Seowa looks bewildered. She suddenly clenches her fist, clutches her head, and shouts loudly, Aish, seriously, this is the first time I've seen a fish bite the hook like this. I like you now. I will definitely make him mine. Ha ha. The scene shifts to the evening at Stardust's home. Someone's voice rings out, Haru. As soon as Haru opens the door, she is startled by the appearance of the person in front of her, none other than Seowa. She waves warmly. She arrives at Haru's door with a suitcase and countless bodyguards standing around. Then she nonchalantly steps inside. I missed Haru so much that I rushed up here for a bit. I'll stay for a while and then go back, is that okay? This sudden proposal makes Haru somewhat surprised. Huh? What? Coming is fine, but what about things in Busan? Seoa replies, it's fine. It's just small fries there. B and C ranks are enough to handle it. As she speaks, she thinks to herself, but only when I'm absent do they have a chance to show what they've got. Good for both sides, right? Then a bodyguard bows politely and says, please take care of the young lady. We'll be on our way. She also shyly replies, yes. Take care, everyone. As soon as the bodyguards leave, Seoa immediately jumps straight onto Haru's beloved bed. She is delighted, Kia. Haru's scent. This strange action makes Haru wonder, what are you talking about? She sits up and makes a suggestion, let's drink alcohol. I brought some. This is so much fun. Contrary to her excited attitude, Haru frowns slightly, showing an angry expression. Afterward, she leans in to sniff her clothes, wondering, is there a smell? From behind, Seoa approaches with 2 bottles of liquor. She suggests, Haru, come here quickly. Let's drink. I brought this from home. She is also startled and turns back. Alright. After that, the two sit and chat for a long time. By this time, Seoa is quite tipsy. She starts following the plan, bad-mouthing Egostick. That guy is truly a piece of trash. Can't believe a disgusting guy like that even has a fan cafe. The people who joined that are truly. Saying this, Haru's eyes freeze for a few seconds. On this side, Seoa doesn't notice. She continues, constant terrorism is also a big problem. He probably feels like he's getting attention, so he's even more pumped up. Countless sarcastic remarks directed at Egostick are spoken by Seoa. From Chunibu-style terrorism and narcissism to a star-complex criminal releasing his thirst for attention through terrorism. A criminal who strongly believes he stands above the law. That kind of jerk. Must rip him to shreds to be satisfied. Outwardly, she listens, but in her heart, Haru thinks, no. Anyway, saying it like that is a bit. Seoa continues with her story. As far as I can see, he's just a narcissist with a massive ego. Criminals are usually like that anyway. But he's special. Only knows about himself. Haru denies in her heart, that's not it. Egostick risked his life to save me. Seoa continues, the fact that he's obsessed with you is also suspicious, Haru. She continues to think, I don't think that's the case. Seoa continues to mock, anyway, that guy is extremely evil. Do you understand, Haru? Having said that, she reaches her limit and falls asleep immediately. Haru remains somewhat sober, so she carries Seoa back to her room. She is still struggling with thoughts in her heart. Why did Seoa suddenly badmouth Egostick? Moreover, I didn't feel any sincerity in it at all. She takes out her phone and starts looking at information on Egostick's fan cafe. She thinks to herself, when will the next terror attack be? The scene shifts to the next day at Kim Dane's base. Cha Yul happily enjoys breakfast. After eating, he jumps up excitedly, I'm going to school. Hale, beside him, also carries her backpack, I'm going too. The three, including Kim Dane, wave goodbye, be careful. The little girl, Seoun, just waking up, yawns and says, have a good trip, Cha Yul. Looking at her, he warns, you might tear your mouth open, Seoun. What were you doing all night that you're so sleepy? She is in a dazed state and almost says Stardust's name, but immediately regains her composure. She changes the subject, no, it's a secret. He looks at everyone, starting the main topic, alright. Anyway, pay attention here. Seoun, listen while you eat. The next terror attack will be next week in Busan. Subin asks, in Busan? He continues, shouldn't Stardust be there? Seoun, while eating, turns to mock. What wine brought the leader of the Stardust gang there? He explains, because a new partner company opened in Busan. They want us to carry out a terror attack there. This statement makes the three girls a bit surprised. Partnership? A company? He analyzes, what kind of crazy partner company would outsource terrorism? The scene shifts to 1 week later in Busan. At this moment, people are playing happily on the beach. Then suddenly they fearfully look up at the sky. Because a giant ship appears moving through the air. Then suddenly they fearfully look up at the sky. because a giant ship appears moving through the air. On the side of the ship, Kim Dane appears, excitedly introducing, "Greetings, everyone. Egostick has arrived in Busan. Now, come out, Icicle." His words just finished when countless artillery shells were fired from around the ship. They start raining down, but immediately, Icicle appears. She creates giant pillars of ice to block the falling shells. She points at him, shouting, "You jerk. Egostick." She thinks to herself, "I finally got to say this at least once." At the company headquarters, someone yells, "Stardust." If it's Busan, that's Icicle's territory. But she has no other choice. She turns and leaves. "I'm going." Then she uses her light speed to start moving. While moving, she also thinks to herself, What on earth is going on? This airship is the Alice from the Lapis gang. Inside, the yellow rabbit wipes his gun and says, I still find it miraculous." Blue replies, "What?" Yellow explains, that we managed to build something this cool, and even dared to carry out terrorism. Blue confidently replies, "That? I thought it was something major. Actually, I was quite nervous too." Red, above, continues, "Brothers, we've finally become the pirates of our dreams. Ready to loot this Busan land?" The other two reply in unison, "Understood, Captain." Red orders, robbery and extortion, that is. But just as he says that, Egostick's people suddenly appear from behind. Seeing that, the two henchmen rush up. "Captain." He immediately enters the main topic, "Alright, from now on, this ship is mine." The two teammates behind him are helpless at this action. Red yells angrily, "Who gave you permission to take it?" But only a few seconds later, their attitude changes, and the person who caused this is none other than Seihi. He calmly sits in front of the three of them, ordering, "Take it easy. Relax a bit. From now on, you'll be allies of our ego stream. How about it? Feels great, right?" Red is extremely resentful inside but doesn't dare say a word. As soon as they see the power radiating from Seihi's arm, they fearfully blurt out, "Great, it's great. Hoo-hoo, it's really amazing." This makes him somewhat satisfied. Okay. Red to the back, yellow and blue to the sides of the ship. "We're about to start the terror attack, get to your positions." They helplessly follow, crying internally, "Hoo-hoo, cruel people." He looks at Subin, directing, "You're in charge of steering the ship." She nods in confirmation. This surprises Seihi, "Huh? You know how to steer a ship?" She points at herself, "Hey, wait. What about me?" He reminds her, "Just go to the lounge, or you can stand and watch." He talks on the phone, Okay, it's ready on this side. We're going." The airship appears at Houndy Beach. Feeling left out, Seihi angrily blurts out, "What? Wait, hey, who exactly requested us to do this terror attack?" As soon as she sees the person appearing to stop them as Icicle, Seihi yells angrily, "Is it for real? Isn't that the heir to the Yuzian group, Lee Seoa?" "No, that's a rank hero Icicle." This terror attack of his continues to be streamed. Ladies and gentlemen, Egostick is here in Busan. Let me introduce the precious bond one just met here. The villainous allies of Ego Stream. As soon as he started the livestream, countless viewers were present. They sent messages continuously, up to 30,000 messages per second. On the screen, the members of the Lapis gang appear. Viewers start gossiping, "Huh? These guys look weak. Ha ha ha, are those the Gauss Supermen? Ha ha ha, isn't that their ship? Feels like they got beaten up by Apple Mango before the terror attack. Exactly, cooked by mom, ha ha ha." On the opposite side, Icicle's voice rings out, "Egostick, stop immediately. If you don't surrender, I'll freeze everything." He acts as if it's real, looking at her, "Ha ha, isn't this the pride of Busan, Icicle? Then try to block this attack." Just saying that, he blows up buildings and the stadium below. As the shells are falling, Icicle reaches out her hand. Her power slows down the shells. Right after that, she uses her power to neutralize them, causing the bullets to fall scattered to the ground. This makes the viewers extremely excited. Is this Icicle? Sister, freeze me. From today, I'll be Ice Mango. Ha ha, getting more and more prepared. Without a moment's hesitation, she swings her hand forward. Countless pillars of ice rise from the ground into the air. Then she uses them as springboards to jump up high. She shouts loudly, "Egostick, I won't let you escape." Watching her performance, he marvels, "Wow. Lee Seoi is acting quite well."
On the other side, Stardust is still putting all her energy into moving.
A voice rings in her ear. Icicle is currently dealing with Egostic's terror attack. Stardust, can you return to headquarters?
This makes the manager startled.
She declares, I'll be there.
Then she increases her speed even more, rushing forward.
Returning to the battle. Yellow continuously fires volleys at Icicle. He yells, die.
But these attacks don't cause any damage to her, because she has created a magical protective layer. After that, she gently snaps her fingers.
An attack hits Yellow directly, freezing him in an instant. This makes the audience extremely excited. He's a good Yellow, haha. Ice beam fired. Icicle's fight is really satisfying.
He watches from the ship, thinking to himself, not bad at all. I didn't think she could control her power this well. Then she jumps high, rushing past Red and Blue.
They look up at her, scared. Monster, don't come over here.
She doesn't hesitate, preparing to launch another attack. But just as she prepares to attack, countless guns created by Egostic appear above her head, aiming directly at her.
His voice rings out, I can't hand over my subordinates that easily. Seeing him act, the viewers are extremely entertained. Allies? Ha ha ha. Already subordinates, huh? Rip Yellow.
She creates a layer of magic with one hand, and with the other, she forms another attack. This attack rushes straight towards the stern of the ship.
The powerful collision causes the surrounding space to vibrate violently.
He is very surprised by this decisive action of hers.
Icicle's gaze is extremely smug.
With just a single attack, it easily froze the tail of the ship, disabling the engine.
The ship is now just hovering in the air.
This makes him extremely excited. I didn't expect you to attack the airship directly.
You hit the target, Icicle. She looks at him, suspicious. Humph, what do you intend to do? This airship is about to fall. He replies, do what? Just run away, what else? She is angry, reaches forward, launches countless attacks, shouting, damn it.
I won't let you escape. Facing this powerful attack, he just hides behind a wall, lamenting, terrorism in Busan isn't easy.
It's truly embarrassing. He immediately ends today's broadcast.
When receiving the notification, Seoa approaches his position, sighing, phew, you've worked hard.
He turns back to praise her, you too. Your acting was quite good.
So now that the tail of the ship has thawed, unfreeze this guy too. Just saying that, he taps on Yellow who is frozen nearby.
Icicle shyly laughs it off, sorry, Yellow. Then suddenly he seems to notice something, turns to warn, hey, wait. He looks up at the sky, wondering, are you kidding me? Icicle is equally surprised. Why all of a sudden? The one who surprises them is none other than Stardust.
Because she is already present there.
They shout in unison, what? Stardust? Seoa takes a deep breath, trying to keep her mind clear after what just happened. She tells herself to be professional, absolutely not to let her confusion show.
Suddenly, a blinding flash of light from the horizon rushes straight down to Busan Beach. Shin Haru appears with a radiant halo, but her face is terrifyingly gloomy. The girl stares fixedly at the sky, where Egoistic's ship is gradually disappearing behind the clouds. Seola rushes over anxiously to ask what's going on, not understanding why her friend traveled all this way. But the only response is a sullen face, full of killing intent, hidden behind golden hair. Haru silently walks towards Seola, ignoring the explanation that she could have handled this herself.
With an unfriendly tone, she demands to know what the two of them were talking about. Seola smiles awkwardly, saying she was just scolding that villain a bit. It was nothing.
Haru immediately refutes this, insisting she saw them both laughing and talking very happily. That statement makes Seola break into a cold sweat, clearly feeling the possessiveness erupting from her friend. She frantically clarifies that it was just a verbal sparring match and that she didn't enjoy it at all.
Haru doesn't bother listening any further, silently turning away with an extremely annoyed expression.
Seeing Haru suddenly take a stance and prepare to dash off, Seola cannot help but be startled and terrified. She rushes over to grab Haru's arm tightly, asking if she intends to foolishly chase after Egoistic alone. But Haru only replies with a sharp gaze and a cold demand to let go. Seola shivers for a moment. She knows if she lets Haru have her way, something big will surely happen. She braces herself to stop her, thinking to herself that she cannot let her friend chase him right now.
Seola hurriedly uses the excuse that Egoistic threatened to level Busan if pursued to convince Haru to stop.
Mentioning the safety of the citizens finally makes Haru freeze, though she is still full of frustration inside.
Finally, the girl gives up, muttering that if that's the case, there's no other way.
Haru walks sluggishly on the sand, the atmosphere suddenly becoming unusually heavy. Before leaving, she only leaves a notice that she will return to Seoul immediately. Seola waves goodbye, telling her friend to call her back once she arrives home safely. Waiting until Haru is out of sight, she collapses, feeling as if she just lost 10 years of her life. But then she stops, reflecting on Haru's jealous attitude earlier. She looks up after Egoistic's ship, which is moving further away in the windy sky. In the opposite direction, Haru has also transformed into a brilliant streak of light, rushing away at terrifying speed. Seola smiles meaningfully, thinking to herself that she didn't expect her friend to be so cute at times. Meanwhile, Haru is flying recklessly over the sea in an extremely chaotic state of mind. The image of Egoistic and Seola laughing and joking intimately keeps appearing in her head, making her go crazy. She grinds her teeth and asserts to herself that Egoistic can only be her own villain. Back to Han Dane, he is sitting blank-faced at home, while Eunhye is casually eating ice cream. The TV is currently flooded with news about how Egoistic suddenly shifted his focus to attack Icicle. Experts are spinning all sorts of theories, suggesting that their relationship has entered a new phase. Sihi sits watching and is infuriated, yelling at the television station for spreading such nonsense. Dane sits in the middle, only able to remain silent and endure the death glares from all sides. Little Seoeun sees the tense situation and runs away, telling everyone to eat mango to cool off. Dane stares blankly at the piece of frozen mango brought right up to his mouth. Subin gives a friendly smile that is full of killing intent, forcing him to eat it. So, the poor guy is force-fed in helplessness, ending a long day full of trouble. Dane invites Subin to go with him to a special place. That is the Excal auction house, a gathering spot for the wealthy from all over the world. But behind that glamour, this is also where tragedy begins, where a villain can be born. Dane sits in the auditorium, waiting for the next item to be brought onto the auction block. The item is a ring that the B-rank hero Sortier wore while he was alive, collected after his final moments. The ring emits a mysterious purple aura, containing enough power to create an S-rank villain. The starting price is $10,000, and a certain wealthy man immediately raises it to $25,000. Dane doesn't even blink, decisively raising the bid to $100,000. He silently sneers at those who consider him just some unknown nobody at this auction. The wealthy man starts to break out in a cold sweat, trying to keep up with a bid of $105,000. But Dane gives his opponent no chance, closing the deal at $150,000. The gavel sounds, and the ring officially belongs to Dane, to the astonishment of everyone around. Just arriving home, Subin and Seoeun rush out to interrogate where the two of them have been. Sihi screams in chaos when she sees a huge sum of money just vanish from the account in the blink of an eye. Dane shows no sign of remorse, he excitedly shows off the prize he just acquired. Sihi picks up the ring to inspect it, complaining that it is both ugly and looks like an antique for old ladies. Dane smiles smugly, confirming that this is no ordinary ring, and puts it on. Upon activation, the ring emits a brilliant purple light, engulfing the entire room. Both Sihi and Seoeun are stunned by the strange energy erupting from Dane's hand. A purple void vortex appears, as if to swallow everything around it. From the darkness, a cold iron armor begins to emerge with glowing eyes. A mighty dark knight appears, radiating a pressure that leaves everyone in awe. Seoeun stammers without being able to say a word, while Sihi's eyes widen in surprise at the summoned entity. The soul in the armor asks who awakened him from his long sleep. He claims his name is Saint, but Dane immediately dismisses it, saying that name doesn't fit at all. Dane smiles cunningly, deciding to rename him D-Sick to sound cooler. The ring flashes once again, marking the bond between Dane and his new subordinate. D-Sick stretches comfortably, exclaiming that the atmosphere and sunshine out here are wonderful. Dane lies relaxing on the lounge chair in the yard, enjoying his victory. But then he interrupts that enjoyment, reminding D-Sick that they still have important work to do. D-Sick keeps muttering about his name, seeming still not very used to the new one. Dane lazily looks at the ring on his hand, not bothering to care about his subordinate's grumbling. Sihi stands on the balcony, frowning and asking what Dane is plotting with that strange entity. D-Sick frantically begs Dane never to lock him back inside that cramped ring again. He complains that it's dark and narrow in there, enough to scare even a powerful soul like him. Dane sneers, promising to find him a worthy opponent so he can be free to roam. He says bluntly that D-Sick will have to take on the heaviest tasks in the upcoming plan. Sihi hears this and freezes, not believing Dane intends to let that armor go fight Stardust. She worries that Stardust is terrifyingly strong, wondering if this scrap metal can survive a few moves. Dane isn't worried in the slightest. He encourages D-Sick to prove his strength to everyone. D-Sick immediately takes a ready stance, radiating heat like he wants to swallow the enemy whole. The armored hand grips the spear handle tightly, ready for the upcoming battle in Seoul. D-Sick swings his weapon, creating brilliant purple energy currents during the practice session. The power from his swings is truly astonishing,
blowing everything around away.
The green trees in the house's garden are devastated in the blink of an eye by the shockwaves.
Sihi freezes, unable to speak at the sight of the ruined garden she loves.
Dane casually explains that D6 is naturally an S-rank villain, so this level of destructive power is normal. Subin screams in terror upon seeing the care put into it for so long suddenly go down the drain. Dane and Sihi stand looking at the battlefield, while an angry figure approaches from behind.
Subin yells with indignation, asking if they know how hard she worked to replant those trees.
Dane immediately blames D6, while the foolish knight thinks everyone is complimenting him.
D6 is dazed with a blank face, not understanding what he did wrong to be scolded like that. Subin continues her endless lecture, while Dane just covers his ears and endures helplessly.
Birds chirp merrily outside the apartment building, contrasting completely with the tense atmosphere inside. On forums, netizens are buzzing about leaked images of Egoistic. Many people are starting to ship Egoistic with Blizzard because of their unexpected chemistry recently.
A crazed Stardust fan is typing frantically to oppose this new alliance.
She is determined to protect the Egoistic X Stardust couple to the end against the invasion of Blizzard fans. The scene shifts to the Hero Association headquarters, where the atmosphere is always solemn and busy.
Firm footsteps echo along the hallway as heroes prepare for their shifts. A female association staff member is excited to accidentally run into Stardust in the lobby.
Haru offers an awkward smile in response, saying she is ready to accept a mission at any time. But inside, she feels restless because Egoistic has only been committing crimes in the Busan area lately. Haru bites her lip, feeling a bit disappointed that her destined rival suddenly changed his operational base. Suddenly, the alarm rings rapidly, breaking the silence of the building. Hearing news of a terror attack right in the center of Seoul, Haru cannot hide the excitement on her face. Haru immediately activates her energy and streaks away like a golden bolt of lightning toward the scene.
At an old apartment complex awaiting demolition, massive explosions sound one after another, shaking the ground.
Dust and smoke envelop the buildings, collapsing under the destructive power of the attacker. Haru lands on the scene with sharp eyes, but suddenly freezes because she realizes the person in front is not Egoistic.
D6 stands amidst the rubble, loudly declaring he is the loyal Dark Knight of the Ego Stream organization.
Meanwhile at home, Dane is casually sitting on the sofa eating popcorn and watching the drama on the screen.
D6 realizes Stardust is the target Dane mentioned and prepares to engage in a confrontation.
Haru focuses intensely, sensing a massive pressure radiating from this mysterious knight. Both face each other in the Seoul sky, creating a tense atmosphere before the main event. D6 initiates the battle with a powerful spear swing aimed straight at Stardust.
Haru calmly dodges, but inside, she cannot help but wonder about Egoistic's current whereabouts.
A brilliant energy explosion occurs when two opposing powers collide violently. The shockwaves from the clash shake the entire space, causing even the clouds to scatter. Radiant purple light and golden yellow interweave, creating an extremely visually satisfying battle scene.
D6 laughs excitedly, admitting that Stardust is indeed a formidable opponent just as rumored.
Online, live streams of the battle are attracting millions of views and fiery comments.
Many people feel a bit of a void without Egoistic's familiar witty commentary.
Haru is the same. She fights while constantly expecting the appearance of the real villain. Haru contemplates sadly, wondering if from now on, Egoistic will only operate in Busan and never return to Seoul. An extremely powerful collision erupts in mid-air, immediately breaking the heroine's vague train of thought.
D6 unleashes a powerful purple energy wave toward Stardust, who is hovering among the city's high-rise buildings.
Standing amidst the smoke and dust, D6 admits that Egoistic was absolutely right when assessing her as an extremely strong opponent.
The Phantom Knight D6 silently exclaims that it has been centuries since he met such a formidable opponent.
Opposite, Haru yells indignantly, demanding Egoistic reveal himself instead of just watching from the shadows. On the forum, fans are buzzing, with some excited to watch such a satisfying battle.
D6 laughs mockingly, asserting that Egoistic definitely won't come.
He adds a stinging remark. His master said he alone is more than enough to handle her kind. Haru bows her head, hands clenched in frustration. The fact that she is looked down upon makes her feel deeply insulted.
D6 starts to gather power, a purple vortex of energy surrounding his hand.
He swings his weapon, declaring he will end the match right here. Haru looks up with eyes burning with killing intent. She is bitter because he only sent a lackey to deal with her. She scorns the knight's declaration. The feeling of being abandoned by Egoistic causes the power within her to surge violently. At the villa, Dane is relaxing, eating popcorn, when he nearly chokes upon seeing Haru suddenly have an awakening effect.
Flames of power engulf Haru. she vows to show the knight what the real difference is. Rewinding time a bit, Dane is sitting on the ground to train the newly recruited knight spirit. He tells him to restrain his power, stall for time, and then find a way to pretend to lose to retreat gracefully. D6 feels his pride deeply wounded when a noble knight has to play act a loss to a human, but faced with Dane's firmness, he reluctantly accepts following the set script. Returning to reality, Haru is hovering in mid-air, looking down at D6 with death-bringing eyes. D6 realizes she intends to go all in, and he prepares himself to receive the blow. He loudly challenges Stardust to charge in to decide the winner once and for all. Dane at home starts to feel worried, cold sweat running down because things seem to be going too far. Haru rushes down like a flaming meteorite, focusing all her power into her fist. A thunderous punch strikes the target from high above. The ground shatters, a terrifying explosion occurring and creating a deep hole that obscures vision. Haru lands amidst the debris, her face cold and emotionless after the destructive blow. D6 collapses amidst the rubble, the knight's body beginning to shatter into pieces of purple smoke. Before vanishing, he still tries to leave some cool final words, claiming he is immortal. He tells her to prepare her spirit for his return, then disappears completely. D6's soul escapes, silently asking Dane if his fake defeat was good enough for an Oscar. Haru stands silently amidst the ruins, the wind blowing her radiant golden hair under the blue sky. Night has fallen, the lights from Dane's villa still shining brightly amidst the quiet space. Dane has just finished uploading the highlight video of the battle to Stardust's official fan cafe. He stretches comfortably, intending to read the comments to see how the public reacted to his script. However, the smile on his lips suddenly fades upon seeing the difficult comments on the screen. Netizens are buzzing that Stardust awakened because of jealousy due to egoistic not coming to see her. Dane gets angry, typing to scold those talking nonsense and threatening to ban them immediately. He sighs helplessly, wondering why she suddenly awakened so powerfully at such an awkward time. Right then, the phone rings, making Dane turn around in surprise. The caller is Seola. She seems to be following the incident very closely. Over the phone, Seola scolds why he sent someone else instead of appearing to confront Stardust himself. Comments keep popping up, suggesting Egoistic has really changed his household registration to Icicle's side. Seola smiles meaningfully, reminding Dane not to forget their important appointment tomorrow. Finishing, she hangs up, leaving a mysterious atmosphere for the events about to happen. Seola props her chin, looking at the computer screen with a satisfied smile. What she sees doesn't seem bad at all. Night has fallen, and the Yuzeon Group headquarters in Seoul is still brightly lit. She drops onto her bed, tired but still intently looking at her phone. At the Yuzeon Group office in Seoul, another secret meeting begins. Dane is sitting casually on the sofa, opposite Seola working at her desk. He adjusts his hat and mask, looking as relaxed as if he were at home. Seola excitedly raises her hands to the sky after completing an important task. Dane produces a USB drive and states this is the final file she needs. She nods, telling him to leave it there and that she will handle the rest herself. Seola smiles smugly because everything is going according to plan. She curiously asks Dane how he gets the secret information that even a large group like hers cannot find. Dane remains silent, causing Seola's curiosity to rise even higher. She calls his name intimately. Seola leans in close, her eyes sparkling, asking if she can occasionally drop by his place to hang out. Dane looks at her with a blank expression and refuses flatly, making Seola extremely annoyed. Seeing she cannot sway him, she changes tactics, demanding he at least reveal his real name. Dane maintains his indifferent attitude and refuses that request of hers as well. Seola squints at him suspiciously. She says that mask looks really troublesome. Dane remains silent, looking at her for a long time as if weighing something very important. Seola loudly expresses her frustration, asking if he truly thinks she is the type of person who would betray him. Dane thinks to himself, she is extremely loyal, but is too close to Stardust, so he must be cautious. Seeing him remain silent, she clicks her tongue and ignores it, considering that his answer. She asks what he intends to do next, but Dane honestly replies that he doesn't know either. He plans to rest until that event happens at the end of this year. Seola stares in surprise. She cannot believe he intends to lie low for that long. Dane prepares to leave, reminding her she should visit Stardust more often. Seola intends to say more but is interrupted by his unexpected action. Dane unexpectedly removes his mask and reveals his real name. Seola freezes because she is too shocked. She repeats the name Dane with a stunned expression, seeming still unable to believe her ears. Dane has vanished in a cloud of purple smoke, leaving Seola standing stunned alone in the office. She walks on the wooden floor, her mind still preoccupied with the secret just revealed. Returning to her desk, Seola begins to carry out her own plan. A mysterious smile appears clearly on her face when thinking about the recent meeting. She glanced at the phone lying on the table,
as if waiting for the perfect moment. Her hands glided quickly over the phone screen to make a call. Shinharu was busy working when her phone suddenly buzzed violently on the desk. She picked up the call and was startled to hear Seola inviting her to meet up. Seola laughed delightedly, dropping the bombshell that she was already in Seoul. Haru frowned suspiciously, her intuition telling her that something bad was about to happen. As soon as Haru arrived home, Seola rushed out to greet her with overwhelming enthusiasm, hearts fluttering everywhere. She hugged Haru tightly as if they had been separated for an eternity. Knowing her sister loved sweets, Seola immediately ran to the fridge to get the special mango shaved ice to treat her. Seeing the huge bowl of shaved ice in Seola's hands, Haru suddenly lowered her head to apologize. She was still feeling guilty about the unpleasant things that had happened back in Busan. Haru recalled the time she had acted so cold and sharp towards Seola. Seola gently placed her hand over Haru's to reassure her younger sister. She smiled and said that anyone would have reacted the same way in that situation, so she shouldn't hold on to it. Haru looked up in surprise, not expecting Seola to be so forgiving. Late at night, Seola sat alone with a glass of alcohol, her eyes gazing out the window, lost in thought. She looked at Haru, who was fast asleep, while her own mind drifted elsewhere. The image of egoistic gaze that day kept swirling in her head, and she couldn't forget it. Han Dane wore a grave expression as he contemplated the events about to unfold in the coming year. Seola realized that he seemed to foresee a massive danger approaching, and that was the Moonlight Cult, an evil force plotting to rise again. On the old wall was an eerie drawing of the moon goddess, the emblem of this cult. Below, hooded followers were prostrating themselves, praying devoutly. Footsteps echoed rhythmically on the stone steps. The cult leader stood on a high platform, loudly announcing that a cleansing was about to begin. He held up a scepter topped with a purple gem, shouting about the day the moon goddess would descend. The crowd below cheered excitedly, their voices booming throughout the dark basement. The cult leader raised his hand, signaling everyone to be silent. From the distance, a figure slowly walked into the middle of the long rows of kneeling followers. The appearance of this person made the surrounding followers tremble with fear. A cultist bowed his head low, not daring to look up for even a second. The mysterious figure in red marched straight toward the leader's platform. It was a girl with long, silky black hair, radiating an overwhelming presence. The cult leader smiled triumphantly, seeing his trump card finally reveal itself. The girl half closed her eyes, preparing to receive the dark power. The moon priestess snapped her crimson eyes open, ready to inflict punishment upon the world. The next morning, Kim Dane stepped outside and immediately hugged himself, shivering from the sudden cold. At the Lapis Squad's breakfast table, Seo Eunha was still yawning, not yet fully awake. Everyone began their hot breakfast, but the atmosphere seemed a bit pressured. Subin loudly reminded Seo Eunha not to pick out the beans because they were good for her health. Then it was Choi Sihee's turn to get scolded for resting her elbows on the dining table. Dane looked at his rice bowl full of beans, a strangely familiar feeling rising in his heart. Seeing Dane eating heartily, Subin smiled with satisfaction, making him feel like he was being lectured by a mother. Even so, Dane secretly marveled at how reliable his teammates really were. Seo Eunha grimaced in misery, struggling to swallow all the black beans to finish her meal. Lee Hale sat next to her, eating very slowly. She was the team's only healer. Meanwhile, Choi Sihee was still grumbling, pulling at her hair because she had been nagged so much. Behind the house, the Death Knight, a legendary S-class warrior, was now diligently sweeping the yard with artistic flair. Han Dane watched his teammates with pride swelling in his heart. Lee Hale stood up, asking for permission to head to school first, leaving her meal unfinished. Seo Eunha watched Hale's retreating figure, unable to help but admire her friend's diligence. Behind her, Choi Sihee was still training with intense energy. Eunha cheered enthusiastically for Hale before she left. After Hale left, Eunha turned to ask Dane what they would do next. Sihee, standing nearby, was also ready to get to work. Subin observed them thoughtfully, wondering what these two were plotting lately that seemed so secretive. Dane secretly thought that since they spent all their time in the basement, they occasionally needed to come up to breathe and catch some sunlight. Looking out the window, Dane knew that the first snow would fall soon, and that would be when the cult began their large-scale terrorist attack. Dane called Subin over to give her some important instructions for the upcoming plan. He smiled enigmatically. Instead of sunlight, he would let that cult enjoy plenty of moonlight. Subin looked on blankly, not understanding what Dane was rambling about regarding moonlight. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the quiet night. That night, Dane led the whole group out into the cold. Seo-eun was shivering despite having been told to dress warmly. Sihee grumbled, asking Dane why he dragged them out here in the middle of the night just to look at the city streetlights. Dane asked sternly if the two of them had ever heard of the Moonlight Cult. He explained that it was a bunch of twisted fanatics plotting to destroy the country soon, and currently, no one in this nation could stop them. Dane glanced at the two girls and stated firmly that, aside from himself, there was no one else. Dane smiled confidently and began to roll out the first step of his plan.
He asked Seo-eun to take the special goggles out of her backpack. The high-tech goggles were quickly brought out, ready for the search mission.
Dane asked everyone to put on the goggles to start looking for the magic circles the cult had secretly hidden everywhere. He explained that through these lenses, those circles would emit an extremely blinding light. All three put the goggles on, staring at the space in front of them with great anticipation. But instead of seeing circles, they only saw the city glowing with lights as usual, making Dane look like a fool. Sihi started shivering because she had been standing in the cold for too long, seeing nothing but streetlights. Dane hurriedly asked Seo-eun to try expanding the goggles' scanning range. He believed those magic circles had to be much larger than they imagined. Seo-eun focused intently, squinting slightly to adjust the goggles' focus. Suddenly, a strange dot of light appeared right in her sights.
Sihi also hurriedly asked where it was.
Seo-eun pointed toward the edge of the city, where a faint glow had just appeared. Dane was overjoyed. He rushed over and lifted Seo-eun up to celebrate because she had done such a great job. Being lifted suddenly, Seo-eun screamed in shock at her boss's aggressive behavior.
She frantically demanded that Dane put her down immediately.
Behind her, Dane was also startled by her reaction. A burst of energy suddenly swept past, causing both to turn back in alarm. Sihi sharply scolded Dane for being an idiot. Seon's face turned beet red, her heart pounding from Dane's sudden embrace. When looking closely at the wall in front of them, Sihi gasped in amazement to see strange, ancient characters painted all over it. Dane explained that this was part of a giant magic circle covering all of Seoul that the Moonlight Cult had spent years preparing. Anyone who touched these characters would lose their memories or have their strength drained. That was why the heroes in the original story could never win. Below was a scene of bustling Seoul, yet it hid a grave danger. Dane recalled that in the old story, Stardust was also completely helpless and collapsed before this terrible power.
A truly tragic scene for the heroine. Seo-eun asked if they should erase these characters, but Dane had a much bolder idea.
While they were talking, a purple burst of energy suddenly appeared behind Sihi.
Seo-eun asked blankly where the mysterious woman from earlier had gone.
Sihi and Seo-eun jumped in fright when a mysterious entity suddenly appeared behind them in the dark alley. Dane smiled calculatingly, asserting that he would turn this magic circle into a tool for his own purposes. Sihi and Seo-eun were still confused, wondering who this woman who looked like a witch really was. Sihi secretly marveled at the witch's eerie appearance, a type of mysterious person she had never met before. The Vine Witch began to chant, her hand touching the wall covered in glowing magic characters. A brilliant green light radiated from her hand, engulfing the cult's entire magic circle. Under the witch's control, the structure of the ancient characters began to break down and be reconfigured according to Dane's will. The Vine Witch focused all her magic, and blue energy vines swirled around her body. Sihi screamed in terror as she saw a powerful surge of energy suddenly lash out directly at Dane. Dane stood motionless, feeling a strange source of power weaving and blending into his body. After the light subsided, he softly asked if everything was done. The witch confirmed that he would now be completely free when entering the activation range of this circle. Dane smiled triumphantly, knowing he had just grasped an important key to changing the upcoming situation.
That's right, you already knew that, didn't you?
The Vine Witch looked at him with deep, expectant eyes.
She glanced at Sihi and Seo-eun, curiously asking if these two girls were his loyal teammates.
Dane clapped his hands happily, announcing that the mission had ended successfully and a major threat had been silently eliminated. Sihi and Seo-eun were exhausted, demanding that Dane treat them to a lavish meal tomorrow to make up for their night shift work.
Dane promised to take the group out for good food.
Meanwhile, Seo-eun silently critiqued Dane and Sihi's disheveled appearance at that moment. Suddenly, the Vine Witch leaned down and kissed Dane on the cheek, leaving him stunned, while the two girls completely froze.
What the hell just happened?
Dane touched his cheek, unable to process her bold action yet. With an enigmatic smile, the Vine Witch dissolved into mist, not forgetting to leave a message that she would always support him.
What just happened?
Sihi and Seo-eun shouted in unison, full of indignation under the quiet night sky. Switching scenes to another place, a criminal was showing off his strength by crushing a large rock with his bare hands. He boasted about his bulging muscles, a terrifying result of illegal human enhancement experiments. The A-rank criminal laughed gleefully, gloating that his strength enhancement process had gone very smoothly. He fiercely declared that he would crush anyone who dared to show up and annoy him. Returning to Dane's villa, the atmosphere seemed peaceful, but questions about the future remained. Dane was relaxing on the sofa with popcorn and soda when Seo-eun brought her phone over to show him the news. On the screen was a scene where a villain had just been defeated easily with a single blow. Dane sighed. This was the problem that had been troubling him most over the past few days. He leaned back, thinking to himself that Stardust was becoming far too strong and taking care of all her opponents too quickly. The image of Shin Haru with her determined blue eyes surfaced. She was becoming a hero with absolute, overwhelming power.
Dane sipped his drink while thinking deeply about the first snow, the time when important plans would begin.
Seo-eun sat nearby, mumbling calculations about reinforcing the durability of her combat suit's gloves to withstand greater power. The genius hacker was busy scrolling through her phone with a very serious expression, as if she were plotting something big. Dane glanced at Seon's screen, curiously asking what she was doing that seemed so secret and serious. Seo-eun proudly showed off an official egoistic fan cafe called Mango Squad that she was managing herself. She screamed with excitement, then ran off to finish her work, leaving Dane standing there with a bewildered expression.
Sehee appeared in her gym clothes and didn't forget to tease Dane with a very mischievous expression.
Dane returned to his desk, telling himself that Seo-eun must also be doing something useful for the organization. He began writing an anonymous letter to the chairman of the Hero Association, warning of a large-scale terrorist attack about to happen. Seola brought over a tray of tea. Seeing him lost in thought while writing, she playfully asked if he was feeling sentimental in the autumn. A restaurant in Seoul was filled with laughter as everyone congratulated Hale on acing her exam. Hale, the student with brilliant orange hair, smiled shyly and returned heartfelt thanks to everyone. In the joyful atmosphere of the party, Dane suddenly asked about her scores, making Hale jump in shock and react violently. Seo-eun curiously asked which department Hale intended to apply to, while Dane remained clueless as he had never heard her mention it.
With her face flushed from embarrassment, Hale quietly revealed that her biggest goal was to apply to medical school.
Both Sehee and Dane were stunned. They didn't understand why someone with an innate healing ability would want to study medicine. Annoyed, Hale stuffed a piece of food into Dane's mouth to stop him from asking more, forcing him to stay quiet and focus on eating. Dane could only accept this rough care ruefully, while Seo-eun calmly asked for a clean spoon amidst the minor chaos. Right then, Icicle, the heroine with icy blue hair, called Dane to announce that snow had begun to fall in Seoul. Dane's eyes widened in horror at the news of the first snow, a signal that the disaster he feared had begun. Outside the window, streams of pink magic began to swirl violently, tearing through the city's quiet night sky. Dane's gaze became sharp and deadly serious. He whispered to himself, "It has finally begun." Amidst the first snowfall, the priestess of the moon Wolwai manifested, full of power and carrying a melancholic, threatening beauty. Her face was cold, her crimson eyes radiating such terrifying pressure that the surrounding space felt crushed. Intense pink energy currents blew everything in their path away, tossing debris and pushing back those who dared to block her. From beneath the ground, dark energy pillars erupted like black tornadoes, spreading terror everywhere. Shadow Walker tried to hold his ground, but his face clearly showed shock and helplessness before the immeasurable power. Icicle rushed to the scene in a panic, calling her teammate's name as she saw Shadow Walker screaming in despair amidst the storm. Shadow Walker was stunned, confessing to Icicle that all his superpowers had completely vanished and become nullified. Pitch-black liquid pillars continued to shoot up from the earth, blocking all rescue attempts from other heroes. A high-rise building was heavily damaged, collapsing under the terrible pressure of the pink energy surrounding Wolwa. Shadow Walker was thrown into the air like a leaf in the middle of a brilliant yet deadly pink magic storm. Icicle stood frozen, watching the dark pillars surrounding her, a previously unknown, extreme fear rising in her heart. Shadow Walker screamed in pain as he was pulled into the center of the tragedy. He couldn't understand why this nightmare was happening. Seola stood amidst the ruins, her face revealing shock at the scene before her eyes. A bizarre pink energy cyclone was ravaging the city, sweeping away everything in its path. In the distance, a brilliant golden light shot straight into the sky amidst the brick debris. The building shook violently, bricks and rocks flying everywhere after a huge explosion. Seola shouted Stardust's name, worried for her partner who was trapped in the center of the explosion. Shin Haru was bracing herself, drenched in sweat under the terrible pressure of the attack. She gritted her teeth, trying to endure, refusing to let herself be conquered. Meanwhile, Dane's group was huddled together watching the battle on TV right at the dining table. Netizens were going crazy, saying Korea was finished. Seo-eun screamed for the group to deploy and save people, but Dane just continued slurping his noodles calmly. The room was plunged into an odd atmosphere, as the tense war news contrasted completely with Dane's calm meal. He smiled, telling everyone to just eat, because it wasn't their turn to act yet. In fact, Dane was planning to recruit the Moon Priestess after this terrorist attack ended, but first, he had to make her owe him a favor. Watching Stardust being overwhelmed on TV, he clicked his tongue, thinking this was a necessary challenge for her to grow stronger. Dane waved his chopsticks while philosophizing, saying if a hero was protected too much, they would only get lazy. They had to taste hardship to improve. The beauties around him looked at the guy with unbelievable eyes, secretly thinking this guy was a total pervert. Back to the battle, Seola created an ice slide,
zooming through the barrage of pink energy. She focused her power into her hands, which were radiating a fierce blue cold. Seola shouted the order to summon ice arrows, creating a forest of sharp thorns to attack the pink energy directly. The ice thorns collided with the energy shield and shattered into small fragments. Inside the pink cyclone, a mysterious figure began to appear, causing Seola to be stunned. She realized someone was actually standing in the center of the explosion. The counterattack from the cyclone tore everything apart, blowing away even her hardest blocks of ice. Seola was thrown far away, screaming in pain. She stood up on an ice slab, panting from exhaustion after the previous attack. Looking at the scene, she realized the situation was spiraling out of her control. Just then, Shin Haru rushed in like a golden lightning bolt to rescue her. A powerful punch collided with the pink energy, creating a massive explosion of light. Haru flew across the sky, leaving brilliant, sparkling streaks of light. She accelerated, racing straight toward the center of the mysterious energy source. A blinding explosion occurred right in front of her, causing her to frown to block the shockwave. Standing amidst the pink energy field, Haru wondered what on earth these crazy things were. Immediately, golden rays of light chased her as if they had a mind of their own. She rolled to dodge, realizing they acted no differently than heat-seeking missiles. Those rays of light leveled the surrounding high-rises in a blink of an eye, dust filling the air everywhere. Haru felt her body growing heavy, her strength seemingly draining away the deeper she moved inside. Through the smoke and dust, she saw the silhouette of a child standing in the center of the cyclone. The pink light enveloped Haru, locking all her movements. Her legs buckled to the ground, having no strength left to fight back further. She wobbled, unable to stand steady, her vision beginning to blur from exhaustion. Haru's eyes widened, full of shock as she realized the power disparity. An extremely strong force from above slammed down, burying her into the ground with a painful scream. The impact created a giant cloud of dust, completely obscuring the ruined scene. Haru collapsed amidst the rubble, tired and in pain. Seola and another person rushed to her side to protect her. Seola worriedly checked on her partner, but Haru seemed too exhausted after the attack. Behind them, the stream of pink light was still rampaging wildly across the city, creating an incredibly tense scene. Haru looked up, her eyes filled with bewilderment and remorse at her own helplessness. The energy vortex was so powerful that it lifted cars into the air as if they were toys. Witnessing the citizens fleeing in desperation, Haru realized bitterly that the villain egoistic had actually been holding back against her all this time. She collapsed to her knees, completely shaken by the brutal scale of this actual terrorist attack. Debris from high-rise buildings was swept into the brilliant but deadly vortex of energy. The heroine Stardust blamed herself for being too complacent and off guard, leading to this terrible outcome. Her eyes trembled, fear and regret visible on her sweat-drenched face. Seola clenched her fists, helplessly wondering how to stop the horrific disaster unfolding right before her eyes. A close-up of Seola's eyes as she looked toward Haru and called her friend's name with deep anxiety. On TV, the image of Haru shedding tears left those watching feeling heartbroken. Angry screams erupted from the restaurant as everyone witnessed their hero being backed into a corner. At the base, Dane, the guy who was just chilling a moment ago, was now wailing desperately for Haru and demanding to rush out to save her immediately. The Lapis squad had to gather around to hold back this out-of-control fanboy. The younger girls beside him could only lament, feeling deeply embarrassed by their older brother's behavior. Dane continued to struggle to break free, whining that he had to go save his idol at all costs. Unable to stand the noise any longer, Seo-eun used her electric power to knock Dane out, leaving him as nothing more than a skeleton being electrocuted in a hilarious frame. The two girls in the group sheepishly bowed their heads to apologize to those around them for the chaos Dane had caused. After being tranquilized by electricity, Dane slumped over, mumbling Haru's name before passing out in a state that was both funny and pathetic. Back on TV, Stardust was still suffering while facing bitter defeat, tears streaming endlessly down her cheeks. The scene of a devastated soul was broadcast on the news. Smoke and fire rose everywhere, everything had collapsed completely after the attack. On screen, Shin Haru was sobbing. The rare vulnerability of the top heroine was making waves in public opinion. Kim Dane and Seo Eun-ha were strolling through the wreckage. Dane looked around, lamenting that this was indeed a terrible disaster. Eun-ha reminded him that the villain had declared he would return. Dane just silently nodded in agreement. Seeing her boss acting so indifferent, Eun-ha impatiently asked why he wasn't planning on doing anything, because at this rate, Shin Haru would get beaten up again. Eun-ha muttered uncomfortably, but Dane firmly asserted that she would never fall. He wore a proud smile then dropped a cheesy line, because she is my hero, after all. Eun-ha made a speechless face at this display of affection from the hero fanatic. Dane casually wondered what Shin Haru was doing at that moment, while Eun-ha could only sneer. Eun-ha imagined the heroine crying in some corner. Dane heard that and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. But in reality, Shinharu was training frantically. She was exerting herself to lift a block weighing over 12 tons in the gym. Just then, a giant pink waterspout appeared again in the Seoul sky. This was already the third terrorist attack. Behind this incident was a mysterious cult calling themselves the Moonlight Order. Those dressed in black cloaks were performing a bizarre ritual. Seola was trying to stop the waterspout but was blown away by the energy pressure. Her teammates had also collapsed on the floor. Seola gasped, feeling her energy drain just from standing near that pink stream of energy. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted right in the center of the vortex. Seola shouted Stardust's name when she saw a familiar figure charging in. Despite her body still bearing wounds, Shinharu charged straight into the battle with a look of determination. Seola shouted to stop her because she knew she had already reached her limit and couldn't endure anymore. But Shinharu didn't stop. She channeled all her strength to create a brilliant golden light surrounding her body. The heroine zoomed off like an arrow, piercing straight into the heart of the pink cyclone. Her eyes burned with determination, even though her breathing had started to become chaotic. Just as she touched the strange energy stream, she was knocked back by an extremely powerful repulsive force. Shinharu landed with great difficulty. She knelt, trying to regulate her breathing. She gritted her teeth, telling herself that she was everyone's only hope at this moment. A brilliant aura began to radiate from her body. Shinharu vowed to protect the people of Seoul at all costs. She bowed her head, channeling all her will to trigger a new source of power. With icy, sharp eyes, she was determined to overcome this challenge at any price. A golden energy explosion erupted, blowing away all the debris around. At Dane's apartment, he was jumping for joy, celebrating when he saw Stardust awaken again. Ego could only sigh at this power logic. The orange-haired girl asked what would happen if Stardust defeated that priestess. Eunha was startled upon hearing that. Eunha was stunned when she heard there was a new member, and that it was another girl. She turned to scold Dane because such an important matter wasn't mentioned beforehand. Eunha gripped her boss's shoulder threateningly, making Dane tremble. He could only stammer an apology, saying he was too busy lately and forgot. The orange-haired girl pointed at the screen again, telling everyone to look as Stardust had gotten close to the center of the vortex. Amidst broken stones and pink energy, Shinharu was standing and observing her opponent. In front of her was a mysterious girl with long hair hovering in the air. That was the priestess of the moon. Eunha panicked and screamed on the sofa, fearing that the priestess would get captured. Dane, meanwhile, was so moved that tears were streaming down. He laughed with delight because his hero's opponent couldn't possibly be that weak. The priestess of the moon closed her eyes tightly, exuding a strange, melancholic vibe. A giant magic circle appeared under the two of them. Shinharu realized the pressure from that girl was extremely terrifying. The heroine broke into a cold sweat. She was stunned to realize the massive disparity in power. The priestess of the moon softly apologized, her tone exuding a strange sense of sorrow. Shinharu was still in shock, gasping for air while standing under the massive pressure from her opponent. The priestess repeated her apology, claiming that all the terrible things happening were her own fault. The mysterious girl reached out, and rays of pink energy began to converge with great power. Spheres of light surrounded the priestess of the moon, preparing for a decisive attack. Shinharu's eyes widened in surprise. She felt a terrifying threat looming right before her eyes. A brilliant pink light shot out from the priestess's palm at an extremely high speed. A giant energy pillar struck straight down from the magic circle in the sky, aiming directly at the heroine. Shinharu was completely helpless, her body swallowed entirely in the blinding pink light. The power of the strike caused the surrounding space to shake, blowing away all obstacles. The heroine fell in freefall, passing through the dense energy layers of the vortex. Shinharu hit the ground straight on, creating a huge explosion accompanied by a cloud of dust everywhere. Seola hurriedly used ice magic to slide to where her teammate was lying motionless amidst the ruins. Seola's eyes revealed extreme anxiety when seeing Stardust's terrible condition at that moment. She hurriedly supported Shinharu's limp body, who had now completely lost consciousness. The priestess of the moon hovered in mid-air, gradually dissolving into the night with streams of brilliant pink light. A final glow flashed before the vortex and the priestess completely vanished from the city center. Shinharu lay still in Seola's arms, her breathing extremely weak after the heavy defeat. At the apartment, Ego, Soul Personality, stared at the TV screen with a look of extreme weariness at the outcome of the battle. The group was gathered in the living room, the atmosphere becoming extremely tense and silent. Suddenly, Han Dane stood up decisively, his hands clenched tightly, showing an aura different from his usual self. He declared loudly that the time had come, then started calling out the group's names with an extremely serious expression. Dane used all his strength to shout the summoning slogan EGO Squad. Assemble, to the extreme embarrassment of the remaining members.
Shin Haru strode through the hero agency's hallway, ignoring the greetings around her.
Her expression clearly showed exhaustion after the relentless, never-ending battles.
An employee chased after her to check in, but she just waved her hand to signal that she was fine and needed some quiet.
Haru pondered blankly, wondering where that lunatic egoistic was at this hour and what the hell he was planning next. She stood silently in the empty hallway, a sense of unease beginning to stir.
Suddenly, sirens blared repeatedly, and reports of a terrorist attack flooded everywhere. Haru gritted her teeth when she heard that a pink waterspout had just appeared and was ravaging Yungnang district. Without hesitation, she activated her energy and zoomed off like a beam of light tearing through the sky. The scene at the site was horrific. The whole neighborhood was swept away in a strange pink storm. Haru knew he wouldn't come to save her, so she was forced to end this herself at any cost. In the center of the storm, a giant pirate ship suddenly appeared, looming and obscuring an entire region of the sky. Han Dane, in his egoistic outfit, stood on the bow of the ship, his rabbit-masked underlings greeting their captain in unison. He turned back to check on the preparations of Seo Eunha and the little healer Hayal. A shy figure stepped out from behind the ship's deck door, looking completely flustered. It was Hayal. The girl wore a pure white dress, but her face clearly revealed her tension.
Dane smiled slightly, satisfied with the new teammate's impressive debut.
The Lapis squad ship officially changed course, aggressively charging straight into the heart of the pink vortex.
Seo Eunha pouted and muttered, not expecting that even someone as gentle as Hayal would have to play a villain.
The hacker girl was pinched on the cheek by another member for the crime of speaking without respecting age differences. Dane reassured Hayal that she could just rest, he would handle cleaning up this mess. Hayal clenched her skirt, fearing being forced to do bad things even though she didn't want to at all. Dane's eyes were sharp as he observed the battle situation through his familiar mask. Below, vehicles were being tossed into the sky. The power of the pink vortex was gradually tearing everything apart. He placed his hand on Hayal's head, saying that the group would help her, the one struggling down below. The little healer blushed, her heart pounding from Dane's unexpected act of concern. Through the screen, they saw the priestess of the moon being knocked down mercilessly by the storm.
Dane squinted, realizing the situation was actually worse than he had estimated.
Stardust wasn't doing any better. She was being surrounded and attacked repeatedly by streams of pink energy. Dane loudly ordered the fleet to get as close to the vortex as possible, despite the danger. The pirate ship roared, tearing through the pink mist to head straight into the center of the disaster. The wind speed was so great that even Dane had to grip the ship's railing tightly to avoid being blown away. He told himself to try a little harder. His target was already right in front of him. Haru was covered in a stream of golden light, her body gradually fading from total exhaustion. Looking down from above, Dane saw that his hero was already lying motionless on the ground. His face became grave, his eyes shining with ironclad determination to save her no matter what.
A horrific explosion occurred, with dust obscuring the entire battle area.
Haru knelt on the ground, trying to cough violently to expel the soot and dust from her lungs. Her legs trembled, with no strength left to get up and hold on any longer. Sweat and blood stained her face. She could only gasp in extreme despair.
On the ship, Seo Eunha and the others anxiously observed the magic circle that was shining abnormally. Hayal looked around the deck in a panic, realizing Dane had disappeared out of nowhere.
On the ground, Haru was stunned to see a silhouette approaching her amidst the swirling dust. Shin Haru collapsed on the ground, her breathing labored in despair.
She bitterly realized she couldn't stop this enemy, and perhaps all of Seoul would collapse.
Waves of pink energy swept through, causing her body to be thrown like a torn rag doll. Just as her will was about to vanish, a hand suddenly reached out through the blurry dust. Haru wheezed in pain, wondering if everything would end so miserably like this. A shadow enveloped her, bringing a feeling that was both familiar and threatening.
It was egoistic.
He stood there, looking at her with cold but respectful eyes, then whispered that she had worked hard. Haru looked up, her tired eyes filled with surprise when seeing her fated enemy.
He sneered arrogantly, saying that when his hero was in danger, how could a rival like him be absent? She chuckled bitterly, feeling the irony but also relief from this villain.
Egoistic looked at her for a moment, then remarked that it was good she still had enough strength to laugh. He touched her head gently, an impossibly tender action in the middle of a ruined battlefield. He asserted that she had done her job well until now, but he would handle everything from here on.
With absolute confidence, Egoistic declared that from this moment on, this battlefield would be under his control.
He turned his back and walked away, his tall figure gradually advancing into the pink storm that was roaring wildly. Watching that back, Haru suddenly felt her chest pound, a strange sensation she had never experienced before. She grabbed her chest in shock, her face flushed, unsure if it was from exhaustion or fluttering emotions. News of Egoistic's appearance exploded across all media. the whole world was tracking his every step.
The on-site reporter screamed in amazement upon seeing the infamous villain facing the deadly vortex alone.
High-ranking officials broke into a cold sweat. They didn't know if the appearance of this madman was a saving grace or a new disaster. Amidst the ruins and flying debris, Egoistic walked calmly as if that storm were just a light breeze. His eyes behind the mask became sharp, containing an overwhelming power waiting to explode. A flashback appeared. The secret meeting between Han Dane and the witch just as the magic circle was completed. The witch explained that once the circle activated, he would have absolute freedom within it. Dane listened with a grave expression. He knew the price for this power was not small. She smiled enigmatically, asserting that he already clearly understood the power limit he was about to touch. Back to the present, a stream of brilliant green gold energy covered Egoistic's body, radiating terrifying pressure. He spread his arms to receive the power. The entire space around them began to shake violently.
With just a gentle snap of his fingers, Egoistic made the pink energy waves vanish instantly.
The witch's words echoed in his mind. Inside this circle, you are a god. Egoistic's eyes glowed with a deadly red. He smiled contemptuously, looking at that energy like annoying flies. Egoistic stood in the middle of the energy vortex, silently thanking the Vine Witch for her guidance.
Everything was going according to plan.
Before that, the Vine Witch had carefully explained this reverse magic circle.
Just step inside, and everything would be completely reversed. The principle was actually quite simple. It would drain all of the enemy's power. Then that massive stream of energy would flow back into his body. Dane stood firmly, despite the pink air currents swirling around him.
Green sparks began to pop intensely. A massive stream of power that even he himself found surprising. He looked at his glowing hands, feeling the abundant source of energy.
This feeling, it was like he possessed Electra's energy.
A confident smile bloomed on his lips. Chibi Dane was overjoyed, his heart pounding for the windfall that had fallen from the sky. He turned serious again, adjusting his gloves, ready for the next step.
All right, let's go. It was time to meet the Moon Priestess.
Dane zoomed away like a ghost, leaving streaks of light behind him. On the ground, Shinharu looked up, wheezing his name in total shock.
The pink energy cyclone was still roaring wildly in the sky.
Haru lay flat under the rubble, completely exhausted. Her eyes widened in disbelief when she saw Egoistic's figure shining brilliantly right in the center of the storm.
How could this happen?
In the control room, experts were scrambling because of the data.
The disaster's energy was being sucked dry by Egoistic.
While the staff panicked, the chairman was still casually chewing popcorn, nodding with satisfaction.
Ah, so that's it.
The staff called the chairman with worry because of his strange reaction. But the old man was laughing heartily.
He knew all along that the kid would pull it off.
Inside the storm's heart, Beck Ellenwool knelt amidst the debris, her mouth not stopping with apologies. Her eyes were empty, desperately begging someone to kill her. She tormented herself for causing so many people to be injured.
I don't deserve to live anymore.
Tears rolled down the young girl's pained face. Suddenly, she felt someone approaching. It wasn't the hero from before. This person moved at a much faster speed. Steady footsteps echoed amidst the silent ruins.
Who's that?
A silhouette appeared in the blinding light.
Ellenwool was sure it was an extremely powerful hero.
Finally, this fear is about to end. She bowed her head, ready to accept death to liberate her soul. Dane walked up, casually remarking that the heart of the storm was surprisingly peaceful. Ellenwool was stunned as she looked up, her pale red eyes still tear-filled.
Hey there!
A greeting so casual it was hard to believe under these circumstances. He approached the girl with an extremely polite attitude.
Very nice to meet you.
Dane tipped his hat to greet her, introduced himself as Egoistic, and declared he had come to stop her. Ellenwool stood still, looking at the person in front of her.
She had long ago guessed his identity.
I'm sorry, she whispered again in despair.
Dane reached out his hand, ready to face the next attack.
A pink lightning bolt shot forward but was instantly swallowed by Dane's green energy with ease.
Ellenwool was completely stunned by the overwhelming power of the man in front of her.
Egoistic stepped into the heart of the storm, where the energy was still chaotic. He moved calmly as if he were just out for a stroll. Standing in front of him was the Moon Priestess, who was drowning in her own magical light. Dane didn't waver at all before the swirling power. He stood there, majestic and mysterious. In his egoistic persona, he smiled enigmatically behind his mask.
It's all over.
He called her by her real name, Beck Ellenwool.
The girl was stunned, not understanding why this stranger knew her secret. Dane continued to reveal what he knew about her true identity within the Moonlight Order.
He knew she was raised by the cult leader and granted magic from the moon goddess, but he also knew that she detested these terrorist acts and was only being forced by a curse. Ellenwool was shocked, and tears began to fall. Dane's understanding touched the very depths of her pain.
Why don't you stop doing the things you hate so much?
Dane's question resonated with weight as he reached out, offering an irresistible invitation along with a rare, warm smile.
Leave the Moonlight Order, Dane firmly offered the path to salvation. Come with me.
I will be the one to destroy your archpriest. Ellenwool's emotions broke, her eyes filled with a mix of hope and inner torment. She knelt, sobbing as she asked if a monster like her was truly worthy of being helped. Dane gently placed his hand on her head, a sincere gesture of comfort. The fact that you are still resisting proves you are not a monster. So, stop crying. Those words shattered the psychological chains that had bound the young girl for so long. A soft light surrounded the two of them, signaling that the catastrophe was gradually fading away. Ellenwool was still sobbing, unable to believe she was truly allowed to continue living.
Dane smiled brightly, deciding to lighten the mood. All right, mind if I borrow this spot for a second?
A teleportation circle appeared beneath Ellenwool's feet, leaving her bewildered and confused.
Chibi Ellenwool looked around in surprise, sensing that something was about to happen.
She scanned the area for a glimpse of Dane, but a blinding light obscured her vision as the summoning magic reached its brilliant peak. Ellenwool clenched her fists, her heart racing at the sudden arrival of someone else. The young girl trembled, her tears flowing again at the sudden shift in the situation. No sooner had he finished speaking than Seo Eunhai appeared from the teleportation circle, sighing in relief at having arrived safely. Dane introduced Ellenwool to his teammate, who would be assisting with the relocation. Eunhai had arrived ready for duty, but the scene before her left her stunned. Ellenwool suddenly lunged forward to hug Dane tightly, sobbing like a child who had found a pillar of support, leaving Dane frozen by the sheer suddenness of the action.
The touching scene unfolding right before Seo Eunhai left her with nothing to say but an exclamation of surprise.
In her chibi form, Eunhai looked at her boss with a judgmental gaze, questioning what on earth he had done to make the girl cry like that. Dane could only stand there awkwardly.
Dane comforted the girl crying on his shoulder, wondering to himself, did I do something wrong?
The disaster had passed, leaving behind a bittersweet situation. A reporter stood right at the scene of the mysterious tornado in Seoul, the wind whipping his hair all over the place. Breaking news exploded: Stardust had just been found unconscious, and the rescue team hurriedly loaded Shin Haru onto a stretcher, as she looked battered after the recent battle. Meanwhile, a gigantic airship loomed, hovering just near the eye of the storm. The press was in a frenzy because Egoistic had not yet appeared, and his live stream channel remained pitch black. The pink tornado continued to rage uncontrollably, showing no signs of stopping. On the other side, a pair of hands were clutching a trembling little girl. It turned out to be Egoistic, who was soothing Baek Eunwool as she sobbed uncontrollably. Eunwool's eyes were red from crying, and her whole body shivered with fear. Han Dane firmly assured her that he wasn't going anywhere, telling her to rest easy as he looked at her with empathy and placed a hand on her shoulder for encouragement.
Tears rolled down Eunwool's cheeks, making her look absolutely pitiful.
Dane introduced Seo Eunhai as the person who would help Eunwool break the curse, and the saintess could only scratch her head in greeting.
Eunhai looked a bit flustered by this sudden responsibility.
Eunwool looked up, her heart still filled with anxiety and chaos. Suddenly, the image of the cruel archpriest appeared in her mind, questioning where she thought she was running off to. Eunwool clutched her head in pain as his voice echoed, forcing her to answer. Dane urged Eunhai to just do as she normally would, and the saintess nodded instantly in response.
A blue light flashed, and Eunwool screamed in pain during the purification process.
Eunhai poured all her power into her palms to shatter the darkness clinging to the girl. When the light faded, Eunwool blankly realized that the terrifying voices in her head had vanished completely.
Dane hurriedly asked if everything was all right.
The girl burst into tears, but this time they were tears of gratitude for the two people who had saved her. Immediately, Egoistic turned his stream back on, flashing his signature grin to welcome the viewers back. On the ground, Haru slowly woke up, her eyes still a bit hazy. She opened her eyes, her gaze still carrying a hint of fatigue after being knocked out. The medical staff hurriedly stopped Haru, telling her to lie still and avoid strenuous activity. But the first thing on her mind was where that villain Egoistic was now. Everyone looked up at the sky in amazement as the deadly tornado slowly began to dissipate. Seeing that sight, Haru faintly smirked, even though she wasn't the one who had saved the city. She whispered to herself that, in the end, he had actually done it. The name Egoistic once again left Haru feeling restless. On her phone screen, Dane's livestream officially began with an enthusiastic greeting. He appeared with two beautiful women by his side, holding his hat with a dashing flair amidst the rubble. Haru saw this and was furious, grinding her teeth in anger. Egoistic began to complain about the unbearable things that had happened while he was away. The chat channel exploded with all sorts of comments, and fanatical fans kept calling their idol's name. He cursed the person who had caused this cheap terrorist act directly, showing blatant disdain. The crowd was in an uproar, asking for the identity of the strange girl standing beside him. Dane loudly introduced her as the Moon Priestess, the one who had created the tornado earlier, but he quickly cleared her name, explaining that she was merely a pawn controlled by the archpriest. Egoistic made a grand declaration before the camera, challenging the world regarding the definition of a true villain. Egoistic maintained his arrogant demeanor before the lens, claiming to be the worst villain of this era. Behind the scenes, Seo-eun and Eun-wol could only sigh. Seo-eun thought that since he hadn't been on air for a while, this guy was just being overly energetic. After putting on a good show, Dane cleared his throat softly to regain his composure. He placed his hand on Eun-wol's head, loudly declaring that she would be the newest member of the group from now on. Dane turned and asked cleverly, "Right, Lady Priestess?" Eun-wol blushed shyly, whispering her agreement. And thus, the Ego Stream broadcast ended in overwhelming success. The scene shifted to a modern house amidst the white snow, where everyone was gathered. Eun-wol scooped up a spoonful of rice, beginning to enjoy her first warm meal. She choked up, confiding that she had never eaten this much meat in her entire life, and as she ate, her tears streamed down from the emotion. Seeing this, Eun-hai patted her and told her to eat as much as she wanted, while Dane stood there blankly, not understanding why she would cry just from eating. The Saintess then gave Dane a heavy smack, scolding him for being heartless and emotionally dense. Dane clutched his aching arm, thinking to himself that, regardless, he had prevented a disaster and recruited a new teammate. Eun-wol continued to eat happily, ignoring the noise around her. However, Dane suddenly felt restless as if he had forgotten something extremely important. Right at the moment, Seo-eun yelled to tell him his phone was ringing. Seo-eun picked up the phone and announced a horrifying number: 67 missed calls. Looking at the screen, everyone was from Lee Seol-ah. Dane froze for a few seconds, knowing he was done for. He pulled his hair in panic, not knowing how to face the queen. He immediately had to dash to the Yusun building in the middle of the night. As soon as she saw him, Seol-ah started scolding him, asking how long he intended to keep everything a secret. In his egoistic outfit, Dane frantically apologized, explaining that the situation had forced him to act that way so Stardust wouldn't be suspicious. Seol-ah covered her face and sighed, her disappointment clearly visible on her beautiful face. She sulked, thinking that she was just a tool for him to use in his plan to deceive Haru. After a while of pouting, she glanced at him through her fingers, setting a condition: if he took off his mask for her, she would stop being angry. Dane exhaled, deciding to risk it, and reached up to remove the mask. The mask fell onto the table with a dull clack. The true face of Egoistic was finally revealed, and Dane awkwardly asked if she was satisfied. Seeing the true appearance of the villain, Seol-ah blushed, breaking into a satisfied smile. Dane still felt a bit shy, while Seol-ah felt smug knowing her sulking plan had succeeded perfectly. She felt incredibly special because she was the first person to see his true appearance before anyone else. A smile full of satisfaction and happiness from Seol-ah concluded a long day. The sound of footsteps echoed through the dim corridor of the base. Seo-eun walked energetically, while Soe looked around stealthily with a slightly wary expression. Soe stared in wide-eyed wonder, seemingly still unaccustomed to the modern space here. In another corner, Eun-wol was intently slicing carrots to prepare a meal, looking strangely peaceful. This mundane scene made one forget that this was the lair of a villainous organization. Eun-wol demonstrated her superpower, creating a giant purple energy ghost in the middle of the training yard. Soe smiled faintly, admitting that this place also had such gentle moments. But she was startled when Seo-eun led her deeper into the secret area behind them. Standing before a large door, Soe curiously asked where they were going. Seo-eun turned back with a mischievous smile, telling her to just trust her and follow along. Seo-eun started to brag, asking Soe if she knew who the first founding member of Ego Stream was. She proudly pointed at herself, firmly asserting that it was yours truly and no one else. The two stood before a glowing portal, radiating a deep blue energy. Soe was surprised. She could sense that this was a form of power completely different from ordinary mana. Seo-eun climbed onto a platform, asking Soe if this baby had enough power to smash that woman to pieces. In front of Soe was Starbuster, a gigantic, powerful robot waiting for deployment orders. Soe stood dazed, not yet understanding who the woman Seo-eun referred to was. Seo-eun smiled smugly, already aiming straight for the group's greatest enemy. The name Stardust was mentioned, and immediately, the image of the heroine appeared, full of pride. The scene shifted to a tree-lined park, where the atmosphere had been very peaceful. A couple was arguing fiercely right in the middle of the lush green grass. The guy tried hard to explain that he fell asleep and didn't hear the phone, but the girl wouldn't believe a word of it. The girl was filled with murderous intent, thinking his apologies were just empty words. The guy knelt, begging her to believe him one last time. Suddenly, he screamed in terror as he found himself trapped in a giant iron cage out of nowhere. Both stood frozen for a few seconds, looking around in confusion to understand what was happening. The cage began to fly high into the sky, carrying the guy's pathetic wails along with it. The iron bars glowed under the sunlight, trapping the poor people inside.
Dozens of cages, like bird cages, floated throughout the city park's sky.
The girl screamed for help in panic, and right at that moment, a polite hand in a black glove offered her a handkerchief. The stranger advised her that it was probably best to start looking for a new boyfriend. He used his ability to make the handkerchief float right in front of the sobbing girl. Egoistic appeared, looking dapper, standing right next to the iron cage. He smirked, saying that if she didn't want to find someone new, she could just go inside and reunite with that guy. The girl's mouth hung open in fear as she realized the famous villain was standing right in front of her. Egoistic raised his hand in a formal greeting before a series of flying camera drones broadcasting live. He confidently announced his name, accompanied by a bow in the style of a quintessential aristocratic villain. He even bragged that he had just topped the list of most loved villains. Egoistic mocked the crowd, suggesting that the fact they liked a villain like him proved they had all lost their minds. Images of the citizens trapped in the birdcages were clearly visible on the large advertising screens. He stood with his arms wide open under the sky full of cages, declaring today would be a day of disaster. Egoistic coldly delivered his final threat: all of you will die. Egoistic stood in the middle of the park, laughing gleefully before the witness of numerous flying cameras. At the base, Zoe anxiously asked if Unwol was okay, because maintaining telekinesis on such a large scale usually caused people to vomit blood immediately.
Unwol suddenly looked up at the sky with an expression of pure amazement.
A stream of brilliant golden light descended from above to the ground, signaling the arrival of a high-caliber character.
Stardust landed with an incredibly impressive superhero landing, shaking the entire park area.
Dane inwardly marveled. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a textbook superhero entrance. Stardust shouted loudly, demanding that Egoistic stop these crazy actions immediately. The heroine's rage was clear in her eyes as she prepared to punish the villain before her. Egoistic smirked, saying that the party pooper had finally decided to show up. Stardust growled, demanding he release the trapped citizens immediately. Egoistic challenged her back, asking what she would do if he bluntly refused. The atmosphere around Stardust erupted with energy. She had no more patience for further negotiations. Immediately, Stardust lunged forward at terrifying speed, aiming straight for the villain in black. Her gaze was filled with determination, vowing not to let Egoistic run wild for another second. A blinding energy explosion occurred when her attack was blocked. Egoistic laughed while stepping back, announcing that today her opponent wasn't him. He began to introduce a living weapon specially crafted just for her. The name Starbuster echoed through the space, signaling the arrival of a new enemy. The gigantic combat robot loomed behind Stardust, radiating a pressure so heavy it was suffocating. Dane encouraged Sion over the radio, saying this was the villainous debut she had always wanted. He ordered her to show all her power to the heroine. Inside the cockpit, Sion was focusing intensely, though she still felt a bit of anxiety. She stuttered as she called out Stardust's name, trying to regain her composure before the big fight. Robot Starbuster officially declared war, emitting a cold mechanical sound directed at Stardust. At the base, Moonwol and Zoe were screaming and cheering enthusiastically for their friend. Stardust narrowed her eyes to observe the new enemy. She sensed this was no ordinary threat. The heroine realized the opponent's voice sounded very young, and it was certainly a girl. Sion shouted with determination, pushing the control stick hard to make the robot lunge into the attack. Starbuster swung its arm, creating a strong gust of wind that forced Stardust into a defensive position. Burning energy concentrated on the giant fist of the combat machine. A powerful punch was unleashed, tearing through the air directly toward the heroine. Stardust raised her hands to block the attack, creating a fiery collision that shook the ground. Stardust was covered in a brilliant golden aura, ready to fight in the middle of the lawn. She was extremely focused, because the villain Egoistic had just carried out another brutal attack. In the sky, giant iron cages trapping civilians hovered, surrounded by security drones. Sion's black robot Starbuster appeared, accompanied by arrogant laughter echoing everywhere. A shocking explosion occurred beneath its feet, with smoke and dust flying as the robot attacked. Stardust leaped into the air to dodge. Inside, Sion didn't stop mocking her, asking if dodging was all she could do. Haru began to lose patience. She wondered who this kid piloting the robot really was to be so annoying. Without another word, Stardust dove down, landing a powerful kick that made the robot wobble. Sion screamed loudly from inside. Stardust hovered amidst the powerful swirling winds she had created herself. A ground-shaking collision occurred. The giant robot was sent flying, plowing through the earth. Stardust was a bit surprised. She hadn't even used her full strength, yet the robot already looked battered. In the cockpit, Sion gritted her teeth in anger, calling Stardust a brainless muscle-bound old lady who played dirty. Hearing that, Haru's face darkened,
with veins popping on her forehead. "That's enough," she coldly declared, and the atmosphere around them began to tremble. Haru was determined to capture this criminal today, no matter what happened. Her body glowed brilliantly, a massive amount of energy concentrating as she prepared for the finishing move. Seo-eun began to truly panic, her hands fumbling as she controlled the machine. But it was too late. A part of the robot was crushed under the immense pressure. The robot tried to maneuver amidst the rubble, but Stardust had gotten too close. She launched herself high, preparing to strike a lethal blow to the opponent's shock. Seo-eun frowned, feeling extremely uncomfortable. On the screen, the comments from the livestream viewers kept jumping. A large flame erupted from the robot's engine, attempting to push back the superhero lunging toward her. The robot swung its arm to attack, but Stardust was too fast, dodging easily. A golden streak tore through the air, aiming straight for the giant machine's flank. Haru performed artistic flips amidst the bullets and smoke. Sion muttered jealously from within, wondering why Dane cared so much about Stardust. Hearing that question, Haru suddenly paused for a beat, her face revealing curiosity. She asked herself, "Egoistic, cares about me?" The image of the villain in the top hat appeared in her mind. Haru suddenly realized, how could a strange little girl know that if she wasn't someone extremely close to him? She thought to herself that if she captured this kid, she could surely extract a lot of information about Egoistic. Haru began to use psychological warfare, asking if Egoistic had hired a miner to do his dirty work. The comment hit a nerve, and Seo-eun screamed in anger, refusing to be seen as a hired hand. The girl proudly declared she was the first teammate, standing side by side with Dane from the very beginning. Haru smirked. The fish had taken the bait, so she continued to taunt her to get more information. The robot shuddered as Seo-eun lost her cool, energy leaking out of control. Seo-eun wailed in frustration, revealing that she was the one who had hacked the television signal and carried out all the system infiltrations until now. Haru maintained her cold expression, saying it was hard to believe a kid could do such things. Seo-eun screamed, about to say something about them being in the same room, but suddenly fell silent. It seemed like Dane had communicated over the radio to tell her to shut up. Seo-eun pouted, sulking because she was stopped. Stardust didn't let her opponent breathe, lunging forward to demand Seo-eun's surrender and spill everything politely. She clicked her tongue in regret that she had almost captured the opponent, but then her gaze became sharp. The fun ended here. Stardust erupted with energy, ready to enter the danger zone to finish the match. Stardust growled, telling her opponent to just sit there and wait a second. She vowed to drag the person inside out of this tin can with her own two hands. The superhero's fist glowed, accumulating a massive amount of energy. A direct punch. The massive impact created a terrifying explosion, blowing away everything in the vicinity. The giant robot shattered into pieces, with sparks of electricity arcing through the smoky, debris-filled wreckage. Seo-eun was trapped in the damaged cockpit, moaning in pain from the overwhelming force of the collision. Haru landed on the ground amidst the smoke, her aura still swirling around her with immense power. Seo-eun screamed in terror, begging someone to pull this terrifying old hag off of her. Hearing the term old hag, Stardust snapped, veins popping on her forehead as she was teased about her age by a mere brat. Not giving her opponent a chance to breathe, she lunged forward at wind-tearing speed. Haru performed an artistic mid-air somersault to close in on her prey. Suddenly, a strange girl emerged from the dust, blocking the superhero's path. Stardust halted, her blue eyes narrowing in caution as she faced this new obstruction. The stranger, Seo-eun, calmly apologized but declared that Stardust's journey would end right here. A brilliant pink surge of energy erupted from Seo-eun's hand, blasting the superhero backward. Haru gritted her teeth in frustration, determined to round them all up in one go. She stared intently at the energy barrier blocking her way, searching for a weak point. A massive pink light engulfed the wreckage area, creating an impenetrable wall. Stardust was absolutely furious when the stranger insisted that protecting her teammates was only natural. Just then, Egoistic appeared beside a distraught Seo-eun, who was sobbing uncontrollably in fear. Seo-eun wailed, demanding that the guy in the top hat get her out of this hellhole immediately. Egoistic looked around the devastated battlefield, then casually remarked that this had been a fairly successful attack. He turned to reproach Stardust in a provocative tone for daring to lay such a heavy hand on his people. The words hit Haru like a lightning bolt, leaving her frozen in shock. His people? Egoistic declared loudly that they were a family, and he couldn't stand by and watch the person who had been with him the longest fall. The two words family rang out, making Haru's heart feel as if it were being crushed. She felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy and bitterness. The villain said his goodbyes and vanished in the blink of an eye, despite Stardust screaming for him to stop. Haru lunged forward, but only the remnants of the pink energy remained in the park. She clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in helplessness as he had escaped once again. Suddenly, a series of cages holding hostages began to fall freely from the sky toward the ground.
With no other choice, Haru was forced to turn her back on her target to fulfill her duty of saving lives. She reached out, using all her might to grab hold of the heavy iron structures plummeting downward. Stardust braced herself to support an entire stack of giant iron cages, preventing them from harming the civilians. Her face was drenched in sweat, her eyes showing visible fatigue but firm resolve regarding the burden on her shoulders. The giant cages were slowly lowered to safety as the onlookers watched. Inside, the citizens remained in a state of shock after experiencing a moment of near death. A little girl standing on the ground clasped her hands in admiration, her eyes sparkling as she watched her hero save everyone. Even though she had saved everyone, Haru felt no joy hearing the crowd chat excitedly about egoistic. She let out a weary sigh, ignoring the concerned inquiries of those around her, her mind still wandering elsewhere. Elsewhere, Seoun's furious scream echoed through the space, tearing through the silence. The hacker girl was throwing a tantrum over her pathetic failure in front of her teammates. "I'm so angry," Seoun sobbed, vowing to kill Stardust no matter what, while egoistic struggled to soothe the girl who was losing her mind. The scene shifted to the evening, as the group sat down to enjoy dinner together. Beside Seoun, she suddenly giggled, causing him to turn his gaze toward her in wonder.
"Do you like it that much?"
She nodded in confirmation. What she loved most were the comments on social media. It was funny to see Stardust being called a keyboard warrior, while egoistic was called Appa.
Ha ha ha. Stardust as a keyboard warrior? It's bitter to see the comment above, but to the kids, she really is just an old auntie, isn't she?
The more she read, the more excited Seoun became. Then she jumped up and shouted excitedly, making both him and Hale jump in fright.
"You startled me." Then she hurriedly ran off. "Then let's create something new with this new energy."
Subin sighed helplessly and reminded her, "Seoun, you're still recovering, don't run."
The articles featured sincere confessions about egoistic. Honestly, there were no casualties? Ha ha ha. Or maybe he's a hero who works as a villain for passion. Ha ha ha. Seriously, is there anyone here who doesn't know egoistic is a villain? Ha ha ha.
He stroked his chin thoughtfully, thinking that even if he caused a stir, the public opinion was still too good. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to maintain his villainous status. This channel, and that one too, all these channels were full of nothing but praise for him. He suddenly struck upon an idea and began searching for criticisms of egoistic. The information that appeared made him feel a bit excited.
One article read, "Exposing egoistic.
He is truly a righteous villain." He relaxed on his bed and listened to a video talking about him. Honestly everyone, Kim Dane just does whatever he wants.
And obviously, he is trampling on the social rules we set, right? In this terrorist incident, he didn't ask anyone for permission, did he? Didn't he trap everyone in cages and hold them hostage at a height of over 10 meters? Then she asked a question, does he compensate? No, does having money solve everything? It's no different than him mocking everyone.
That pragmatic habit of wanting to use money to solve everything is also a problem. Hearing this, he felt a bit swayed. This is it. If there's no public opinion criticizing me, then I'll just create it myself, right? The scene shifted to a room somewhere, where an apology echoed, "I'm sorry everyone."
I already said I'm sorry.
It turned out this was the room of the journalist broadcasting the video bad-mouthing egoistic. "I won't give up." She approached her computer to look again. 2,500 dislikes and 1 like.
Damn it, that article didn't even attract anyone's attention. Then she looked up helplessly and shouted, "What the hell? Is egoistic some kind of god? So what if he's a god? Even gods make mistakes."
This is a channel I made while working 2 part-time jobs at a convenience store after being fired. Now, when almost absolutely no one criticizes egoistic, it's the perfect time for me to post a hateful article. I was sure this time it would definitely attract all of egoistic's anti-fans. But not a single soul liked this article. Her spirit felt like it was collapsing. It's over. This was my only hope.
What am I going to do about the rent?
Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a voice message, "Hello.
I have always really liked your videos."
Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a voice message, "Hello.
I have always really liked your videos."
She read the messages aloud. "Don't lose your faith in the future.
I hope you continue to make videos like this. Especially this one. I really like it. Please persevere in attacking egoistic." She pondered, should I continue to criticize him?
Then something appeared on the screen that startled her so much she dropped the phone from her hand. Because at this moment, her bank account had just been credited with 10 million won, the sender was an anonymous person with the nickname DH, who left a message, "I hope you will persevere in criticizing that guy egoistic even more." She couldn't believe her eyes. This isn't a dream, is it? Shift to a few days later at Haru's apartment. After a tiring day at work, she was finally able to relax in her small home. After showering, she sat before her beloved computer and began searching for information on egoistic. Reading the articles on the screen made her eyes darken. Before her eyes was a video criticizing egoistic with the title, "Let's analyze the dark side of this ruthless, psychopathic villain." This video had 23 million views and was currently #1 in real-time trends. And all of this was done by the young girl Seo-eun. In the video, the journalist continued to analyze egoistic, the villain who received so much love from the public. Even though he had caused countless terrorist incidents, the casualty count was still 0. But can we call him a good villain just because there were no casualties in the attack? This ruthless, psychopathic villain must be isolated from society immediately. Please, citizens, do not let yourselves be deceived by him. If the death penalty were immediately restored in South Korea, the first one to be executed would be the worst villain in history, egoistic. Haru immediately scrolled down to the comments below. Ha ha. But it's true, isn't it? He's just a troublemaker who likes to show off his money. Ha ha ha. His image is so good that I thought I was the only one dissatisfied. Even if a villain tries to pretend to be good, he is still a villain. The solution for that kind of trash is only the death penalty. Haru then continued to read the comments and watched the rest of the video. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Kim Dane, who was extremely satisfied with what he had done. "Now you will truly realize how cruel I am, Stardust. Right, this level of attack should be enough, right?" Then, comments appeared on the screen in succession. "No, it's true egoistic is a bad person, but isn't this too much? It feels like they are deliberately forcing it to criticize him. You are too biased against him. Your logic is too cold, and the arguments seem very forced." Kim Dane's expression remained satisfied. "So, shall we try the next step?" Then he appeared on the top floor of a high-rise building. In South Korea, there are currently 3 A-class heroes, including Stardust of Seoul, Icicle of Busan, Shadow Walker of the Dark Knight. Shadow Walker, he is an A-rank hero possessing absolute power, but it is limited to the darkness of the night. But even he could not escape the caress of this dark story. The reason is, shift to another place, where a girl on her way home from work was moving through a small alley. Observing the screen for a long time made Seo-eun sleepy and bored. Seo-eun wondered, are they really going to kidnap her? Right after that, something appeared on the screen that startled Seo-eun. They really were kidnapping her. Everything was going according to plan, which pleased Kim Dane. Good. Then, immediately, he teleported to an apartment somewhere. He stood outside the window and knocked on the glass as a signal. Inside, a person came out, wondering, who is it? This person was Shadow Walker. As soon as he opened the window, he was extremely surprised by who had appeared. He happily introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, Shadow Walker. If you have time, can we talk for a bit?" This sudden appearance in the middle of the night made Shadow Walker's face darken with suspicion. Jahyun sat blankly on the sofa, looking completely exhausted and drained of all life. His eyes were empty, and the dark circles under them were very clear. Memories of that terrifying pink explosion kept appearing in his mind. That power had blown everything away, tossing him like a rag doll. The hero Icicle stood amidst the rubble, her face cold and full of authority. Jahyun screamed in despair, unable to believe he had failed so miserably. Back in reality, he gritted his teeth, his expression full of bitterness. He told himself that he had to be the strongest when night fell. The room was pitch black, with only a little faint moonlight shining in. Jahyun sighed heavily. He picked up his tablet and scrolled through the news with a rather indifferent look. Glancing at his phone, it was almost 6 p.m., still no reply message. Suddenly, a knock from the balcony made Jahyun jump awake. He stood up and slowly walked toward the window to check. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he sensed a strange pressure. Jahyun turned his head sharply, staring at the pitch-black glass pane. He heard the sound of soft, bare footsteps tapping on the balcony floor outside. A hand suddenly pressed against the glass, making the air immediately thicken. It was egoistic. He stood towering on the balcony, greeting him with a playfully teasing tone. He asked if he could come inside for a quick chat, causing Jahyun to freeze for a few seconds. Shadow Walker wondered if he was daydreaming in broad daylight. Jahyun scratched his head awkwardly and retorted, asking if the villain had come to surrender. Egoistic just smiled mysteriously and began talking about his plan to recruit talent. he mentioned he had targeted 2 people from the Hero Association. The first was Icicle. The moment Jahyun heard Egoistic call out his real name, he panicked and raised his hand to signal him to be quiet. Before Jahyun could react, Egoistic went straight to the point. He dropped a bombshell. Jahyun's girlfriend, Suki, was in danger. Jahyun immediately flew into a rage, ready to lunge, assuming Egoistic was the culprit. Egoistic hurriedly waved his hands, telling him to calm down and listen to the explanation. He argued that if he were the culprit, he wouldn't need to appear here to warn him. Egoistic urged in a hoarse voice that Jahyun shouldn't waste time arguing but should hurry and save her. He threw a card with location information on it and turned to vanish. Jahyun picked up the paper, his eyes still full of suspicion and caution. Egoistic vanished into the purple smoke so quickly that there was no trace left. Down on the street, a car sped through the glittering high-rise area. Inside, Subin smiled brightly when she saw Egoistic return faster than expected. Egoistic leaned back in his seat, sighing with relief that everything had gone smoothly. Subin eagerly turned the steering wheel, ready to rush to the next location on the card. The car sped away, leaving streaks of light tearing through the quiet night. Subin looked extremely excited, grinning non-stop. The car stopped with a thud in a dark corner near a construction site. Subin waved encouragingly from inside the car while Egoistic stepped out to prepare for his appearance. He walked toward Jahyun, who was holding Suki, telling himself this was a golden opportunity to accumulate virtue points. Jahyun hugged Suki tightly and looked at the villain full of suspicion. Egoistic foolishly gave a thumbs up, confusing Jahyun that a bad guy would help him. In the darkness, Egoistic just shrugged and said it was nothing worth making a big deal out of. The villain philosophized that even bad guys can do good things occasionally, as long as they do it quietly. Jahyun was speechless. A close-up of Shadow Walker's eyes showed he still didn't fully trust him and asked about Egoistic's true motive. Egoistic only asked for one thing: don't go spreading the word that he had appeared here. Looking at his lover sleeping soundly in his arms, Jahyun recalled the rumors that Egoistic had never caused any casualties and often cleaned up the messes caused by others. Looking at his lover sleeping soundly in his arms, Jahyun recalled the rumors that Egoistic had never caused any casualties and often cleaned up the messes caused by others. Egoistic smiled slightly behind the mask, then he dissolved into a brilliant cloud of purple smoke, ending his short dramatic performance. Standing under the moonlight, Jahyun silently admitted that Egoistic was a man who truly had character. Just then, Suki began to stir and wake up. The scene shifted to the university campus. The atmosphere was completely opposite to the earlier gloom. Students were bustling back and forth, starting a new, energetic day all over campus. Hyul wore simple student clothes, holding a bouquet of white tulips, looking truly radiant. He cheered when he saw a familiar figure approaching. Lee Hyul appeared amidst a shower of cherry blossom petals, beautiful and bright in her neat school uniform. Dane's friends, including Han Seo-eun, could not stop praising Hyul's perfect student look. Dane gently handed over the bouquet and congratulated Hyul on officially becoming a freshman. Hyul received the bouquet with radiant happiness, her eyes shimmering with emotion. The group began to noisily demand she treat them to celebrate. Dane warned everyone not to take advantage of and extort his little sister. Hyul generously declared that she would pay for everything because she had just received a scholarship. The group, especially Seo-eun, was excited by the idea of going to the famous campus canteen. While everyone was excited, Dane seemed worried, glancing around as if afraid of something. When Subin called out, Dane jumped, stammered, and hurried to follow, leaving Hyul with a bewildered look. Actually, he was panicking because this was his final semester at school, and even though he was in a different department, he was extremely afraid of clashing with that person. The camera cut to the central library of Yonhee University. Inside the quiet library, someone was slumped over the table from exhaustion when suddenly the sound of a stomach rumbling echoed clearly. It turned out to be Shin Haru covering her face in shame as her stomach betrayed her in public. Han Seo-eun was sitting enjoying a bowl of noodles in the student canteen, praising it for being just as delicious as school canteen food. Seo-eun was startled and turned back, explaining that she was just talking about that familiar feeling. Subin sat next to her, smiling and saying that eating here made her remember a lot about her school days. Dane nodded in agreement, while Hyul promised to enjoy it as much as possible while she was still a student. Subin also suggested that Hyul drop by the canteen occasionally so the group could eat a warm meal together. Hyul happily agreed immediately. At a nearby table, Shin Haru was eating with a friend. Her friend wondered why Haru was suddenly craving school food today. While eating, the friend suddenly froze as if she had seen something bizarre. Haru blinked, following her friend's gaze, while continuing to chew. Her friend pointed to Dane's table, joking that if the criminals in egoistic streams lived normal lives, they would probably look exactly like those people. She guessed the brown-haired girl looked exactly like the female employee kidnapped by egoistic in the first attack. Then she pointed to Hyul, guessing she might be the high priestess, though admitting she had never seen her real face. Her gaze shifted to Subin, saying this kid looked exactly like the chubby robot pilot in the last terrorist attack. Finally, she pointed straight at Dane and declared firmly, "That guy is egoistic." Hearing this, Haru immediately turned pale, sweat pouring out because the joke had hit the bullseye. Haru observed Dane's calm, smiling face closely, her heart filled with extreme suspicion. She reached out toward them to check something, but then hesitated. Suddenly, the entire canteen was engulfed in a terrifying red light. The TV screen began to glitch, then an announcement appeared declaring the arrival of the moon cult. The face of old Qin Wang, the cult leader, appeared on the screen with an ominous smile and a provocative greeting. He called Stardust out directly, asking if she was witnessing this salvation. Haru's eyes widened in shock. She bit her tongue in anger, realizing the situation had become extremely serious. Haru immediately jumped up and bolted out of the canteen, barely having time to give a brief apology to her friend. She ran, still looking back one more time, her face full of worry. The remaining people in the canteen stood dazed, staring at the strange news report. On TV, Xinhuang declared he would bestow a gift upon those who had not been saved, opening the path to the moon. Outside, the moon glowed blood-red amidst a terrifying roar that tore through the air. The leader declared that death was the only fate for heretics. Xiaoun clutched her ears in pain, not understanding what the hell was happening. Dane also covered his ears because of the piercing sound, muttering that he needed to prepare immediately. Hayao looked at him with deep concern. Dane gritted his teeth in anger, wondering why the old man had appeared so early. Could it be because he had recruited Uul? The roar and screams echoed throughout the canteen. Everyone was stunned by the deafening noise. Subin's face turned deathly pale, sweat pouring out from fear in the face of the chaos. Looking out the window, a giant, dark figure with glowing red eyes was approaching. Everyone started wondering what kind of monster that was. Xiaoun panicked and grabbed Dane's hand, expecting a rescue plan from her boss. Dane's face turned pale, sweat dripping because of the sudden shock. He cursed under his breath, realizing the final boss of the moon cult had appeared too soon. His script was being torn to shreds. The crimson monster roared madly, beginning its massacre. Contrasting with the danger, a few bewildered students outside remained calm, taking photos with their phones because it was their first time seeing a villain in real life. The giant entity let out a thunderous roar that shook the entire city. A close-up of the monster's rippling muscles and red-veined skin made it look even more terrifying. Suddenly, white smoke began to pour out from the mouths of the people around, as if their life force was being sucked away under the blood moon. The monster hovered high above as countless citizens collapsed to the ground, creating a living hell. Haru zipped between the skyscrapers, looking down at the rubble below in horror. A scene of devastation spread out before her eyes. People were sprawled everywhere amidst a thick cloud of dust. Stardust's expression turned grim and determined. She reminded herself that she had to minimize the damage to the city at all costs. Amidst the debris, a child in a yellow shirt was crying out in desperate agony. Stardust dove down like a streak of light, quickly reaching the child's position. She hurriedly shielded the little one just as another explosion struck. Stardust gently embraced the child, asking with concern if they were hurt anywhere. The child kept wailing. Their eyes rolled back, and their face was twisted in unbearable pain. Haru watched in horror, realizing something was terribly wrong. The people around her were collapsing. She quickly placed her hand on the child's wrist to check for a pulse. Stardust's eyes widened in shock. The child had stopped breathing and no longer had a pulse. She looked around, stunned by the sight of countless citizens falling like soulless husks. Stardust gritted her teeth in fury. She realized that the people whose life force was being drained were on the verge of death. A brilliant aura flared up around Haru, signaling that her rage had reached its peak. Unable to hold back any longer, she charged straight at the crimson monster. She roared with anger, ordering the beast to stop its brutal behavior immediately. A punch wreathed in brilliant golden energy slammed into the target with terrifying force. However, the monster stood still without flinching, its red eyes staring at Stardust with a provocative gaze. It opened its mouth and let out a thundering roar, exuding an overwhelming bloodlust. Suddenly, a voice rang out, warning Haru to dodge immediately. She turned, startled. Stardust frantically flipped midair to avoid the enemy's fatal sweep. A familiar dark figure appeared, intervening just in time through the smoke and dust. Stardust sighed with relief and smiled slightly upon recognizing Shadow Walker.
He replied in his characteristic tired tone, apologizing for being late. Shadow Walker gasped for air, staring at the massive entity before them and wondering what the hell this thing was. Haru replied in a steely voice, asserting that whatever it was just another villain that needed to be destroyed. She exploded with power once again, launching herself like a flaming missile straight at the monster. The collision between the two opposing energies caused purple and gold lightning to rip through the night. Surrounded by a dazzling aura, Stardust stared straight at the beast and declared with a touch of arrogant humor that its opponent was none other than herself. The energy from her punch erupted, clashing violently with the enemy's armor-like body, but the soul-draining monster was completely unaffected. Haru gritted her teeth as she realized its power was absolutely overwhelming. The monster roared, firing sharp beams of energy that left her with no choice but to take the hit. Below, Shadow Walker was gasping for air, exhausted and relying entirely on Stardust. In this moment of desperation, Haru focused her will, and a fierce aura began to flare up around her. A massive explosion shook the city center, with dust and smoke obscuring everything. When the smoke cleared, the soul-draining monster still stood tall, surrounded by flickering purple electricity, looking even more terrifying than before. Haru began to falter. Her breathing was ragged, while the enemy seemed barely scratched. Her eyes showed sheer astonishment as she felt the terrifying pressure from the monster. The soul-draining monster opened its maw, firing a huge beam of purple energy straight at the heroine. The direct hit sent Haru flying into the debris, smoke rising in clouds. She collapsed amidst the rubble. Even as she tried to stand, her body was completely spent. The crimson monster roared, emitting a killing intent so thick it felt like it could swallow space itself. It began to gather energy in its mouth once again, preparing for a brutal finishing blow. Haru stared blankly, her mind sinking into total despair. All around, souls were being sucked away by the monster, citizens lay scattered, drained of their life force. But from afar, on a high rooftop, someone was quietly observing the entire battle. It was Dane in his egoistic persona, silently cursing the old master of the Moonlight cult for acting too hastily. The soul-draining monster was supposed to be an ultimate weapon that only appeared in the final chapter of the original story's second part. Dane realized this was only an unevolved form, but he still wondered why it had appeared so early. He squinted through his scope, wondering if his presence was disrupting the script. That roaring monster was actually a gimmick boss with a fatal weakness. In the original, the heroes only needed to find the silver to defeat it easily. Dane was ready. With this heavy sniper rifle, he could end it all in an instant. His finger rested on the trigger, but then he paused. An interesting idea just flashed through his mind. At this moment, Han Seowen anxiously called over the radio to check on the OP's safety. Dane smiled smugly. He wanted to orchestrate it so that Stardust would be the one to deliver the finishing blow at the most dramatic moment. From above, he reassured Sabine that everything was fine. Even though Sabine teased him for playing around, Dane sternly insisted the situation was extremely tense. He squinted through the scope, searching for the perfect moment to assist. Stardust was being completely overwhelmed by the soul-draining monster, but Dane believed this was the opportunity for her to break through her own limits. Through the scope, he saw Haru's eyes suddenly change. A new power was awakening. A brilliant golden aura burst forth dazzlingly. The heroine had officially awakened. Dane couldn't hide his excitement, cheering for Stardust to unleash the finishing blow. A punch containing all of Haru's energy slammed into the monster's body. The soul-draining monster took the hit, screaming in pain as the incredible force sent it flying backward. The monster crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. It seemed to have been defeated. On the rooftop, Dane cheered in delight, exactly the Stardust he expected. Amidst the remaining debris and smoke, Haru stood firm, wondering if it was truly over. The crimson soul-draining monster emerged again from the purple smoke, looking like something that had just stepped out of hell. Before its massive hands, Stardust looked tiny and fragile. Haru looked up in horror, unable to believe her eyes at this monstrous anomaly. It roared violently and lunged at her with dense killing intent. Stardust tried to dodge the giant's powerful sweeps. Just a single stomp from it was enough to make the ground shake and explode. On the rooftop, Egostick was sweating bullets, his two hands gripping the sniper rifle tightly. Looking through the scope, the monster's grotesque face made him shudder. He silently urged Stardust to hold on just a little longer. The plan was about to begin. Below, Haru gasped for air from exhaustion, but her fighting spirit hadn't cooled down yet. The monster didn't give her a break, lunging again like a furious storm. Haru skillfully weaved through the giant's crushing attacks. She yelled, pouring all her remaining strength into her legs to maintain distance, but its sweeping arm was too wide, constantly pushing Haru into dangerous situations. The monster suddenly roared.
Red electricity flashed around its body, looking extremely terrifying.
A deadly purple orb of energy began to gather in its mouth, ready to wipe everything out.
Haru gritted her teeth.
She couldn't hesitate any longer.
With the lives of the citizens in danger, a sudden dazzling aura burst from her body, dispelling the surrounding darkness. A massive explosion occurred as Stardust poured all her power into a counterattack. She unleashed a flaming steel punch straight into the monster's face, creating a terrifying shockwave. Both sides collided violently, generating deafening explosions amidst the city's debris.
Haru was sent flying backward.
She tried to steady herself against the enemy's power. The heroine collapsed to her knees, gasping for air. Her body began to rebel from the overload. Part of her soul was also being drained by the monster. Amidst the dust and smoke, Haru fell from exhaustion. As the monster slowly approached, seeing the pool of blood on the ground, a deep despair welled up in Haru's heart. In her semi-conscious state, old memories came flooding back. The image of a little girl sobbing next to her family. But then, her heroic spirit urged her to stand up, stronger and more resilient than ever. Haru knelt amidst the wreckage as a pure white light began to envelop her. Memories of the villagers and friends' smiles became an invaluable motivation to help her push past her limits. The image of Dane suddenly flashed in her mind, carrying a silent promise kept in her heart. The soul-draining monster lunged again, but this time Haru was ready to face it with her awakened power. The punch, carrying all her essence and strength, exploded as bright as a small sun.
Her eyes burned with a supernatural blue, signaling the birth of a new legend. Then, a massive vortex of energy appeared, swallowing the monster completely into the void.
This even surprised Stardust herself. The witnesses were stunned, then erupted into wild cheers. They shouted her name, honoring Stardust as the savior who had pulled them back from the brink of the abyss. Haru stood amidst the cheering, but she still felt suspicious.
She softly called out Egostic's name when she felt his presence nearby.
A few minutes earlier, 2 civilians lay collapsed amidst the wreckage, the dust thick after the horrific battle. The girl stared in terror at her companion who was unconscious right beside her. Her trembling hands covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears of fear at the scene before her. The man beside her was also exhausted. Breathing in gasps from extreme fatigue, she clutched her head in despair, frantically screaming Stardust's name. Burdened by psychological pressure, she could only pray for a miracle, preferably a favorable dramatic turn of events.
The glowing red soul-draining monster slowly advanced, its massive shadow swallowing the two of them.
The girl let out a painful no as death stood at the door.
At that very moment, a blinding light erupted, sweeping everything away.
From above, Egostic coldly pulled the sniper trigger, his gaze locked onto the target through the scope.
A pool of thick black blood poured onto the cold tile floor. The misuse of spatial teleportation made Dane cough up blood. His body shook violently from the side effects. A familiar voice rang out, startling him into alarm.
Shadow Walker had been standing there for a while, quietly observing his every move. The hero declared he knew everything. Nothing escaped his eyes. Egostic glanced back warily, his hand clenching in a state of alertness. Not wanting to get involved in trouble, he immediately activated his energy to vanish from the scene.
Watching the villain's figure leave, Shadow Walker smiled lightly, full of admiration.
Behind the shiny mask, a different truth was gradually revealing itself. A teleportation error caused Dane to be flung out of space, tumbling clumsily in midair. A rainbow stretched across the city sky after the storm, bringing an oddly artificial sense of peace. At the base, violent coughing sounds echoed from within the room. Han Seoun panicked, not knowing what to do when she saw her brother's condition. Meanwhile, the association building was still brightly lit as if nothing had ever happened. The old chairman happily congratulated Stardust and promised an extra reward for this achievement. Once done, he and his entourage left with smug expressions. Icicle also came to celebrate. She firmly believed Shinharu was the one who had destroyed the monster. Haru could only remain silent, bowing her head as thoughts swirled in her mind. She hesitantly confessed that she didn't feel like the one who had defeated it. Her words left Icicle and Shadow Walker stunned, not understanding what she was talking about. Icicle pressed her, asking who else could have had the power to do such a thing besides her. The image of Egostic's smile suddenly flashed vividly in Haru's mind. Shadow Walker asserted that he had checked thoroughly. There was no one else there besides her. Haru squeezed her arm, trying to shake off the suspicion that was enveloping her. Standing by the window looking down at the city, she wondered if she was being too sensitive. A terrifying thought flashed by. Was she slowly becoming dependent on Egostic? She hurriedly turned away, fleeing from the truth she had just realized. Haru's face flushed red. She reassured herself that maybe it was just because she drank a bit too much alcohol. At the base, Ha-yeol was attentively feeding Dane small pieces of apple to help him recover. Seo-eun watched with an annoyed look while Dane clumsily tried to eat by himself. Eun-wol anxiously asked if he felt any better. Dane gave a thumbs up to confirm he was okay, but immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing Seo-eun to sigh. Dane suggested to Han Seo-eun that when he recovered, the whole family should go on a trip together. Eun-wol beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling brightly when her brother made the promise. Han Seo-eun beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling brightly when her brother made the promise. He answered the phone with suspicion, wondering who was calling at this hour. On the other end of the line was Lee Seo-ah, sobbing and pretending to cry dramatically. She blamed him for being heard without telling her the address, saying she was so worried she wanted to cry. Faced with her tearful act, Dane became flustered and felt guilty. Seo-ah continued to sob, asserting that she cared for Dane very much and couldn't just sit still when he was in trouble. Dane went silent, his heart softening at her excessive concern. Finally, he gave in, agreeing to send the address and inviting her to visit the base. Immediately after hanging up, he went numb, wondering if he had just been played by her. His gut feeling was absolutely correct. Seo-ah immediately stopped crying and smirked triumphantly. She was extremely excited because she had hooked her prey. Now the secret of Egostic's residence was in her hands. With a calculating look in her eyes, she strode out, preparing for this unexpected visit. The clicking sound of her high heels echoed through the hallway as she stepped out. Seo-ah prepared thoroughly, wearing an elegant white suit to make a strong impression on her friend and perhaps his entire harem. She smiled confidently in the mirror, vowing to appear at Dane's house looking gorgeous. The doorbell rang repeatedly, breaking the quiet atmosphere of the apartment. All the girls inside were startled, looking at each other, wondering who was visiting at this hour. Dane calmly announced that it was his guest and told everyone to go ahead and open the door. A curious member went out to greet the guest and nearly held her breath at the other person's gorgeous appearance. Lee Seo-ah appeared radiant, introducing herself as Lee Seo-ah, a close friend of Dane. At this moment, Dane panicked, realizing he had forgotten to warn them that he was living with a harem. Seo-ah smiled meaningfully, her sharp eyes beginning to survey the situation inside the apartment. The girl who opened the door stood frozen, silently wondering about the relationship between the host and this beauty. As soon as Seo-ah entered Dane's home, Sabine politely led her to meet him directly. But after walking only a short distance, Seo-ah noticed Sei sitting on the sofa with an extremely annoyed expression, her entire aura radiating as if she wanted to smash her skull. Everyone in the house wished she would just drop dead, while Eun-wol stood to one side, unable to hide her admiration for Seo-ah's beauty. Finally, they reached the door at the end of the hallway where Seo-eun was waiting. Sabine introduced Seo-ah to Seo-eun, explaining that she had come to visit as a guest. Seo-eun immediately turned her face away and huffed in annoyance, clearly showing her disgust at the appearance of yet another woman in the house. Paying no mind to that, Seo-ah decided to enter the room to meet Dane. Watching her enter his room, Dane was surprised and said, "Oh, you really came. I didn't think you'd actually decide to show up. Oh, and this, why are you dressed like this? Is there some festival going on?" However, these words were clearly unnecessary. Seo-ah tried to restrain her rage and asked Dane, "I didn't know you were living with such a massive bunch of beauties. What magic did you use to make them all revolve around you?" Before he could say anything, the air in the room suddenly turned bone-chilling. Seo-ah gave him a gift bag containing abalone porridge. Dane thanked her, but just as he was about to accept the expensive gift, she abruptly pulled her hand back, switched subjects, and said in an unhappy tone, "It seems there are already plenty of people here ready to take care of you. Besides, there is also that girl Sabine, I think her name is. She's constantly feeding you, right? I guess you don't really need my gift." Hearing that, Dane could only manage a strained laugh. "How do you know all these things?" Seo-ah only replied in a dissatisfied voice, "Well, I just asked around a little about you." But Dane, understanding her concern, decided to act. He took the gift from her hand and said, "Actually, you are the first guest in the history of this base. Therefore, any gift from you is incredibly precious to me." This answer left her completely surprised, her heart beating faster. A moment later, Seo-ah left Dane's room. But as she just stepped out, Seo-eun was standing right near the door. Looking at Seo-ah leaving, Seo-eun asked, "So you're big brother Dane's friend? If I recall correctly, you are the hero of justice, Icicle, right?" Seo-ah decided to respond, "Oh, little girl, you don't need to worry. Your big brother Dane will be fine. We have a very close relationship with him." Seo-eun continued to provoke her, "Oh, a close relationship.
Does that mean you have already gone on a trip with him? Because we go all the time, especially to the beach.
Soon, our whole family will be going to the warm southern beach together. Seo-ah was struck straight in the heart by Seo-eun's sarcastic provocation. Returning in a completely depressed mood, Seo-ah decided to get drunk. She sat deep and thought about the conversation, swirling the red wine in her glass. She couldn't shake the thought that a hero like Dane lived with such cunning, beautiful women. Drinking while painfully considering her next move, Seo-ah was determined that even if she could hold back today, she absolutely could not sit still and let those villainous women occupy the young man. Remembering Seo-eun's bragging about the warm southern beach, she pulled out her phone to check the location of the exclusive beach. A devious idea popped into her head about how to completely destroy Dane's harem. She dialed her friend Haru, asking if she wanted to go to the beach together. A while later, upon arriving at the beach, the Egostick team started playing volleyball.
Seo-eun jumped up enthusiastically, ready to serve. Seo-eun smashed the volleyball with extreme force, sending the ball flying over the net. On the other side of the court, seeing the speed of the incoming ball, Sei only had time to yell, "Are you crazy, smashing it that hard?" The ball nearly shattered her skull, knocking her straight to the ground. Coming to, Sei immediately shrieked, "Hey, brat! Did you try to smash that into my face on purpose? Ha!" Seeing her annoyed, Eunwoo stood up to defend Seo-eun, timidly saying, "Oh, sorry Seo-ah. She didn't mean it. Please, let it go." Approaching Eunwoo, Seo-eun said, "Oh, no need to apologize. It's fine. It's just a game." Hearing that, Sei jumped up, used all her might to smash the ball straight at Seo-eun, and said, "Oh, then get a taste of my super smash too." Although the ball didn't hit the target, the lightning clearly struck Seo-eun. Watching Seo-eun writhing in pain, Sei let out a loud laugh that echoed across the beach. "Well, how did you like my serve?" Not far from where they were, Dane was resting. He mused on how this beautiful, warm beach was managed year-round by a private corporation that employed fire attribute users, and they had rented out the entire area. His peaceful monologue was suddenly cut off by Subin, who asked, "Oh, Dane, who were you just talking to?" Dane looked at the girls and realized this reminded him of their previous trip to Busan, adding that their family circle had grown larger since then. Lost in nostalgia, Dane added that watching the kids play made him feel like they were raising them as parents. Hearing those words, Sabine suddenly flushed, her heart pounding, and she could only mumble, "We're raising children like a married couple. We're a pair." Deciding to seize the opportunity, Sabine turned to Dane and said, "Oh, Dane, let me put sunscreen on you." Dane tried to refuse, but a second later, Sabine had stripped him and sternly told him not to move, starting to rub oil onto his back. That moment left Dane's thoughts in chaos. He told himself that this was wrong, that their genre of story was about to change and was turning into some kind of harem hentai. However, their peaceful atmosphere was about to be destroyed, for the ticking time bomb had arrived. She had just reached the beach by car with Seo-ah. Seo-ah had calculated everything thoroughly when she invited Haru, turning her into a truly formidable weapon against Dane's harem.